Live from Yash, Romania, we welcome you to the 15th World Esports Championships, and we welcome you to the playoff stage of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I'm OSX, I'm here with Nice2, and man, oh man, we're here, bro. We finally made it to Romania. How are you feeling today?
Well, it's hot, but it's exciting, right? Because we started this journey, well, for us anyway, from Riyadh, right? We started there with the Asian Championships. We saw a lot of these teams battle it out. Of course, there was the qualifiers as well. We got to watch the group stages, right? We were sitting casually in our hotel rooms to watch the group stages. And now we are down to, what, 8 teams out of the 16, right? And we're starting it off with an awesome match, honestly. This is a team for, I guess you could say, Mongolia, right? We casted their games in Riyadh. A lot of people called them the dark horses. They're not anymore, though, right? I don't feel like they are anymore. They've earned pretty much their rights, and they've done amazing things. Now the question too is Egypt, right? This matchup alone, there's a lot of experience. There's a lot of experience that has been gained from Mongolia, and now we get to see them battle it out.
Over 100 nations are present here, and the top 16 teams have been battling out in the group stages. And now, as we follow the storyline, we had 4 regional qualifiers all over the world. And Mongolia and Philippines as one of the teams we've been trying to follow. The stories from Riyadh to now in Romania. And some of the teams has also been present.
Yeah.
New countries has also been participating in this World Championships in Mobile Legends.
I think there's, if you just look at the 8 teams that went forward, there's a lot of storylines here, right? And we can talk about them more and more as we get throughout the day, but we have to focus on what's first for today, right? And like I said, this is almost in a way, it's a testing ground, I feel like, for Egypt.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the times you look at the players from these countries, right? And you know specific players, like how much experience they have on the international stage, what you kind of expect from them. And the same thing can be said, like I said, with Mongolia before. But there's players that are obviously making waves and headlines now.
Oh, yeah.
Like we even saw back from their qualifiers. So I just feel like Egypt, in a way, they kind of have to prove themselves here, right? Against a team like this from Mongolia specifically. And what a better way to start the playoffs with those 2 teams battling it out. Of course, the series that come after that are going to be just as exciting ahead of us.
Yeah, we have Mongolia versus Egypt for the first match of the day.
Yep.
Mongolia had a clean way of getting through here. There was some ups and downs, but Egypt, yes, is proving ground as well. We also have 3 series to follow. We have Saudi Arabia versus Kazakhstan, we have Indonesia versus Brazil, and also one thing to look after is the Philippines, whose remains undefeated. So let's check on the leaderboards to give you updated on what happened in the group stages.
Okay, taking a look at the leaderboard here, I would say if you look at the groups, some of it was a surprise, some of it was expected, right? Now specifically again from Group A, you see this. I would say most people predicting things, they expected Mongolia to be at the top there, so them and UAE, which we know very well. We got to meet a lot of those players, back in Riyadh. Shout out to Jed as well, we saw him earlier. Now, Group B, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, I feel like this is a surprise, OSX, right? Especially with Kazakhstan, they 2-0'd the USA. Right? And a lot of people were surprised at that. Not only that, but we also saw them take a game against Indonesia. So, specifically with Group B, my eyes are there. Now, what can you say about C and D?
Now we're looking at Saudi Arabia back in their, how they began their story back in Riyadh. It's a bit of a bounce, of how they climbed their way up in terms of performance, in terms of hero picks, in terms of adapting to the meta. We see a familiar team here from Team Brazil who's also been present in professional leagues of Mobile Legends. So I got my eyes on Brazil and Saudi Arabia as well, on how they went through the group stages. And also from Group D, it's no surprise, Philippines now still is dominating with no defeats throughout their story.
Yeah, Philippines, this is just non-biased, right? The Philippines is a tournament favorite, right? And a lot of people are kind of putting their eyes set on them. We saw, especially through the Asian championships, how kind of smooth sailing they had. I mean, they did have a couple obstacles in front of them, but overall, the performance from the Philippines was top tier, and that's kind of expected, right? Now, the contenders here, there's actually quite a few. Like I said, even from Group B, with Kazakhstan, their performance from what we saw from the live streams. Now, again, there were games happening that weren't live streamed, right? So you have to take it from the statistics that are online from that point. But the fact that they were able to 2-0 the USA, the fact that they were able to take a game from Indonesia is kind of, now I would say that Kazakhstan is my dark horse here, right, for the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's, like I said, no longer is it Mongolia. I feel like they've just earned their badges and their rights here. They're an amazing team. Can't wait to see them perform. But now my eyes are really set on Kazakhstan specifically because of the performances that we've seen from the past couple days here.
One more to add, though. We have to look also one more team. This is Egypt. And looking how their history went from the group stages, they kind of had a way of defeating Colombia, Ukraine, and also the only team that they lost against was Philippines. And throughout the matches, they had a straight 4-0 throughout their group stages. So Egypt right now has a way of like having a great start since the beginning of the group stages.
Yeah, Egypt specifically is, like I said, this is a team that if you're looking at individual players and everything, it's, you know, the experience on the international stage is there. And even specifically too, the way that they play, like if you look at their play style, their meta and everything else, it can be a disruptor for a lot of these teams, right? Because obviously, one thing that we had to kind of point out back in Riyadh OSX was how big of a change happened, right? In terms of like that update, the emblems. And now I feel like we've just settled into things, right? For the most part, we've settled into things. I love that there's still so much flexibility happening here with the emblems, but the play style for these teams really does show depending on what they like to draft, what kind of emblem setup they go for. Now, again, this is today what we're going to be focusing on. We have 4 matches for you guys, 4 best of 3s. We're kicking it off here with Mongolia and Egypt, followed by Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. Third will be Indonesia and Brazil, and then we round out the day with the Philippines and UAE.
Yeah. Yeah, and for this, and to look after Mongolia here, they also had the great way of starting their own from the Asian Oceania Championships. A straight win. Philippines was the only one had a chance to take a point out of the country. So now for Group B, and looking at all of the happenings in the bracket right now, Indonesia and Brazil, a familiar team, was facing one another in our matches today on the first day of the playoffs.
Yeah, and I think, again, today, now, what we usually say is group stages paint a lot of the picture of how things are going to kind of unfold, right? But specifically for now that we're in the playoffs, it's day 1. Things will kind of unfold from here, you know, and specifically too, if we just focus on Mongolia and Egypt, one of the biggest things that I have to point out is in terms of, if we start talking about hero picks and strategies and whatnot, we've seen so many Tarizlas being locked in, and we know that Mongolia is probably going to opt for that if it's not banned out, right? The great thing is you have multiple bans you can go through. You have 5 from each team, right? And we've seen this. We've seen kind of these target bans forming. Again, these teams, for the most part, they have, you know, at least the knowledge against each other, like what they like to draft, what they like to go for. But I still want to say, especially where we are in the meta right now, I'm loving the XP lane. I'm loving how there's also these pretty much variations in the roam role too, you know, roam heroes anyway. And I think, again, one of the biggest obstacles that Egypt has to do, if we focus on this first series, is controlling or at least winning that XP lane matchup, right? And also controlling the mid lane and jungle rotations that are going to be happening through early part of the game. Because so far, again, what we've seen is Mongolia really controlling those early parts of the game here.
Yeah, the XP lane probably is the best thing. We have seen how Eisen performs on his Tarizla, and also how they control all of the flows on the lanes. It's always about the early game, it's always about the mid game. How do you activate your marksman, your gold lane, throughout their way of getting through those compositions? You need to have someone to take control of the map early on. Yes, there were some changes in the patches, but I think our players right now has an advantage on how to adapt to this meta more quickly. We have seen Paquito, we've seen Dairoff being mixed up with the jungler and also with the XP lane, and of course, Uranus having or becoming the most favorite pick. And by the way, and most of the hero picks stats right here in IESF, Tarizla was rising from being present from the blue side and the red side on the draft.
And Tarizla just alone is, you know, one of those heroes that's going to be like, favored by multiple teams, right? Because so far from what we've seen, even in other leagues, right, is just how impactful that is as a hero. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's either picked up early on or even just banned out priority, right? But also on top of it is something that we've seen a shift, I would say, in the meta is like the rotations, especially jungle, you know, or priority in the jungle, whereas, you know, you're focusing on those early turtles in the game, you're trying to get those lords, but there's so many things that kind of overlap now in the in the current meta of things that even if your jungler has a great time early game, and both these teams relatively have solid junglers, but if you even get a good start, right, for the most part, it's still such a it's such a trial, I feel like, especially late game, where you see some of these teams really force on that defensive strategy. They're focusing on these objectives. They're able to basically turtle up in their base, and hold games long. I think one of the longest games so far that we've seen was, maybe 30-minute plus mark or something like that. And that's, again, when you're talking about the average game time, I know there's people that will be watching MLBB the next few days here, especially here in Iași, Romania, right, that maybe they don't know so much about it, right? That's one thing, is there are relatively some new eyes on the game, but I would say that games nowadays, let's say 18 to 23, 24 minutes, somewhere around there, right? For the most part. There we go, and familiar face in the crowd. And here's the thing that I have to say about back to the meta and everything. I think we still see it evolve here. For the most part.
Most of the times we've seen Beatrix back in the Asian Oceanic qualifiers, and to think, the top 5 in the statistics of the IESF right now, we have Fredrin, we have Terizla, Novaria, even Valentina and Irithel. Irithel, one of the most picked heroes of the marksman right now. Currently,
so weird that she's there.
a different universe we're seeing, but it works.
Yeah, it does. It's weird to be in this current meta that we're in, where Irithel's one of the top picked gold laners. You know what I mean?
It's just evolving.
Yeah, it's evolving, and I think that's a great thing. But also just the way that she works, the way that even with a quantum charge emblem set up, of course we've got the new item as well, which again we didn't have in Riyadh, and it's starting to showcase in a lot of these gold lane picks. We've seen also a lot of Clint pop up, right? So I just think even the gold lane dynamic has shifted. Again, Bruno popping up a lot, not to mention the change of, this was kind of like a shadow change of the ultimate names.
Yeah,
right?
It's so different. It's worldy.
Worldy now. So, and then of course with the Faramis, another common hero pick has just changed to Netherrealm. So, he's going to take him to the Netherrealm.
We're going down to the deeper of the lore of Mobile Legend. I'm excited how that story turns up. Because by looking at, again, the stats and the favorite picks right here in Iași, it's mostly on the team fights. You were talking about now the defense, how the burst works well with the AoE. You have Terizla, you have Novari. It's more like of having that scope on the back line and in the front line. So maybe Irithel is maybe one way of dealing with those problems on how to escape the front line if ever you have those tankier hero picks on the meta right now. Pakita is even showing up, either XP, he's back, bro.
Yeah, he's back.
XP or jungler. We even seen Pakita roam.
Okay, I think we have
he's the most versatile in our flavor in the country. So that's one thing to look at.
I have to say, there's one thing on my wish list, and I've already been very vocal about this. And it's been happening around the world. It's been happening in other leagues as well. Right? And obviously that's Gord. So if any of the teams in the playoffs feel like picking up the Gord, I would love to see it, right? Because and the funny thing is as someone that's a fan of these so-called non-meta picks before, technically Irithel was that too, right? She wasn't meta pick, but now she's meta pick. So Gord was kind of in the same way, and I feel like he's still, I always saw this in him, in the fact that he is a high-impact hero, right? As long as you can survive, and I feel like if you're watching more and more teams kind of go through this, it works out really well for their strategies.
Well, speaking of strategies now, let's call on the teams who's ready to battle it out on the first match. Let's call on Team Mongolia right on stage. There you have it. Nice with the familiar faces that we see back in Riyadh. Mongolia.
Okay. As they come out for their bow and everything, again, Mongolia, a team that before, like we said, they were seen as a dark horse. They're not anymore. And of course, we've got popular players such as Aizen, ZX Aura, Forbid, Bebex, and Ethan. And if I could say anything, a lot of people like to point out one or two players here, but what we talked about, especially in the Asian Championships, was every single one of these players just pulled their weight. And I feel like that's what started them out as the story of a dark horse and everything. And then all of a sudden you see this team really synergize well with each other. yeah, there's obviously playmakers here, right? Like we said, Aizen, especially when he gets his hands on a Trizla pick, if he gets it.
Factor, yeah, the X factor, yeah.
I don't even know if he's going to get that hero, right? But other than that, too, again, you have Forbid in the mid lane, right? And he was amazing even with the Novaria that we saw before. So still a solid team here ahead of us.
Yeah, Novaria and Jerusalem right now at the second or third on our stats here on Miyash. So it's no surprise this is one of the favorite picks of Team Mongolia. So let's see how will they make this way throughout their matches of this. Either they the team who's against them has prepared for this, or they can let this go, depending. But on their matches, Trizla in Mongolia is just something devastating. Okay, so now let's call on Team Egypt right on stage. We have Alphonse, 7 Oda, Smile, Speedy, and Marrow for Team Egypt.
There we go again. This is a team that has quite a bit of experience, right? And on the international stage and everywhere else, this is a solid lineup. But on the way to, again, they had some struggles, right? I feel like in their qualifier, obviously they were very strong, they were very dominant, you know, and it showed, right? That obviously showed. But now here again, once they're put in front of a team like Mongolia, this is their time to shine, if you will, right? They have everything they need, really, especially even Morrow, right? And when we saw them play in the last international tournament that they had, I feel like a lot of people were, you know, they had high hopes. They were hoping to see, you know, some of these players, some of this team really perform well, but unfortunately it didn't work out. So hopefully they've had time to kind of figure those things out, learn from those mistakes, obviously. And like you said, OSX, I mean, at this point, these teams know how the other teams want to play, how they want to draft for the most part, right? And here we go. So now we got the lineup, right? Again, let's go ahead and give a big shout out here to Mongolia. We got the gold lane, Bebex, ZXOR in the jungle, Aizen in the XP, Forbid in the mid lane, and Ethan, of course, in the roam. And, you know, we've talked quite a bit about these individual players, OSX. We just can't wait to see how they play in the playoffs, really.
Yeah, and also the big factor is as well as the tank picks that we've seen from Ethan back in and in the Asian Oceania. We've seen the Diggy, we've seen the Kufra, we've seen a lot of things from this team.
Even the healing meta.
Yeah,
we were like covered in Riyadh, basically.
Florin. We haven't seen Rafaela though, but that's one thing to consider. Angela as well. We've seen him pop up in the
still very popular,
group stages. Yeah. So this is Team Mongolia. Also Bebex. Now we've seen also the marksman pick's favorite for Irithel might change from using the Beatrix or the carry. A lot of things could actually show up for Team Mongolia.
And the other thing that points out here is Bebex specifically, his mechanics in the gold lane are top tier, right? And I feel like that's why Mongolia specifically gets to shine really well, because like we talked about in the other lanes, especially with XP and mid lane, it allows Bebex to just kind of farm up if he wants to go into this kind of like vacation mode for 10 plus minutes, farm up the way he wants to. We saw that he loves the Beatrix pick too, who has, I would say Beatrix is still a popular pick, but more so we're seeing some of these other heroes prioritized, right? But that's one of the things that I feel like Egypt has to focus on, is not letting Bebex get to that point, right? Not just, don't let him farm up forever, right? And then start popping off on the team.
Well, speaking of popping off, let's see Team Egypt on to this lineup. We have Speedy for the gold lane, we have 7 Oda for the jungle, we have Alpha for the EXP, and we have Smile for the mid lane, and we have Kakashi for the roam. So we're talking about Beatrix, right? So Fredrin is on the top of the charts in our stats as of this day. Beatrix is a good pair for that one. So there's kind of like a race that could be happening on the first set of the draftings here, either from Team Egypt or Team Mongolia. So knowing these two teams can be highly mechanical, so we could expect more of the choices to show up for Team Egypt.
I thought I saw on stage Morrow was playing, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening, right? But again, Morrow is one of those roams too, and whether it's Morrow, whether it's Kakashi, they're in good hands, right? Okay, here we go. Yeah, so that's the thing. There's some expectation here for these players, for this lineup specifically, and I just feel like this is their biggest test, and it starts in the first match of day one, right?
Yep.
Again, this is a double elimination, so technically if they lose here, they still have that shot for them ahead of them, but this is if you're going against a team, this is a great way to start. If Egypt can go ahead and get this best of 3 under their belt, sending Mongolia down, that would be huge.
Yeah, that's a big impact. If you have a start on the first day and you're up against Team Mongolia, the team who's also getting their eyes on getting through the playoff stage. So this is one way of like starting your day right, starting your day with a firing, blazing with passion in their eyes, right?
I thought you were talking about the weather here.
It's amazing. It could actually be compared on how these teams are actually prepared for this.
Yeah.
They're up against Mongolia.
And you know what? Here's the thing about it is, again, going what we've seen from the group stages, I feel like there was some really quick games. There was some, and I think that trend's still going to happen here for the playoffs specifically. I can't wait till we get to that first draft, right, where we can kind of start to see. But let's say, if we even see very similar picks like what we saw from the group stages, again, anybody watching online at home, you can pull up those stats for the IESF World Championship Wikipedia, and you can see it there for MLBB. There's a ton there for you guys. If you, again, we missed, or not, I shouldn't say we missed. We didn't have the stream for some of the matches, right? So
Yep.
it would be interesting to see how that some of these teams that didn't get to have that stream, how does that lineup, how does that meta that they bring to the Land of Dawn kind of change here, right? Now, another thing too that you have to kind of consider is the fact that you are the first series of the day, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's you're kind of feeling things out, I guess, because another thing that I feel like a lot of people were messaging us about was, what was group stages? Well, yeah, now we're here on the stage, right? We're here in the amphitheater, right? This is another stage along with this amazing production for this event, multiple titles going on. And so when these players were playing the group stage, it was a different setup. So now you're here on stage, right? And as things kind of live, and as things kind of unfold, you kind of have to consider that as well, right? So can't wait for us to get started here in just a little bit while the players get set up.
Just imagine how they went through, right? They had four qualifiers coming from different regions.
It's been a long road.
Europe, Asia, Oceania, Africa, America. So these 4 regions actually came across this challenges on how to prove yourself right here in WEC 2023. So as MLBB Giants, as are concerned here, we're looking at different countries. We have 3 in mind for me, but from the day we start the group stages, some of the countries are continuing to show like, hey, we still can prove that we can actually be here with the challenges that we have here in Yash.
Again, I think a lot of people probably are, I feel like this happened in the other titles too. Like people had their idea of, okay, these teams are going to end up at the grand final. But then it ended up being a different story, right? And for this specifically, I think a lot of people are just used to being like, hey, okay, Philippines and Indonesia are going to end up at the grand final. I don't think that's the case here.
No.
I don't think it's fair to actually say that about these other teams that have really improved. You were talking about their journey leading up here to the WEC for IESF. Man, it's been a long journey for a lot of them, right? Through the qualifiers and everything. And I feel like one of the biggest things that you can see, at least from the performance, from group stages or even back in Riyadh where we saw the Asian Championships, is the improvement of these teams from other countries. And I think that's something that is kind of this ripple effect happening right now in the professional scene even, and the global scene is so many people are used to, okay, Philippines powerhouse, Indonesia powerhouse, but now there's these other countries that are rising. And even, again, like I said, I can't wait for the series later on today because specifically Kazakhstan able to take a game from Indonesia, that is a big statement. So who's to say that Mongolia and Egypt can't do the same?
Yeah, over 100 nations right here present. When you're watching the top 16 teams right here present on the playoff stage, you were talking about these countries just completely rising to the occasion. So one thing also to note, Saudi Arabia from the Asian Oceania qualifiers, they took a win, 2-1 over Brazil and up against Senegal and Romania as well. Comparing their performance back in the IESF in Riyadh, it's a big of a change. Don't you think so? Now that it's opening a lot of opportunities for these teams to actually rise and adapt in the meta, so a lot of chances of opening for these countries to actually go through the playoff stage.
Well, that's what we were saying. This was part of like the major points of our discussion back in Riyadh, right? When we were casting the Asian Championships was, now at that point, things were relatively new, I guess, in terms of emblems, and things were we even said like there needs to be time for these teams to kind of like settle in and figure out what they want to do, and there's been more than enough time up to this point, and I think that's what we're seeing and why there's actually these variations of these team compositions, these emblems being used, even the surprising picks, right? Like we said, even with Gord, right? Like surprising picks like that, or Valiers popping up, a lot of X-Borgs. Like those are things that we did not see a couple months ago. And what more is going to develop here in the playoff stage, right? This is also the point in time where maybe a lot of these teams have been holding on to something, right? Some type of strat, some type of cheese pick, if you will.
Yeah.
Or maybe they just stick with the fundamentals, what they've established the past couple months here.
Yeah, right now, you're talking about XP lanes. Paquito, you have Claude, sometimes we see, well, Baksha showed up on the group stages, so a lot of ways to counter healing, right?
He's kind of like a, I don't want to say an OG pick, but like, you know, there was a time when Baksha was just like
a huge thing.
Common pick because one specific player loved to play it in the jungle.
Yeah, and also to think, we've seen also non-meta picks that also surprised our casters as well. We have the YSS showing up.
Yeah.
So that was a different, not a good result though, but we're looking at these countries, these players opening up possibilities here. And with that, all of the stats is rising to the table. Even Lapu Lapu is even, for me, is ranking on the 22nd right now. So back in days of IESF and Riyadh, it's a different shift from Lapu Lapu being in the least part of the choice in the draft.
The way I look at it, and we always do this on the English desk for MLBB, we relate it to food, right? It's kind of like the same dish or maybe ice cream, but you add a little bit of different toppings on it. Like that's the meta.
Yeah,
sprinkles.
add some sprinkles, some chocolates.
Yeah. You just, because
even a wafer on top.
That works too, right? And the thing about it though, like, is meta picks have been established, even with the new patch that we've been talking about. But overall, there's been these kind of surprises, right? And I think that's kind of what you're getting at here, because even what we saw back from Riyadh, it was like, okay, this is already established, right? Especially the healing picks, the healing meta. And we've seen Florin pop up a couple times now. Obviously, Angeling is still a great combination, right? But we can only speculate so much. We're finally jumping into that first game draft here. First ban's already out too. So taking out common picks, Eve, Kanja, Joy being banned out here from Mongolia. Egypt takes out Kadita, the Feramis, and the Beatrix.
Okay, we have a great way to show this Fredrin, who's being in the #1 priority in their games here from the group stages. Now, a good pick though with the Valentina and the Franco for Team Egypt. So with this kind of way, how Team Mongolia had to set up against Team Egypt, they wanted to gamble this Fredrin, and it also with the exchange of having their comfort fix with the Beatrix as well. So good eye on how Egypt, who wanted to secure this way of lessening the power picks, but no, it's Paquito here who is the option, who has been a favorite as well for the EXP lane.
Okay, you did mention this, right? And I love how fast this is happening too. They know what they want to pick. They know what kind of game plan they have here. And for Mongolia specifically, again, Fredrin, you can't go wrong. The big thing about him too is the flexibility options you have. Yes, he's most likely going to go in the jungle, but we have seen him in the XP lane. We have seen him even in the roam option, right? So they locked that in. Now, still, even with the fact that you have Paquito here, you said flexible as well for the most part.
Yeah.
But you're kind of expecting him, right? Fredrin probably, actually Fredrin, because you already have your jungle locked in here.
Yeah, to note, this is a 3-0 win for Mongolia throughout the group stages. So we're talking about stats, we're talking about power picks for Mongolia getting their hands on this hero, paired with also with a Paquito and the
Arlott. This is a Roam Arlott.
Either Roam Arlott, I always thought about you, it could be a Roam Paquito.
It could be a Roam Arlott though.
Yeah, but this time around, we see the Fanny for Egypt.
I like it. You might as well, right? We saw this in the hands, I believe it was the Philippines yesterday, right? In one of the last matches yesterday. Great performance, still high risk, high reward type hero. You really have to be able to pull this off. If you get shut down, and we know what that means. Get shut down means focus on the purple buff, take it away as much as possible, really choke out the resources here against that Fanny. So, they've got to keep that together. They've got to be able to protect that resource alone and hopefully get those rotations out. Now, for the rest of it, we're now in the second part of these bans here.
Look at that, they banded themselves to Rizla, not letting it go. So for this, they're trying to balance it out. We're not using it maybe today, says Mongolia, but for
Later.
Team Egypt, you're talking about the global response here.
Yeah.
You're talking about a global upgrade for this Fanny. So with this hero being focused or being present, DeFranco needs additional or more time to even invade the jungle camp of Mongolia if that early game wants to be a better start for
the
Egypt.
hunter of all the evil
You can see
gods.
they're really kind of choking out the XP lane options here. Right now, right on the flip back though, Egypt picks up the Brody, a very popular marksman pick right now as well. You kind of get to play around in the safe zone, if you will, land your marks, pull off the torn apart memory, and relatively stay safe, right? Now, big thing too is, what do you put in the XP lane here if you're Egypt?
Well, one thing is open as well. We have blue. Uranus is still present. Well, for the back line as well, we have Yuzong as well, being in the table. So if you want to have that control, but if you're up against either a Paquito or even a Uranus, you need to have the more tankier side in the early game.
Yeah, I think that's a big part, because not only that, but you're also going to be really trying to land the hooks here with the Franco, and if the Franco's taken out, you don't really have much of a front line, right? So we'll have to see what kind of durable option they go with for the XP lane. Meanwhile, though, Mongolia is going to go ahead and take up the Cho, and Melissa, a pick that's not picked up too much, but does relatively still do the job very well.
And an extra protection in the back line as well against Fanny. So the Melissa now being used by Mongolia. And wow, we see Barretts. Wow, Paquito and Barretts in one game today that we're seeing a lot of counters, a lot of wins from the back line to the front line. This is composition being developed by Mongolia and even Egypt.
I like it because I was like, what kind of beefy hero do you want to put in the XP lane? This is like the perfect option that a lot of people don't, I feel like, think about off the top of their head. Barretts has kind of fallen off in terms of like popularity, if you will.
Yeah.
But in the right hands, he's just a solid obstacle that teams kind of have to work against, right? Not only that, but the ultimate, the Daytona's welcome, it really helps you set things up if you can get it on the right target.
Well, speaking of right targets, he can either take on the Arlet, he can take on the Paquito, they can take on the Cho. So you have -1 in those team fights, and you have a way to make the Brody and Fanny work their damage through the defenses of, or the composition of Team Mongolia. But with the addition of Valentina, a lot of ways could actually happen here. You can take an extra ultimate out for setups. So with this kind of composition that Team Egypt has, they need to have a strong weight burst and defense for the side of Mongolia.
The biggest thing that scares me here, if I'm rooting for Egypt or I'm cheering for Egypt, is Mongolia's multiple choices of CC available to them, right? So here we go, jumping into game number 1, kicking off day 1 of the playoffs here for MLBB at IESF WEC. It's Mongolia versus Egypt. And right off the bat, we see both teams kind of getting situated. A lot of early poking already happening here too, trying to assert space, to assert their dominance around some of this early space they can work with.
Okay, speaking of space, now we are seeing Maro taking over or taking a peek out of the gold lane. We have the way to aid this gold lane properly. You have the Brody, you have a great start, but hold that thought. 7-0 DA from Team Egypt receives some damage and pokes there. And now looking forward on how Mongolia is taking this, they're gaining control of the lanes early on.
Okay, so right now, this is kind of what we expect. Early game, some poking going on here and there, right? But relatively, unless a hook happens coming out from Maro, we can't expect too much until that first turtle, that first big objective comes up.
Yeah, speaking of the objective, how will you even go through with this lineup early game? We're looking at Aizen now. He's rocking the Purify, and he's using the Paquito. All the more respecting the CC of Team Egypt right now. You have a bloody hunt. You have a way of being targeted by this Barretts. So a lot of ways are being considered here by Team Mongolia. And to see, there's an Inspire as well for Bebex that's Melissa that we haven't seen for a long time.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about. Alpha's going to be fine, right? And we'll be okay to kind of regenerate, get in the position for this first turtle. It's going to be Mongolia starting it up and working on it, right? But still, they want to contest it. Maro trying to get in position, does not have the ultimate just yet. Soda kind of trying to get in, gets it with a retribution. First turtle can be secured here. Still going to be looking for more. Ethan does fall, and now it's a full-on battle still going out. Aizen will back off. So the turtle plus the first blood drawn by Egypt.
Yeah, 4 ultimates used by the Franco and as well as the Barretts. So a great way to counter now. The early game of Team Mongolia is to get them out of that first turtle take. You have a way of countering with your CCs present on Team Egypt. So what Mongolia is thinking right now is probably get a chance for that retribution battle because they have that. They don't have the damage yet. So that's one of like seeing opportunities from then on. Look at that.
Okay, once again, there's the hook gonna land on the target. Can they get Bebex? Torn apart memory comes through. Not going to be enough damage, though, just yet. Still too early here for Easy Peedy. We can see even 7 Oda here trying to put some pressure. Looks like he took that as well. And we'll see here in just a little bit what the items are looking like. There we go, popping up here. Like I said, early pressure, kind of expected from Egypt. They have to be able to do that. But as the game progresses here, the biggest thing we got to watch out for is the CC potential. Ooh, Ethan will fall. Hey, Maro's hitting the hooks today.
Yeah, looking that lethal ignition present. You have the Blade of Heptasis present for this Fanny. A lot of ways being utilized globally. Take one out, one isolated member from Team Mongolia, and that's a win for Egypt to just gain coverage slowly by taking over the map of Team Mongolia. But how are we doing this with this air superiority being present? Aizen being trapped in 2 and securing the kill. 7 Oda now has a 3-0 for Team Egypt.
Okay, so at this point, Egypt off to an amazing start right now. Now having 3 kills, they're still going to put the pressure on here. They have to be able to do that, right? Now, next turtle comes up here in less than 10 seconds. You're going to see them get in position. Maro has been on fire for the most part right now. Not only that, he's going to find Ethan. The poke potential, too. Will miss that hook. But here's the big thing, OSX.
Trying to get into the purple, bro.
Hey, he has the focusing mark, so it's bad news bears here. ZX Aura gonna get caught out. Flicker, Bloody Hunt combination comes through. Still, and now once again, Egypt in prime position for this turtle.
Yeah, speaking of which, this Fanny right now is on a roll. Level 8 up against the jungler of Team Mongolia, looking at 1 level XP ahead. But this is just purely damage being developed, being activated with this lethal ignition. Ethan, on the other hand, being trapped, being kicked in. Way of the Dragon will be the one answering to Speedy. Now with an exchange, we have 1 member down from Team Mongolia as well. Smile goes down. Ace with the exchange of 1-to-1.
Okay. No one decided to go ahead and take the turtle yet, by the way. So I thought there was a moment there where Egypt could go for it. They're going to go for Forbid instead. So 7 Oda, not worried about it. Might just give up the turtle here. They're happy with these kills. Oh, they're snowballing quite well here 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we are talking about the lead of 3K right now for Team Egypt. And now who's going to get this turtle? None other than 7 Oda for Team Egypt securing again. Look at the damage just hitting through Aizen.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? You don't see them focus on the turtle, and then they just sweep in. 7 Oda goes in, gets the retribution off. He's 6-0-1 right now. He's massive. We're going to be taking a look here at the replay. Look at this. Alpha did an amazing job, man, just holding it down. 7 Oda comes through, gets the turtle. So objectively, they are dominating. Not only that, but even itemization-wise, because of this gold lead that they've managed to get, they're well ahead of here.
Yeah, there's only 1 death on the side of Team Egypt, and that is from Smile from this Valentina. Malefic now being present on 7 Oda, 6-0-1 on this Fanny. Talking about Snowball starting good from Team Egypt, slowly taking down towers from Mongolia. So with this kind of way, they need to amplify their defense right now. They're being pushed in the corner to get those defense right in. You need to have more way of holding the front line now with the start of how Egypt went from early game to now.
Okay, so once again, putting the pressure here, purple buffs. Egypt pretty much knows how they want to play around this. They're obviously in the lead, like we mentioned. Another Malefic Roar, big item being picked up here. So if you're thinking Mongolia wants to fight, they don't at this point because they're just kind of outgunned. And just if they try to fight something, especially as we lead into these objectives, these neutral takes, it's going to take a lot, right? You can see the focus here. That was 3 members, right? 7 Oda is still quite confident, though. We'll try to clear up as much as he can, but look at this. They're trying to find the cutoff angle. Maro going to just jobble his way in, basically. Hook not going to land. Not able to find the target. So they get back in time. That could have been really bad. Yeah,
the score now is 1-7. We're talking about damage that needs to be present in the side of Team Mongolia. We're looking at either for Bebix or even for Zora or even for the Paquito just to cope with damage right now. How Team Egypt has a hook landed.
Landed on Ethan. There's the flicker coming through. Alpha not able to find the target. Gets kicked himself with the way of the dragon. Still going to be falling up. Quite tanky. Still surviving here. That's one big dinosaur. And just like that, that's showing just how kind of much of a lead Egypt has right now in terms of items.
Yeah, the stacks right now of this Barrett's being present just by looking at the items. We have Dominance Ice present for this Franco. We have 2 Blade of Hephaestus present for the Brody and the Fanny. By not being touched around the map, this is completely additional true damage for these two heroes present for Team Egypt. With this being said, how is Mongolia going to defend this wedge? Because there's no turret left. No turret has been destroyed yet from the side of Team Egypt.
This might just be a free Lord here. Egypt right now just massively ahead in terms of gold. Nice push coming through though by Aizen, trying to find something out of this, right? So Lord going to be secured here. It is only the first one of the game, so Mongolia is going to have to hold on. But look at this. They're trying to make a play anywhere they can. Egypt still does not want to let go of this lead.
Yeah, the lead right now completely needs to be sufficed for Team Mongolia to have the defense. All of the things being led into the table right here, Nice, is just a bit of a way of holding the damages from a Team Egypt. Who do you target here with this kind of preparation that they need to do in the defense of their own base? You have Small that can take one ultimate out of Mongolia. You also have two tankier heroes you need to worry about, and either Ethan or Cesora or even Paquito could be the actual answer for this kind of team, because most of the time, ultimates are just being used to take on Vision, trying to take on just like this.
Okay, Alpha, once again, proven quite tanky here, trying to unleash Easy PD, pops off with the torn apart memory, and 7 Zoda out of there as Alpha fell. So it's a 1-for-1 trade right now. Mongolia showed a little bit of life. They still got to work on this Lord, though, in the top side.
Yeah, we kind of felt that, how Ethan wanted to find an angle with this show. You need to have that setup. You need to have the way of serving up 1 kill for your team. They're starting on 2 points, starting on 2 kills, but most of the part, Ethan's looking for a way of having a great setup or finding a comeback for those kind of objectives. You've mentioned how the objectives will actually be the answer for Team Mongolia. Right now, they're just being trapped in the base, waiting for the time to even be an answer, to have more defense items. But look at that.
They're respecting Ethan.
Respect. Yeah, they're respecting everything that was happening right now in this game.
They know that there's a possibility that Ethan, despite him, being he had some troubles, right? Finding the picks that he wants to, but Easy PD, if they do lose him, Egypt loses a lot of firepower, right? They still have quite a bit in 7 Oda, even Smile, depending on how he kind of approaches this Valentina, but for the most part, man, they have to be careful. Ethan is a playmaker, and he will be able to find a target. Now, one of the biggest things, too, that we're seeing from these skirmishes, OSX, is how useful this Barrett's pick is, right? He's just a huge front liner that is kind of difficult to deal with, and he's playing the part perfectly.
Yeah, Team Egypt has this eyes on. We're looking about the non-meta picks showing up from the group stages. Now we're looking at a Barrett's, who's actually being the answer. Look at that, 7 Oda taking another kill out of Mongolia.
This is troublesome if you're Mongolia, right? Because you have not been able to stop 7 Oda here at all. He's deathless, 7-0. ZX Aura going to take quite a bit of punishment. Mara will find a hook. Ethan going to be in trouble. Torn apart memory comes through. Ethan falls here right in the mid lane. Mara still on the hunt. Hook going to land out of the zone. Bebex will fall as well. Egypt is dominating.
Yeah, Bebex didn't see that coming. Concealed Franco and a hook right onto your face completely. How do you escape that part? Because right now, they're out of defense. They're out of way to hold the damage of Team Egypt, and they're just completely closing the coverage of Team Mongolia right now.
Off-camera kill. Just right there, 7 Oda going for it. And this is the problem, right? Now this is next Lord. It's just going to be starting up, taken up. 7 Oda will go back to base, pop his way through there with the cables. ZXR and the rest of the crew trying to do something, but there's just nothing they can do, right? And that's Lord secured here. Yep. Again for Egypt. So now Mongolia being down almost, what, 8? Almost 9,000 gold, OSX. They are going to have their work cut out for them in this next defense.
Yeah, snowball right now for the composition of Team Egypt. 8-0-2 for this Fanny. Now rocking all of the damage. It's not even getting a purple out from Mongolia. Completely getting by Team Egypt.
Again, at this point, you don't know who you're going to rely on if you're Mongolia to find an opening here. It kind of has to be Ethan. He has to, when that flicker is available in just a few seconds, it's going to be up to him. And really, it's still a risk, even if he finds the right target here, is dealing with the second Lord.
Yeah.
Primed and ready, Egypt is. Golden Staff just being picked up by Bebex. They already lose that inhibitor turret on the top side. ZXORTA trying to hold it down here. Ethan looking for the angle. Easy Peasy gonna have to flicker out. Ethan will go in with the way of the dragon. Smile does fall here, still holding on to the base the best they can. Lord's still up as well. They're gonna lose another member. Easy Peasy popping off with the torn apart memory. No one falls though for Mongolia. They hold on.
5 strong from Mongolia. We will talking about the comeback being possible for this team up against a team who had a great lead in the composition, a snowball as we put it. But while that thing is just going to happen up top, 7-0 was just pushing. They were lacking the damage, but right now the defense items of Team Mongolia was just completely present, utilizing the bases for their defense and having their way of taking Smile, Frisk, and Alpha out of the picture.
I love that reaction from Easy PD, man. Like, again, Ethan's eyes were set on him, and because he used, you know, the same way he did minutes ago, the flicker to get him that space that he needed, he's able to just kind of fire off from here. But still, even with that said, Mongolia didn't lose any bodies, right? So still, despite the difference here in gold and itemization, they're doing a decent job, except when 7-0 does that. Like, 9-0 at this point. If he sets his sight on someone, he's going to most likely get that kill. ZXORA going to be in trouble too. Gets eaten up with the Daytona's welcome. Alpha finding the target. ZXORA falls.
Yeah, they're trying to have a push on the basis of Team Egypt right now, but 7-0 being eyeing I7 to not go back in the base, but he's just completely pulling and buying time for his teammates to even show for reinforcement.
Maro, for the most part, again, is he's doing a great job on this Franco. You know, and this is a signature hero for him. There's obviously times in games that he hasn't been able to perform like people are hoping, but this game specifically, and like we built it up here, OSX leading into this match, was Egypt had to prove something, right? And they're doing it against a team that a lot of people have had their eyes on for a while now. So still, Mongolia holding on, but they lose this second inhibitor turret in the base.
Yep.
Lord is now up. Ethan, he's going to go in. Flickers in with the way of the dragon, but it's Maro that he finds. ZXORA now pressed in the back line here, but Easy PD just able to fire off. Forbid looking for a moment as well. Maro does finally fall. Ethan to follow. Easy PD in trouble. Eisen goes in with a 1-2 punch. Double kill for Easy though. Still going to be working on it. Here comes 7-0 looking for the target. Forbid buys a little bit of time, but it's not going to be enough as he falls in the base, and it's only Eisen left alone as Egypt looks to take first blood in the series by taking game 1.
A great start for this country up against Mongolia. A Fanny who haven't been touched for a kill for this game, completely having a way of pushing the damage right in to the members of Mongolia. The defense was the answer for the mid to late game, but they had a way to secure this early on, having a grip on the early game stage that they have completed from that moment.
You remember back in the draft when the Fanny was locked in, and I was like, this is high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
That was high reward right there, right? The guy was just all over the place. And also on the fact that Maro was landing the hooks left and right. One thing I did want to point out too when we were in that game was that he's running with the focusing mark emblem.
Yep.
And we only know like certain amount of Franco players that actually like to do that. And it's usually like, obviously they're very team player oriented.
Yeah.
And this is kind of what we saw here. And with the way the snowballing effect that 7-0 had on this Fanny pick, and then you're utilizing it with the focusing mark, it worked so well, right? It works out so well for them. So amazing game 1 here from Egypt. I would say a lot of people were surprised, once again, because a lot of people are putting, you know, Mongolia, at least from what I've seen online too, they're like, Mongolia, we're favoring them here. But Egypt, come on, they just come out swinging, man.
And bringing out the Barretts for that draft is so amazing to have a great counter for the early game that they need to go up against Team Mongolia. Again, they need to have a great start with that kind of composition. And through that, by not being disturbed even in their own lanes, it's a complete way of like activating their own flavor for their composition.
Well, we're going to see who the MVP is for that matchup. It has to be probably 7-0. Like, I will just be, I'm throwing it out there.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is.
It's
right?
him.
10-0-2 on this Fanny pick, and this showcase looked like a best in the world Fanny basically presentation performance, right? It was
Yeah.
amazing. Again, it was enabled a lot by the team here, but just overall, from early game to end, 7-0 did an amazing job here.
Just by looking at the KDA, this is a scary Fanny that we might expect to even be respected in the next games. You have to look at the damage per minute of 850. Most of the coverage that you were talking about in the draft, you said, OSX, we need to have this way of looking at this draft, like either be a high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
With the addition of the Franco, even for the Barretts, the focusing mark actually does work for this kind of composition, knowing that most of your team fights will revolve either around the objectives or even the lanes that you want to have a focus on.
And it's funny too, because when it came down to it, hats off as well to Alpha, man. Like the Barrett's pick, again, this is not a common hero pick,
Wow.
and I think this is why we were talking about before we actually went into that game, how at least I love it. I don't know everybody watching around the world, but I love the meta that we're in, because you leave so much room for these kind of picks, this experimentation to happen, and Barrett's was just a solid frontline choice.
Well, speaking of how this game would actually start from how the series to come, we will be in for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan Cuza, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
Welcome back to the stream. You are still watching the playoff stage of Team Egypt versus Team Mongolia, and this is still WEC World Esports Championships, the MLBB playoff stage. I'm OSX, I'm here with Naisu, and that was just game number 1 taken by Egypt. A bit of a way of correcting the one of the MVPs of the game from 7 ODA. In text, it's pronounced as Huda.
Huda.
Yeah, one of
Okay.
the good fanning players. We see amazing fanning performance from Team Egypt.
Dominant, if you will, because and this is the thing too. This, like as you saw, you guys from the highlights there before we got back, just how far ahead they were. I mean, it was at one point 10,000 gold lead ahead. Just a deathless Fanny. That's like, if you're going against Fanny, that's the worst thing. Like if you're that team going against it, is a deathless Fanny, 110% confidence, and just unleashing on the team time after time, And so, like, that's the thing. As we were leading into the series, guys, we were talking about just how, in a way, Egypt kind of had to prove themselves, right? Because, again, a lot of people online from the qualifiers up to this point where we had the Asian Championships, where Mongolia was deemed the dark horse, and then they went on to other tournaments after IESF Asian Championships, and they dominated there, right? And so people are just naturally thinking, man, Mongolia's got it, in the bag, if you will. Egypt just said, no, that's not the story, right? And they're off to a great start for this series. Again, it is double elimination, so if they're able to 2-0 Mongolia here, it's a great job for Egypt.
Yeah, with that kind of Fanny being present again for game number 2.
I think it's going to be banned, man. There's no way. There's no way.
Either you respect that or you be prepared for that. The Franco, I had a game up against that kind of a dangerous, Fanny snowball hero. So either you get it with a catch with a bloody hunt or a good amount of CC. But on the side of Team Mongolia, there's Paquito, there's Fredin, there's, Novaria.
Yeah.
The change in game. So looking at how the answers will actually move for the side of Team Mongolia, you need to have the great catch, you need a great amount of even burst to take on that Fanny, because he got the Blade of Haptices right in a few minutes from getting the first turtle of the game, and by that he followed up with a Malefic Roar. That's complete physical damage penetration, and with that kind of way of using the Fanny, that's complete madness, bursting through your defenses with it having, Athena Shield or even Anti-Cuirass on your team. It won't suffice early game. Even get into the late game as well.
I mean, not only that too, but like I said before we went to the break, was hats off to even just having a Barrett's there. The idea of what can we park in the XP lane, right? What can we put there that is going to be this massive roadblock? And it was executed very well by Egypt, right? Because again, Barrett's is not one of those picks that you're naturally going to think about. There's a lot of options that can be placed and thrown into the XP lane, and it wasn't so much to kind of control Aizen either. We saw a lot of the times for Aizen from Mongolia just trying to like split push and go for these side lanes, right? Put pressure where they can, and I feel like that was kind of one of the weak points here for this game 1 for Mongolia specifically. Again, we're so used to seeing Aizen be one of the playmakers, right? He's the one that wants to initiate these fights, turn things around or in their favor of Mongolia. But what happened there is Egypt just started so fast and so furious that Aizen had no choice, right? So now, let's see how this changes here for the draft for game 2.
Yeah, the pressure as well for the tank or the roam of Team Mongolia. Now they're on the other side. They have the way to wait on what is the gambit of Team Egypt right now for game number 2. They ban out the Beatrix, Faramis, Fredrin being present as well for the side of Mongolia. Power picks, this, you might say it. So there you go. There's a respect ban right there for the Fanny. Even for the Joy and the Kadita, this is also a setup for the Eve we haven't seen yet. We were talking about that AoE burst, team fighting capability, flavors of each team being present from the group stage till now. So a lot of things being opened, and they want to priority again with a Valentina, same as game number 1.
This is like a throwback. This is a throwback to just Valentina is such a safe first pick. Especially if Fredrin's not available because he's banned out here. Valentina is one of those options that at least we can play this, and then it also keeps the other team, the opposing team against the Valentina, to kind of consciously decide what ultimates are we comfortable giving up.
Yeah.
At least in these situations. So safe first choice here for Egypt. We'll see how they kind of build around that. Mongolia, on the other hand, this could be like, do we take the Terizla early on? Do we get these 2 picks? Is it the game plan, right?
They're letting it go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the table.
If they let it go, it's kind of like go ahead, take one of your signature picks that we've seen you, make these massive plays on. They don't do it though. Wow, they go with Brody and Eve instead.
Yeah, that was a setup. Yeah, the Joy being banned out, the Kadata being banned out. Well, you have the Respect ban, but this they want to have a grip on the AoE. They want to have a chance on that team fighting edge up against Team Egypt, because most of the times you've mentioned the focusing mark being present on Franco. So this sets up in their heads like, okay, let's try to break down slow what is the kryptonite in the team fighting capability of Team Egypt.
Kryptonite would be literally just not letting them get that snowball effect, early on, because we're talking about very early did Egypt gain control of that game 1, right? So they're kind of already starting to build that foundation for this lineup for the same thing, right? But this time, instead of having the family available to them, they go with a Lancelot. And this could work really well because it's paired up with a Kaja, who obviously is one of those heroes that just gives you an automatic plus or -1 to the enemy team, if you will, right? If you're able to utilize that Divine Judgment the way that it's meant to be used. Now, what this does too is it makes, again, Mongolia kind of decide, like, how do we counterplay around this? I think one of the big parts too, and the reason why they prioritize this Brody is because what we saw showcased in game 1, right? Yep. That time around, Easy Petey, his timing on the flickers defensively was on point. And from a lot of moments when Ethan was trying to put the pressure on him, Easy Petey survived. And so this is a solid choice. They also round out the first phase with a Martiz pick. This is one of those, I would say, relatively safe heroes to go ahead and lock in the jungle.
Yeah, the Martiz right now up against a Lancelot. Clear, great path here for their jungling pattern for Team Mongolia and Egypt. So a great pair for how they gain this kind of advantage they lost from game number 1. They were losing. They were losing the chance of items for that. So a good ban as well for Mongolia. Since we're looking at the marksman pick could be present from the side of Team Egypt with the Lancelot and Valentina and Kaja. Great picks from Team Egypt to pair with. Well, having a Claude on their side is a bit of too much for them to handle even on early game. You've mentioned about the quantum charge just being present and gives so much advantage for a Claude as well. And Irithel, a group stage favorite for Yash, respecting the hell out of this hero to not be present for Team Egypt.
Well, I was wondering if they would use that, if they would use that last ban basically for the Irithel, and I think that's a solid choice because this is, again, a hero that is constantly picked up, works really well in a lot of mobile compositions, and so it leaves to the table, like, what is our gold lane pick for Egypt, right? The Beatrix was taken out by them, and these 3 marksmen plus the Brody is common. So do we see them pick up another one of the common ones so far in this current meta, which is Bruno? That could pop up here if they really want to go that route.
Yeah, good point about the Bruno, though. Yeah, Clint or Bruno, because the great picks here, a great steal pick from Mongolia and taking the Martiz paired with an Eve. Great 3 strong picks for Team Egypt and Team Mongolia. Now they're missing the marks that we're talking about. No Irithel, no Claude, not even Beatrix. So what's in the table is carry for the side of Team Egypt to be present here, and as well as we're looking at one more being present, the Melissa as well.
Yeah. If they want to go that route, we'll find out here in just a bit. But on the other side, Mongolia goes and locks in a Lolita. Man, they have just these 4 heroes right here. They have so much pressure objectively, right? You're talking about the real world manipulation paired up with the new Blast. That gives you a lot. Not to mention a very, when I see Martiz, I just think he's hard to catch. He's slippery, right? I mean, for the most part, the way that he works. Yeah,
and most of the times he can be picked off.
Yeah, not only that, but you got to watch out for decimates everywhere. Okay. Egypt decides.
Okay.
And there's the claim. All right, it's high noon here in Yash, Romania. But
perfect pick as well for the time today.
I love this. Egypt is like, hey, Eisen, we've seen you play this Trizza. We held on to it. And still, Mongolia didn't pick it up, right? So with this, I love the lineup. I love this 5-man lineup here from Egypt.
I see easy prey
and the answer is the usual.
Yeah, backline answer, because most of the parts that they will engage is from the pull of this Kaja or even the setup of this Trizla. So what better way to force them out of their comfort zones with
right? So this is tough.
Fair points. Now it's game number 2. Egypt has 1 point. And going back to the thought of Nice just pointed out, the damage needs to be present in Mongolia to fight up against Egypt as their composition will go. Look at that up top. We're seeing a lot of pokes there. We're seeing 2 roams just meet on the mill. But Alpha got a good amount of damage there from Aizen and Forbid.
Again, Alpha having an amazing game. The previous one, game 1 on the Barretts. Now he gets his hands on the Terizla against a player who is well known for his Terizla gameplays, especially on the road here to the WEC. Aizen, a favorite of that hero, will also most likely know how to play against it, right? To the best of his ability. So still, Yu Zhang, one of those heroes that has, in a way, it's made strides throughout competitive MLBB, but it's fallen off to some other picks here lately. Still a great hero, though. Still great kit and option available. And
well, as we see Maro rocking out the Quantum Charge here for its emblem, mostly we see use the focusing mark if you're a Kaja, but we don't hold that thought. Okay. Damage going through Egypt. Maro's still safe, though.
Oh, wow. He was just waiting for that level 4, able to get the Decimate off. So Maro goes down early on. First blood taken by Mongolia.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Either the focusing mark or even the Quantum Charge right now differs a lot because right now in the minds of Maro, you want the basic hits to even, again, regen a bit of a health for you. Looking at the lineup of the early game of Mongolia, you need to have that extra amount of green bar HP just sliding up slowly as you get your hits. But now, the focusing mark being, again, not present in Egypt, gives so much way for even Cesar or the Martin to keep on poking them and force them out of their comfort zone. Even their ultimates being used right away.
Yeah, again, I think, you know, in terms of emblems, right, so far, at least for this matchup, you don't see too much out of the ordinary. It's really just kind of who gets these numbers advantage when these fights happen. Aizen already using the Dragon Form, going to push Maro back. Maro does not have Divine Judgment. Ooh, this is great, though. Aizen able to push ZF7 Zoda off the purple buff. Meanwhile, Forbid going to be in trouble. Alpha will pick up the kill. Turtle now going to be worked on. ZXora gets it with Retribution. Still going to be working on. Numa Blast comes down. Ethan going to be in trouble here. Another kill goes in the hands of ZXora. Still trying to help out Aizen. Nice little push off there. Trying to peel for the team. Not going to be enough, though, as he falls. ZXora now will get away. Tied across the board, 3 for 3.
Yeah, this was the damage that we were talking about. This is the damage that needs to be present in the side of Mongolia. Utilizing that way of having a great amount of CC inside of Egypt. Yeah, stolen. Purple stolen by Huda. By Egypt.
Okay. Again, we're at a point, and at least in this game number 2, where it's a lot closer this early on. Yes, it's 23 minutes in, but so far, both sides just kind of slugging it out, right? One thing that you really have to keep an eye on is, again, gold lane, the transition there into that mid to late game. Right now, with Bebex having that early kill, a little bit of a lead here, will kind of help out. Huda already focusing on Ethan here, trying to poke him down a little bit, not really expecting a kill just yet, but will go on for Bebex, going to take quite a bit of damage himself, will fall. Still, the clapback happens here, pushing Maro back. Ethan going to get stunned, a couple more hits they're looking for. Double kill for Easy Petey.
Yeah.
Now the response coming through from Mongolia. ZXora, not much he can do as he gets stuck there with that bola. Again, Easy Petey. I was just talking about this, focusing on the gold lane, he grabs himself a double.
Completely. Huda and Maro just wanted to have that edge and using that ultimate right into the turret of Mongolia. Little that they know, they haven't waited for a bit to use that real manipulation and even the ultimate of Ethan. It was just a counter from the side of Egypt to use up against them. And by that, it was just Easy Speedy getting the advantage to get those 2 kills for him. So this is the coverage now, because we're talking about the damage that needs to be present in Mongolia. They wait for someone, or they force out someone from Egypt to make their magic work, because right now Forbid, the Impurage present, they have folks that it can be utilized to cross their way heading to the mid-game.
Trying to secure this next turtle of the game. Huda going to be in trouble. Forced back by Aizen, just doing his job here. Turtle secured for ZXora. Now under the turret. Aizen going to take a couple turret shots. Should be fine as he makes his way back. Smile though in the mid lane. Has to flicker out defensively.
Yes, here's what's the problem that can brew for the side of Egypt. The team fighting edge for this one needs to be a bit of a way of penetrating the backline of Egypt. Knowing that Forbid has RWM present most of the time, they kind of want to force out the ultimate out, because there's a flicker and there's an ultimate. But by just checking on these items, this is a problem right now that they could actually be addressed. So they have the Ice Queen one, they have the Blade of Heptases for Brody. By just looking at the first item for Eve is an effective way of caging them in that chessboard. The one that they can utilize to get items for Bebex.
Divine Judgment going to come through. Ethan easily picked off there. This is what I was talking about, right? Kaja locked in. That's what you expect. The Divine Judgment to find its targets, even if it's the roamer, they'll go for it if it's a secured kill. No objectives able to take for them just yet, though. Turtle still under a minute away here. Meanwhile, Ising might be in trouble. Alpha trying to focus him down. He's holding it on.
Whoa,
couple hits away. The flicker is going to come through under the turret. Alpha! Oh! You made a mistake. He falls under the turret.
Wow. Up against Aizen, who also uses that Charisma.
Oh, Bebex will fall as well. Solid choice here from Forbid, setting up that real-world manipulation. 2 targets still for the taking. Flicker comes out, Easy will fall. Morrow can't, I don't think he's escaping this one, OSX. Couple shots come through, there's the stun, couple hits away. Forbid, 1 shot! Won't get him!
A slither of HP bar left. Agreement to recall back in the base, and just that. Gold lead slowly going back for Mongolia. Now they're starting to get in with the turrets. By just looking at this, we're looking at 7-minute mark, and as we see the progress of Mongolia now, it's much better from game number 1.
I just can't believe Morrow survived that. It's like 1 hit away, you know? So, again, objective across the board here, secured by Mongolia, 3 for 3 on the Turtles. Still relatively even though across the board, right, for the most part. You can see fight from both teams. Oh, Marl gonna be in trouble here. Gonna get focused down, kill secured by Bebex. Now looking for one more.
Well,
Smile
2 dragons.
Takes the dragon as well, but can't fly away fast enough as he falls as well. 2 members down here for Egypt.
Yeah, we have now magic items being, gathered by Forbid, and this is the problem now that needs to be, focused on if this is Team Egypt. Look at the early game, it wasn't a great start for Mongolia, but now they're having more items for this Eve. A lot of things that can just be a rinse and repeat process by just taking on the side of Egypt. You have the RWM now much more, again, it has more sting, it has more damage, and Bebex right now with the Quantum Charge and getting all the items present. Look at that, even in the mid. Trying to get in.
Alpha using the penalty zone defensively will get away. They pull him with the Divine Judgment. ZXORA falls after taking the purple buff. So Huda does not have that, but they're able to get a kill here. A little overzealous from Mongolia, but still Egypt holding it as even as possible as they can before that first Lord comes up.
Wow, they're just eyeing on isolated members of Egypt just as this moment. Almost 9 minutes. We have Ice Queen 1 and also the Glowing One present for this Eve. You have Scorch Power, we have movement speed that can easily be a reinforcement once they're happening. Once Ethan gets in for a setup, because right now, with a score of 136, all they need is just a setup. With the Valentina present, Egypt can just completely smile to counter that objective. But most of the times, from the early game, we were talking about Mongolia forcing a lot of resources over and over again to overcharge the composition of Egypt.
That's what they got to do. You know, if they can put pressure where they need to, whether that's the resources, whether that's in these side lanes, you saw them cutting some of the waves earlier on. That's the best thing they can do right now, especially with the lineup that they have. They should be able to win some of these objective-based fights, right? The ultimates that they have available to them, whether that's Numenon Blast, whether that's the real-world manipulation from Forbid, they've got the tools. But again, they have to watch out for Morrow. They cannot lose a member this early on, especially now that this Lord is up.
Well, speaking of another objective here that can be taken either from these two teams right here. So into the coverage, Mongolia has an edge in waiting for the right time to strike. They have a setup, they have a Numenon Blast, they have the manipulation that can be a greater attack from side of Egypt. Now they're just waiting for them who makes the first step right into this Lord. But yeah, nobody's seeing Nobody's seeing this. Conceal has been activated.
Conceal going to be used. Marlow looking for the target, gets the Divine Judgment off. He gets Eisen. Terrify going to come through. There's the Black Dragon form. Will push them back. Alpho a little bit in trouble. Had 3 members on him. Still going to be focused on. Lord will reset. Alpho goes down by the Decimate. ZXOR able to pick up a kill. Numablast going to charge up. Will miss, though. Smile flickers as well. Responds with his own. And they're still trying to follow up on this. Ethan could be in trouble, has to back off for the team. Bebex with Wind of Nature gets a kill on easy. Will be able to get away though, just in time. Cesaro 1 hit away, and he escapes as well.
3 members. Could be a kill. No, Smiley is still looking for another way of getting another target from Mongolia, but that was still a safe passage for that team to go back in the base.
How many moments in this game alone has someone got away with just a sliver of health? It's just 1 auto attack is all they needed, but all that again, Lord still not claimed just yet as both teams get re-situated to fight for that Lord.
It could have been a different scenario. Huda was there, members of Egypt was there, but they wanted to have this discipline to not re-engage, because at most of the times they're trying to feel the power spike now of Mongolia, and they're respecting the fact that we need to have counters, we need to have the tools for this. So with this kind of a time that we're seeing on this game, it's 11 minutes, nobody's taking the first coverage here as they wanted to take on the first appearance of the Lord as it showed up early.
Okay, Alpho trying to get some information here. Pushing them back. Bebex falls. Lord's going to go ahead and reset. A big play coming through from Egypt already. Able to get the goal. A marksman jumps in there. Alpho, though, going in with a flicker. Penalty zone. We'll be able to hold on just a little bit longer. RWM going to come out as well. Eisen there to back him up. Looking for the kill. Alpho falls. Still going to be looking for more. Ethan a couple hits away. Gets the flicker out. And still a bloodbath here for that first Lord of the game.
Completely, that is still Egypt winning that fight. A kill onto Bebex, 3 kills onto this Brody. You would want to have that damage, yes. We were looking at Mongolia rising up to the problems of early game, but in the stages where you enter the late game from minute 15 or later, you need to have the damage from Brody to happen. Because that's the one thing they needed to actually compensate the damage that they're building up with this.
Remember, that's what we said in the draft. OSX was, with the Kaji, you always have to be worried about who is he going to grab. I mean, even looking at the items here, just everything kind of falling into place, right? Relatively gold-wise, economy-wise, it's even, right? But it comes down to those micro decisions, and the fact that Egypt was able to find Bebex before that Lord take, gets the kill, you lose so much firepower if you're Mongolia.
Yeah, he opted for the Blade of Heptasis instead of going for, again, he went for the Blade of Heptasis instead of going for the Blade of Despair from Brody. And this is one thing that he wanted to have a coverage on, because at some points he could get pulled by Marrow and Conceal. We heard a Conceal here from Egypt.
Marrow gonna go ahead and grab him, get some of the Divine Judgment. They're gonna unleash, the penalty zone comes through from Alpho. No follow-up just yet, though, gonna hold them back. Easy, and a little bit of trouble trying to fight off Eisen. The rest of the team gonna help him out here. 3 versus 1 in the jungle. They finally take him down. The trade for 1-for-1. Lord finally taken care of too, but they will lose that inhibitor turret in the bot side.
Yeah, I am feeling the pull of Eisen, which is how he did. He wanted to pull to Egypt out of the equation in their own team fight. They wanted to take out the damage dealer right in that fight. Because as of the moments that we're seeing, Bebex now has the Rose Gold Meteor instead of going for an additional damage item. This is securing his own way in, again, being in those deeper team fights, because they're lacking the damage. They need more protection this time to even cope up with the setup of Egypt doing over and over again.
So 14 minutes in, we find ourselves relatively even in terms of economy gold. It just comes down to that execution factor. And what we're seeing both teams do is really lead up into that Lord. It's about less than a minute away. So expect another Conceal play to come through here, OSX, from Morrow. And it's going to be up to Mongolia to really play defensively against that. They have a lot of tools available to them. But man, right now, it seems like Egypt is controlling things a little bit better, at least picking the right fights, the right skirmishes, and trying to come out winning those. So again, as we lead up into that next Lord take, you're going to see both teams kind of just stay together as much as possible, right? Looking for their own conceal entrance play.
Yeah. And Forbid just got his enchanted talisman just now, but prioritizing the Ice Queen wand, and again the glowing wand, is more likely to proc the Impure Age more in those kind of setups that can be effective for the side of Mongolia. So with this, more mana being present in the late stage of the game could actually be, again, a complete rinse and repeat, but much more faster for Mongolia. With this, they need to answer a lot of damage, but they need to pick who in the side of Egypt.
Again, conceal play going to be used here. Marl going to flicker in, looking for anybody you can grab. Penalty zone to follow up. Ethan trying to flicker around, still going to be able to survive. Alpha now in trouble here, caught in the RWM. He will fall, and here comes Eisen to cut them off. Has the Petri available. Does he use it? Finds a target, pushing Easy back. Easy firing off from the back line. He can't be stopped. It's too easy for Easy Petey. And now they fall here in the jungle, right in front of the Lord. 2 down, plus the flicker from Bebex. This is tough. It's a 2 for 2.
That was a complete tug of war just right there. Being in the front line, Alpha was trying to force out a lot of resources from Mongolia. The discipline, and just by looking at this replay, look at that, the penalty zone onto Ethan. But one that they didn't see was Zorba's right in the back, and that pushed Egypt to actually retreat back because of the CC that Mongolia has, and what they wanted to do was just completely be in those team fights so that can be pulled back and forth. And it's just that with the damage and CC that they can bounce up against Mongolia, it was a complete win. Oh yeah.
Okay.
An objective taken, they got penalty zone right onto Ethan.
Lord was taken here. Ethan gonna go down just shortly. Eisen there once again, focusing on Easy. Gonna take a couple shots, has to back off here. And still will be focused on Huda. Now looking for Forbid. Can't get the target he's looking for. Eisen might be next. Still going, and it looks like they're gonna be just fine. Zixora trying to help him out. Couple shots away. Huda! Not able to get the kill. Smile will clean it up though. And the Lord was taken by Egypt, now marching on the bottom side here. It's looking dire for Mongolia.
There's no way of defending this, but it can still be an answer. RWM will be the key here.
Okay, ZXORA trying to keep this game going. This Lord, though, still going to be working on the base, and it's Egypt that takes the series in a sweep.
Team Egypt having a great start up against Mongolia, who remain undefeated in the group stages. Wow, look at that. In this kind of performance, heading through the playoff stage, this is a great way of pushing their own limits and also keys and getting the victory out of the challenges that they're heading throughout the playoffs.
What an amazing performance, you know? And I gotta say, it was a surprising performance in that series, number one, because again, a lot of people expected, you know, Mongolia, based on the track record, to at least maybe even see that 3-game series here. But Egypt, their micro has improved. I don't know, man. Like, when I'm just looking at them, their micro has improved so much, and it's great to see. And so with that, again, they send Mongolia down, right? Double elimination, they still have a chance. But what a performance and what a showing from this team from Egypt.
Wow, day number 1. First match, you got a 2-0. Team Egypt just rocking in the points up against Mongolia. Looking at these challenges, man, bringing up non-meta picks and completing them, aiding them with their own flavors is something that we're looking forward in this kind of matches in Yash right now. Completely surprising, even us right here in the playoffs.
Another thing that, you know, surprises me there is just, well, Easy Petey, his performance, right? We're going to see who got MVP there from that game, but again, when I'm talking about micro, even when it comes to defensive flickers, which I like to call athletic flickers,
yeah,
he was on point every time. And there it is. As I was just talking about him, he is game number 2's MVP here, well deserved. He had amazing performance in game 1 too, right? It was just overshadowed by Huda's Deathless Fanny. But here, he does the same thing.
Yeah.
Micro was on point, mechanics on point, and just a great performance. As I said earlier, it's not anymore, but it's high noon.
It's high noon right now, completely, even
Yeehaw.
in that. Yeah. Just looking at how the match has started to get completely heated up this first series, the first two of the playoffs, a lot of heroes right now are showing us promise being used in this meta right here just for this tournament. Nice. So we have Clint, we also have Barretts. Man, I'm going to start my counter right here from this moment to see what heroes might show up next. Even your hero could actually show up.
I think there's a good chance that he does. And when he does,
Yeehaw.
yeehaw, you know? I don't know if he says that, but it works, right? But that
He has a skin, yeah.
He has a skin, yes, that's true. He's the point here, though, that you know, we're both making, I feel like even though we've talked about a lot leading into this first series, was just, we're in a great position, like, for this meta, you know, and the fact that there's so much variability that can happen, so many different kind of things that can fall in place, not just with the heroes, but emblems as well. It makes things work out perfectly, I feel like, for the competitive stage.
Yeah, and to see how they're looking at this, well, Egypt, on the other hand, did a lot of homework and even preparations for this. Seeing all the possibilities show up here, even us, we haven't seen Barretts for so long, even Paquito. With this mess being shown here, this hits diff for me.
Hits diff.
Yeah. We've seen IESF the other day, we've seen Barretts, who knows, but now we're just commending how Team Egypt went through this first match of their day.
I didn't think it'd be a sweep. You know, like to start off, like at this point where we're in the you know, day one in the playoffs, what we saw from group stages, the last thing that I thought was like, we're gonna see a sweep today, like to kick it off. You know, hopefully again, as I feel like as casters, we're always looking forward to games going the distance, going these 3 games. And I feel like this was a situation again where Mongolia was in a position to actually take it to game 3, but Egypt just did it perfectly. They executed well.
Yeah, that was just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I am OSX, and this is nice. So we'll be heading in for a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
Welcome back to the World Esports Championships 2023 live from Iași, Romania. We are here with the day one of playoffs for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I am Waxin on stage bringing you the action of the second best of three series of the day. We've already had a phenomenal upset in the first matchup with Team Egypt taking down Team Mongolia in a 2-0 fashion. But now we're getting ready and the teams are very eager to make their way onto the stage. So let's not waste any more time and make some noise for the first team, Saudi Arabia! The players look ready and they're very excited to make their stage debut versus their opponents. Make some noise for Team Kazakhstan! I would like to invite the team captains to step in the middle and shake each other's hands for respect. Team captains. And may the best one win. You can make your way into the pods. Very, very excited. Some fighting words coming in from both of the teams as they are making their way back into the booths, ready to start with this best of three. We gotta bring to our attention the two phenomenal casters here for MLBB. And it's none other than the outstanding duo of OSX and Naisu. Boys, welcome to Iași.
Thank you very much, Waxin. Love to have you there on stage with the teams. Love the suit, by the way. Again, it is me, Naisu, here with OSX. We already saw, we witnessed, yeah, I would agree, an upset, right?
Yep.
First series, Egypt takes it in a sweep, 2-0 against Mongolia, sending them down to the lower bracket here. And now with this matchup, OSX, it's going to be an interesting one in the fact that there's history here that we also had the pleasure of casting over in Riyadh, right, with these two teams.
The beautiful place of Riyadh, but witnessing these two teams now present in Iași, and just by looking their record back on how they started, we've seen the group stages performance of Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. Well, this is a great, again, growth for Team Saudi Arabia, just making their way throughout the group stages, because in the day that we saw them back in the Asian Oceanic qualifier, it was a different team. Now they're like, it's us here, proving themselves once again in the group stages, from the playoff stage in the World Esports Championships.
I would say when you say different team, it's a team that has made improvements, you know, over that time. Because if I recall, back in the Asian Championships, the first time they went against each other, I think it was a 3-game series, if I remember right. It was a back-to-back, and it was just an amazing series. And now this is kind of like round 2, you know, if you will, right? But this time it's here in Iași, Romania. And so one thing that I'm really concerned about is specifically, again, Kazakhstan, what they've been able to accomplish from the group stages. I said this earlier before the first series. I said, man, I would call these guys the dark horse of, you know, this leg, right? The World Championship here. And as we take a look at the lineup here for Saudi Arabia, we've got Lark in the gold lane, Tarzan in the jungle, Sanji in the XP, Cuffin in the mid, Troll in the roam.
Yep, seeing a different team, new metas are being formed, but Team Saudi Arabia, a different team, a different performance that we've witnessed. And now the same names that we saw back in the Asia Oceanic qualifiers are now proving themselves once again. Going back to their record from the group stages, they had a win over Team Brazil, and they had also a 2-0 over Senegal and Romania.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the thing, is like, given the history here, given what we've seen previously, right, even back in the Asian Championships and what we've seen from the group stages, has been improvement to say the least, right? And now looking at Kazakhstan, this is the team that I feel like has really improved. When we're talking about the journey that they've been through, we've got Red in the gold lane, Kinesis in the jungle. This guy is a madman in the jungle, by the way. Kazakh here, Kashi, and Aleem. Aleem as well also really kind of shines from the group stage performances. But I'm just saying, the jungle, Kinesis here, is someone to really keep your eye on for this matchup.
Well, if we're talking about junglers here, also Team Saudi Arabia has its own way of utilizing the meta right now. Frederick is up on the charts. We also have Paquito being used in the jungle. We have Daroth being used in the jungle. But one thing that stands here from these two teams had their own record as well back in Riyadh. The roam picks as well has a great chance of showing up. Cho has always been present.
Troll.
Yeah.
Now remember, one thing about Troll is, and even with the name, let's hold on. Let me hold that for a second. We're gonna look here at the head-to-head, Coven and Aleem. These two guys specifically are pulling just so much weight for their team in terms of the matchups that they've been through. You know, of course, the kill participation going in favor of Cuffin here. He's all over the place in a lot of these team fights. But one thing too that I have to say is, again, the statistics, at least from the group stages and everything, Aleem has been someone that is doing massive things, right, for Kazakhstan. And again, I feel like a lot of people still at this point, yeah, you know, roamers are starting to build up that reputation, but still I feel like some people kind of count out that role, count out that lane, when really it's a lot of the times the roamers who are changing the course of these games, these matches, turning things around, and it's such a big, impactful role.
Yeah, it's the EXP or the roam for Team Kazakhstan, because if we look at some of the records back then, well, it's always about the Cho, who has an awesome skin right now, by the way. We have a new championship skin present. Oh, it's so good to even look at. Even we might see it here for this match. So a lot of things would actually be contested in the draft. Will they go for the comfort picks? Will they go for the strong picks, either from Saudi Arabia or from Team Kazakhstan? Because you've said Aleem as well is also a powerhouse of a player for this team.
And not just Aleem, right? Just, again, Kinesis specifically is someone, when we just look at, even if you were just tuned in with us, let's say yesterday, or you did catch day one of the group stage, right? I know it was a little bit of a longer day if you guys were watching there, but the thing is Kinesis was literally holding his own in the jungle against some of the best junglers currently in this tournament, right? And a lot of the times, too, it kind of comes down to that. Even if your team is losing, let's say, that mid-game, but if you're able to secure yourself those objectives, especially the Lords later on,
the clutch.
Under the pressure, the clutch retries, then, you know, it takes a certain type of jungler to be able to do that under that certain amount of pressure. And I feel like he's one of those players that can make those plays.
Highly mechanical, skilled, both present.
Yeah.
From these two teams right now, Kazakhstan and also Saudi Arabia. It all comes down on how will they prioritize the meta right now, because if we think from the series number 1, it was the Fredrin being staple, it was the Rizla being staple. If the roam is concerned, we could either see Novaria roam that we also witness as well, Novaria, and also, well, in any chance maybe Paquito roam. If
I don't know, you keep going on the Paquito roam.
It happened. It just happened.
I know it can happen, but I just feel like in terms of this, I don't see that happening. Like, now that we're in the playoffs, I know that it's happened, but now that we're in the playoffs, it would take a very, I would say, interesting strategy, team composition, to want to go that route, right? And with that being said, I just feel like, too, we're in a place where you could go ahead and opt for some of those sustain roams, some of those options like we've seen with the Angelas or the Florence.
Angela, Diggy, Estes even.
Yeah, that is a possibility. But still, when you're talking about these two teams specifically, like Troll is, when we've seen Troll play before, he's like, I just don't see him really utilizing his play style as an Angela.
Yeah,
like, that is not
he would want to flash with someone who kicks and uses Shunpo a lot quicker than evade skills. Is that what you mean? Yeah, I get with the Angela. We've seen also global players actually adapt the Angela, who's actually missing some buttons to make team fights work. But it's a great point, because Lancelot has been present, Fanny has been present. Angela is a great addition if you're invading, if you're engaging most of the jungle camps of your team.
Yeah, I think too, you know, like as we build up on the Rome, and we kind of talk about that, it's just one of the, I feel like Rome role, like I said, it's kind of up in the air at this point with really what you want to do, what kind of play style you want to go with. Troll is someone, like I was saying, as we talk about these two Romes across from each other, Troll had his great games that we saw before, in the Asian Championships. But as the time went on, it's like if you bite too much, then you can chew or something. You know what I mean? Like, you get a little overzealous. And some people are like, dude, he's literally living up to his name. Like, maybe he's trolling. Like, Troll is trolling. But I just feel like he has
his next step
Yeah,
is.
I just feel like he has this certain play style where he takes those risks for a lot of times, and that's why I kind of expect him to play those heroes that kind of fall there.
Either he's bluffing or not, but we're hovering through the hero picks right now. We're in the draft. If this is correct, we were seeing the Variaban, also the Baksha. We were talking about the one who can counter those healings, the one who can support those assassin hero picks. That can be a problem, but the Angela, you've mentioned the Angela, you've mentioned the Baksha. But on the other hand, a great setup as well. They've taken out the Joy, taken out the Kata, even the Fredrin. A great way to position this Eve in team fights. And, oh man, this one also, the Martis as well. Great picks here. And this is one way to see the counter draft on the first phase of Team Saudi Arabia. Will they go for the jungler next, though?
I think they could, knowing that Martis is already locked in.
Introducing my buddy.
But instead, okay, they go with the Rome option, they go with the Marksman, gold lane, and they capped it out right earlier on, the priority with the Valentina. So those are already good choices. Again, this one, you're really just kind of expecting
the proof that I'm
the
still
Valentina.
alive.
Take the RWM, go ahead and work with that. Fight the objectives if you can, and like we saw from the previous series, RSX, Divine Judgment, the impact, the value of that is going to be crucial here to find the Brody time after time.
Well, with another setup, the Florian as well. We know Tarzan being, again, using the link back in the Asian Oceanic qualifiers. They're respecting the possible power pick of the side of Saudi Arabia. So with the Florian also being banned, it's focused mostly on the healing.
Yeah, because this is what I was saying. Like when we watch them play throughout the Asian Championships, these two teams are very familiar with each other, and they knew that this kind of sustained healing lineup.
Yeah,
it's not really fun to deal with.
I
Right?
don't
And
want
they
it.
felt that way in the Asian Championship.
Yeah, you don't want something that you want to keep invading and suddenly just regens up and over. And well, what better way to leave it out of the equation is just take them all out. And also the Akai as well. Focused on possible picks of Tarzan as well, the Akai and even the XP. Oh, they banned themselves from Saudi Arabia. No, there's also an Eve on the other side.
Okay. Yeah, this lineup right now, this Kufra too, I'm kind of surprised we didn't see him in the previous series, especially when the Fanny was the picked up. I'm not sure, I can't recall I think he was banned actually, but Kufra, this is kind of what we've been seeing, right? With a lot of the meta, the way it's kind of fallen into place, we see a lot of like the Kufra, the Martiz, so you got that utility jungler, but you're not like too squishy at the same time. And then you round it out, right, with a very durable, I would say, XP lane. And so we'll see if they kind of go that route for now as they get through this last phase. They have another pick here coming up. Okay, the Kufra wasn't locked in. Now it's locked in. So this is what I was saying. Great kind of rounded composition. You just have to make sure, so far with the first 4 picks here, that you don't get the -1. And anytime the Kanja is locked in, that's what you're expecting. If this Lancelot is locked in, it's like what we saw from the previous series, right? You're looking at the Divine Judgment, dragging it into your Lancelot with the just lined up Phantom Execution. And that's what we saw time and time again. There you go. Edith is locked in as well.
Complete layering of skills, and also CC coming through from Saudi Arabia. But by just looking at, we talked about the Lapu Lapu being on the 33rd on the charts of this IESF group stages. Now it's just showing up. A lot of things are showing up right now to this draft. So they have too much CC here for the side of Kazakhstan. But again, it will all check on how will the damage go here. How will the damage will be, again, worked upon early game, because it's just the Brody or even the Eve could suffice this kind of team fights. There's so much CC. You need to also answer the side of the early game power spike of Saudi Arabia.
Well, I think, again, as we kind of contemplate exactly how they execute that, it's just your damage department for Kazakhstan specifically it's kind of multifaceted, right? Like, you have good tools in each department, but at the same time, if you just lose one automatically, and this is the power of Kaja, right?
The power of Kaja.
Literally the power of Kaja, literally the power of the divine judgment, if you will, right? Like, that's the downside of playing against it. Like, you have to be on point, and this is what we saw, like I was pointing out from the previous series, OSX, where the defensive flickers were on point, right, from Easy PD last series. So
their micro game right now, man, is just up on the charts right now, completing and having this, of surprising everybody right now in the playoff stage. I'm headed for the first game. It's Saudi Arabia versus Kazakhstan for the second series of the playoff stage in MLBB.
Okay, again, something that has risen, like, through, I would say, the past couple months, of course, it's a tongue twister, man. The popularity is this Edith. This Edith pick, I feel like was a sleeper for a while, like, as a hero. She's always been amazing, but like now in the way things kind of fall into place, she provides so much in these compositions that are usually picked up in the competitive scene, right? And I just feel like whether she's Roam, whether she's XP, it's a value pick. And it's something, once again, like I said, CC is king right now in the current meta and has been. And, here's a focus on Sanji right now. Okay, he's going to burn the flicker. But again, if you're able to get those combinations off well with the Divine Judgment, get that numbers advantage, you're setting yourself up for a good position for Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, if we look at on the early game chance here, even the composition of Saudi Arabia, they have the lances much more slippery, heading to the back line of the side of Kazakhstan, because right now in the early game, you need to, might want to hold on those waves just to be cleared up against this Claude, because most of the time you need to have these items if the whole team relies on your composition. Meanwhile, Troll just close on hitting level 3, just spammed by Red, Kinesis, and Kashi, just gaining control in the river.
And then this build-up, right, is typical of what we see. At least building up to that first turtle, which is coming up in just a couple seconds here. You can see, too, not everyone having that ultimate available just yet, which is going to be crucial here, but Kinesis, like I said, what we've seen from him, performance in the group stages, expect him to be on fire here for the Retribution. So Tarzan gonna have to be able to do the same thing. Troll just waiting for that level 4.
Who's gonna take this first objective? Low on mana, Kashi is trying to peek here on who's gonna take this coverage, but AoE's been set up. Real manipulation by Red has been placed down. Who's gonna reversal? It's gonna be Kinesis taking this one for the first objective. Like HP bars dropping down, Sanji as well, trying to pull in for the team, but Kinesis takes the first blood. Sanji falls down, and this is clearly a point for Kazakhstan.
Great take there, right? And at the same time, you kind of saw it. As everybody waited to have those ultimates really available to them, the fact that Kinesis able to secure the kill there, able to build up on that momentum on the Smarties is something, like I said, that most teams have to watch out for. He's an amazing jungler from what we've seen, where he can hold his own against some of the best in the world here for this tournament. So that, like I said, the fact, too, that he's going to be locking down those objectives, you have to take care of it if you're Saudi Arabia, now before later, right? So the work there, at least for this part of the game, leading into mid-game, will be up to Troll.
Troll right now is rocking on the Quantum Charge. Those hits, well, choosing over the focusing mark on rather taking the Quantum Charge is much more an effective way of utilizing those basic hits if you're a Kaja, those free hits. If you want to say for the team, because most of the time we try to get in for a peek on those bushes and try to see on where they're coming from. Kashi has been doing this again, check bushes with prioritizing the ultimate who might be landed upon for the side of Saudi Arabia. But now the discipline of the scene right now is completely on the priority. Or as you said, they need to get hold of the objectives and they need to get hold of the lanes now. But looking at the goal in on the EXP lane, it's just Sanji just giving so much away on the river as well. Look at that, spamming over the river. Kashi dropping down the bar, HP bar on the show, the pull, Divine Judgment. Oh, and that's a Thor Department member connecting right onto his own turret. Kazakhstan, another kill. Now their eye on his sword, but Kinesis tolls it.
Great pickup there. And this is what I'm saying, like the push and kind of pull going back and forth, these little micro decisions, they're really controlling this early game. And I think that's what Kazakhstan has to do. And this is what we've seen them do. And so they fight it out. Turtle taken.
An objective taken, and as well as Starzan down. The objectives right now is trying to be in the side of Kazakhstan. The coverage, the RWM being set up at most of the times, the objectives just flowing all over the map. It forces a lot of resources out of Saudi Arabia. How do they address that? Because there's so much cash, there's so much damage being built up. Because we were talking about the draft, they need to have more time to get those items properly for Red and even for the Brody. Trying to contest over this Red Kazakhstan ceiling, that's the ultimate. Hugging down Coffin, Kinesis another time, secures the kill.
Did I not say, keep your eyes on Kinesis, right? I feel like this is what people are feeling after the group stages. Yeah. They're like, wow, this guy is insane. And he's showing it here so far in the Marches, 3-0. And you saw too, like at this point, their confidence level is so high, they make plays like this.
Yeah, speaking of plays, Kakashi now just in the middle of that blazing duet. BMI out for Lark. Kakashi almost low on health, but man is still present though.
As I was saying, the confidence there from Kazakhstan is they're going to be looking for some of these risky plays if they can find them too. And, you know, at that point...
Tarzan? Oh, not going to miss that one. Kazakh secures the kill. He's just all over the place trying to get into the objectives. You were talking about that earlier.
I keep trying to talk about confidence, and like it's showing time after time.
And speaking of confidence, now set up again from Kazakhstan. Red takes another kill. Coffin is down. Now having the advantage over this first tier turret, Kazakhstan has eye on this lane to even have a push. Now at this point in time, Troll might even give up on this one.
And it just keeps happening. At this point, it's a domino effect, OSX. You can see them now taking another buff. There's no entry points at all, it seems like, for Saudi Arabia. As they continue to lose the buffs, as they continue to lose objectives and space to work with, it gets harder and harder. You can already see, right? Gold lead starting to build here. The next turtle is up, most likely going to be taken here by Kazakhstan unless Tarzan can pull something amazing out. But you can see it too, even focus on other parts of the map and lane.
Yeah, look at that, almost 2 XP gap here from Kinesis, a 3-0, and you have Dominance Ice present for Akashi. He has a way to drain those defenses in the regen. Troll on the other hand being caught in RWM. Who's going to get this? Will he be in their defensive with reinforcement of Team Saudi Arabia? Tournament will connect, but not enough damage though. Troll would really want to eye and help in Tarzan. Who's going to take the turtle? It's going to be Tarzan. Finally getting their first objective onto this game. Meanwhile, Kinesis got a pull. Troll gets a Divine Judgment out of Kazakh, but will they get in? This reinforcement of Kazakhstan. Tarzan is trying to escape this, but no! Decimate is too powerful for you to escape with the catch and the damage. Kazakhstan securing that follow-up from that turtle take that Saudi Arabia took from them.
I thought he would use it, like he didn't even use it. He held on to it. Like there were so many low members there, and he still has that ultimate available to him. So, you know, again, at this point, it's just getting harder and harder here for Saudi Arabia to really find these moments and these early skirmishes. And now, again, like it leads up to that Lord, right? The first Lord of the game, it's going to get increasingly more difficult to deal with that because the zone potential is so huge for Kazakhstan and the lead that they have. You know, 4,000. It might not seem like much, but just the gap alone between the junglers means it's going to be that much harder for Tarzan.
Yeah. Sanji, 3 members here up top though, using the onward, using the ultimate to escape that. They're giving away this turret up top, bro. Pushing and pulling members out. Look at that, Sanji being trapped in RWM with a knock-up. Ultimate be hugging in the wall. Kinesis secures another kill. And another turret secured by Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, down bottom, they're trying to eye on this first-tier turret on EXP, but they can't have any.
Time after time, plays being made here by Kazakhstan. And as this leads in, 30 seconds away from the Lord, as I was just saying earlier, before that play on the tier 2, Lord is going to be controlled by Kazakhstan.
Look at that. Another orange rather, taken from the side of Team Saudi Arabia. Going back on this replay, a lot of CCs, a lot of pokes, damage, impure reach, no deaths from Red, from Kazakhstan. Taking over coverage on AoE time and time again. First Lord is up though. Will this be a great way for Saudi Arabia to bounce back by taking this objective?
I don't think they, it would not be a great decision to try to fight this, right? They are making movements here. Here comes the conceal.
Oh, the conceal play. Tarzan will be able to get this. Lord, no, he won't. Red secures the objective, but right now it's the Blazing Duat. Will it be the damage that they need for the side of Kazakhstan? But no, it won't. Kinesis is now unstoppable. Take another jungler out. 2-man, 3-man knockout by Sanji, trying to buy time for the team for the reinforcement. But no, 2 members are down for Saudi Arabia. No casualties for Kazakhstan. 10 points, 10 kills in. No objectives being stolen upon them by Saudi Arabia.
Oh man, look at that, right? And this is what I was talking about. If they decide to fight here, it's crucial that if they can get a pick off, great. But most likely it's I don't want to say it's impossible. Nothing's impossible, but it's very difficult to the point where it's almost like you have a death wish, right? So now they have to deal with the Lord mid lane though.
We got Tarzan got caught right in the middle. RW set up, but once again, how will they fight back from this? Kinesis right now had his first a shutdown by Cuffin. Saudi Arabia finally gets 2 points in. Now they're holding over this minion waves to be cleared right now, plus a Lord up top. 3 members still present though from Kazakhstan.
Okay, right now they got to deal with the Lord. They should be able to just perfectly fine. They lose a little bit of health on these inhibitor turrets, but ultimately Saudi Arabia is going to hold on, right? They finally took out Kinesis, like you mentioned. He fell, and that if they did not get that kill, then the most likely could have resulted in inhibitor turret going down as well. But right now, Saudi Arabia holding on. The gap is still there, though, right? You're talking about 7,000 gold difference, 6, 7.
Yeah.
So time-wise, we're 11 minutes in. You have about a minute and a little bit before the next Lord. Can you farm up as much as possible on Lark? This is great. He just picked up Malefic Roar. Look at the items. He's got 3. He's got the 3 that usually Claude needs to be impactful, but still, if your entry isn't, I would say, the best here against what at least the defensive choices that Kazakhstan has, your Blazing Duet's not going to do anything. Like, it's not going to be enough to turn the tide, basically.
Again, if you're trapped in the RWM of an Eve and most of the CCs that you can get from the side of Kazakhstan, you need to have more penetration. You need to have more ways of taking either 1 and 2 in the team force that they can get, since they have an answer by using Sanji or even Troll with the pickoffs, and that could be an easy way for them to actually give kills for Lark as they head onto this game. They're eyeing onto the top lane. They're looking for a way of checking on the bushes of Kazakhstan, but most of the time the coverage right now, there's not even a turret taken from the side of Kazakhstan, Naisu.
Yeah, space is not your fault. Space is not in your favor, man.
And again, Kazakh. Whoa, look at that regen right onto 4. I kind of think that he might escape having that was just 4 members. Having the dominance ice in just a few minutes just onto this game phase is just completely a great item to be picked off up against these 4 members of Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, the Lord here, they're just waiting for them who makes the first move and letting them through their border.
Okay, right now, still going to be fighting for it. Doesn't reset yet.
Sanji with the Primal Wrath. Will this be the answer? Takes down Aleem. There's no marksman for side of Kazakhstan. Sanji, on the other hand, might go down. Kashi and 3 members of Kazakhstan are out of the coverage of this Lord pit. Now it's still Saudi Arabia looking for the kill, but right now Troll has flickered out. Kashi has a great way of holding him down, securing the kill. Red takes another point for Kazakhstan, 13 points in.
The great thing, as we take a look at this replay, they got the Lord, right? Saudi Arabia able to get it. Sanji with a nice 1-2 punch, knock up there. They go in, they get the kill on Aleem, losing a lot of that firepower. Lord, both retries came out. Tarzan was able to secure it though. So that is a little bit of a saving grace for Saudi Arabia. The question will be, can they finally utilize that to get some space to work with on the map? Because prior to this, they had no turrets down, right?
Yeah.
Lord, it looks like, as we were looking at the replay, Lord was just wiped off the map. So again, that is the lead that Kazakhstan built themselves. And so even looking at the items, right, still, Saudi Arabia has to kind of continue to farm up, build up. Great thing. There it is again. Wind of Nature picked up. Lark is going to be where he needs to be. He's actually pretty much even with Kazakhstan's gold laner, right? So him and Aleem are dead center, but again, can you really utilize that blazing duet? Can you find that perfect divine judgment that you're looking for from Troll to get that numbers advantage? Those are the boxes that have to be checked here, basically from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, Coffin as well. He has more actually times to utilize the ultimate to be taken inside of Kazakhstan. Either you take one from the Eve, you have the coverage, or either you take the ultimate out from the Kufra. Well, it's not much, but if you there's too much setups anyway. But right now, they probably want to get a pick of either 2 or 3 from Kazakhstan. But right now, at this point of time, they're eyeing over the space, though. Nobody's touching. Again, Kashi destroying and taking this last turret up top. But meanwhile, in the middle,
there you go.
Kenise just falls down. Just right in the turret, man. Completely being taken by Saudi Arabia.
So great job. I mean, they get a pick, right? That's great for them. But still, you know, Lord is still a ways away. Kinesis will be back up by the time that's up. And I think the biggest thing is, yes, they've gotten a couple turrets here, but still, can you get that mid lane tier 1 down? Like, that is the next kind of chopping block here for Saudi Arabia. They need to be able to move around this portion of the map, especially when that Lord comes up. So, Kashi though.
Kashi with the setup. He got one out of Saudi Arabia, but Scuffin escaping. He won't evade the damage of Kazakh coming out from the bravest fighter, but now it's up against 3. They're being chased down right now. Kashi is looking for a way to slow them down. Void Crystal, though, is trying to be used here up against Saudi Arabia to have a sticky escape, but no entry yet for the first tier turret right in the middle of Kazakhstan.
And we find ourselves again at that position. The Lord's going to be up here. Saudi Arabia might want to go ahead and just try to buy time, waiting for Kuffin to join this fight right now with the numbers advantage. Kazakhstan in a good position. You can see even Troll, right? Troll might wait for that moment to at least delay this a little bit. Kuffin is now coming online here. And he's got to make his way here. It's so fast, though.
Oh, no. He missed the position there, trying to get an angle for his team. Meanwhile, he's been holed by Kazakh. Kinesis secures the objective. Now they're on pursuit. Troll might be the first casualty, or even Tarzan. But now they retreat. Another objective taken by Kazakhstan. They're going to go in for the push. But just by looking at these items right now, Brody has all the tools that he needs, especially for this Martyrs. There's a lot of things to answer. They push Saudi Arabia in most of the defensive items that instead of an offensive way of attacking Kazakhstan.
Yeah, and even as you look at the items here, like I said, the kind of frontline durability of Kazakhstan is what's really helping them. Not only that, but the option to just throw Kashi in the mix, right? Like, charge up your Time Rinse Revenge and Rage and get to where you need to be, especially at this point in the game. This Lord marching up the top side, yes, you can defend, yes, you can clear waves pretty well, but you've got to watch out for the initiation here. So they already lose that inhibitor turret. Now they have to hold on. Most likely will lose all the turrets of their base, right? Because they're at the whims of Kashi setting something up if he wants to. If not, they can slowly go about this, knocking these turrets down. Red just picking up a Divine Glaze, so that damage is going to hurt even more. So it looks like right now they're waiting for that last wave to march in. Let's see if they can hold on.
Are they just delaying the inevitable now? Onto the base, Kazakhstan is in. They're targeting Sanji, but Kazakh is trying to pull in 2 or 3. They're looking for an eye on this base right now, but they're being caged in to clear the minions. But how are they getting through this? Kashi as well is falling down on the HP bars. Still has the immortality now being used and popped in right in the base of Saudi Arabia. Now waves are pushing in. Is this just the inevitable being delayed? But look at that, another charge right on to the team fighting set of Kazakhstan. 2 or 3 members could be taken away, but now it's still Tarzan falling down once again from Kinesis, and 4 more members are trying to hold on. Meanwhile, raging in 3, Sanji can't do much from that real-world manipulation, and now Aleem is just targeting onto the base, locking in the turret, and Kazakhstan takes the first point up against Saudi Arabia.
Great game there. It almost looked like Saudi Arabia was going to be able to hold on. It actually looked like that for a second. Even Kashi, as we were saying, building into that kind of base push, it was on the whims of Kashi. He went in, set things up with the Kufra, found the mark, and that started everything there. But it did look like, even without Lark went down, Saudi Arabia was holding on a little bit longer, but just, you know, great timing coming out from Kazakhstan, able to close out that game 1.
Yeah, and most of the parts, they forced a lot of ultimates, they forced a lot of resources. That was the time that Tarzan was trying to have a way of stealing either an orange or a purple.
Yeah.
It was just falling right into his death most of the time that he wants to gain back those objectives. You said it on the first part of the draft, like how will they make this work? What is the recipe for this one? Because they banned mostly the power picks of Saudi Arabia back when they met in Riyadh.
I think it's just the execution was there, obviously, for Kazakhstan. Like, there was some moments where Saudi Arabia had some fight in them. It looked that way, at least. You know, there was moments there where they were able to find the divine judgments they were looking for from Troll, but still, ultimately, they just did not find the tide in their favor. Yes, they got one of the Lords, right? They were able to secure that, but still, even with that, they weren't really able to utilize it, to march into that side of the map, get the space that they needed. And that could just be because at that point, Kazakhstan was so confident they were so far ahead.
Yeah.
You know, yes, I would say that, yes, they were able to build themselves up, but again, great way to close it out there for game 1 for Kazakhstan. But that's game number 1. We are going to be taking a short break, so sit tight with us. We'll be back for game number 2.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan Cuza, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here. Coming at you live once again from Yash, Romania. If you're just joining us, we're smack dab in the second series for MLBB WEC between Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan taking game one. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with OSX, here to bring you the action.
Hey. Now, it's been actually Kazakhstan taken over game number one, not leaving a point for Saudi Arabia until 10, 12 minutes into the game, completely having their way of adapting or improving something out of the meta from the group stages to now to the playoffs. Now, how is Saudi Arabia going to bounce back from this, knowing that most of the time, they've been taken out of their comfort picks. The Ling, the Assassin, even Tarzan was forced to pick out the Lancelot. Will the answer be on game number two? Will they transfer the sides this time around?
I think the biggest thing is, if they want to, like what, you know how they focused all those support bans previous game?
Yep.
They could possibly just go that route. We saw that so much in the Asian Championships. Maybe they play that route. If they don't, maybe it's locking in a signature troll pick. But even at that point, I don't think that's the answer for against this team, Kazakhstan. Because what we talked about from, yes, this is kind of like their, redemption arc in a way, because they already fought against Saudi Arabia in that best of three series back in the Asian Championships. But just the improvement, like we said, from Kazakhstan, and then seeing what they've accomplished in the group stages alone leading into today, it's amazing, right? So I think even if you're talking about comfort picks alone for Saudi Arabia, that's not enough. Yeah, you might get the heroes you want to play, but still, when it comes to that fundamental level, the micro level, Kazakhstan is just playing better. And that's what we've that's what we've seen from them from yesterday, the day before, and what we saw in the game one.
The micro and the macro plays of Kazakhstan has been doing from game number one. That's the first two things that you need to adjust for. Once you have a way of countering them into the draft, execution will also be checked, right? If you're Saudi Arabia, you might want to have this counter way of maybe checking out of the meta of how Kazakhstan uses this from game number one. As you said, they might take their eye off of the roam or the healers, the heroes that might show up for the side of Kazakhstan. Maybe look for another key player that can be effective on their side.
If I was to choose a key player here, we've already talked quite a bit about Troll, but I would actually just focus on the jungle, right? In this specific matchup alone, Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, comparing with Tarzan versus Kinesis. And the fact that, like we said from before the game one even started, Kinesis, the fact that he's already, in a way, proved himself from the group stage, that he's holding his own against some of the best junglers out there. You have to be able to control that and handle that if you're Saudi Arabia looking to take this to game three. So, with that said, we're in game number two draft. You can already see it kind of falling into place, right? Kazakhstan, right away, taking the Fredrin, the Valier, the Claude.
The only way to counter a Valier is a Valier.
Well,
you push away literally everything. Well, it's a good pick with the Valentina, though.
What a theory.
Yeah. I can't find any ways, man, because if you use the ultimate, you release... Well, oh yeah, okay.
But
you're going
go
with
with Valentina.
Yeah, because this Valier pick for the side of Kazakhstan is so much effective in the micro scale. If you want to penetrate the back line of this team, you have a way of pushing them out of their own AoE setups that they can use. With the presence of Valentina for the side of Saudi Arabia, yeah, they can take something out of the ultimates from the side of Kazakhstan, but for this point, they're securing more of their strategy in a macro level that we've seen back in Riyadh. But now they're still respecting the Ling still in the first phase of the bans.
Now, as we get through the second phase of these bans, I'm trying to think too, what exactly Saudi Arabia can do with this draft, especially that second phase, right? The first part's already locked in, and we were talking about this specific pick for a while before even the first series of the day, OSX, the Baksha. How it's typically, picked up not only for its mobility, but the fact that the way the passive works, and it's kind of that anti-sustain, anti-heal. It's the only thing that kind of bothers me about it is usually Baksha, it has to, in a way, when it comes down to those jungle matchups, if you will, during the objectives, you really need the support there. Because, yeah, you're rolling around, you're quite tanky yourself. But
me a target.
not only that, but with a Valir across from you, it gets increasingly difficult to secure those objectives, right? And this is already automatic push, but this is already something that we saw from the previous series. Like I said, you have to be able to get those initiations, find those angles you're looking for if you're Tarzan, and win those objective fights against someone like Kinesis. That is the hard part here. So I like this. As I was saying that, they go ahead and lock in the Terizla. Great option here, as we've been saying throughout the course of this tournament.
Wow.
But still, like, what is your gold lane option here? You know, as you go through that, is it the Aerithil? Like, do we see that pop up?
Good ban though on this Leslie. If you have a Claude present on your composition and you have a Veil or a Valir rather being present to push all the initiations from the front line, you don't want that ultimate being used over and over again to reveal like a short amount of distance on where is your marksman or even on your team that you're trying to hide. So with this point, they're securing more of the weaknesses that their heroes might again come across with, and easy as well. They used it again, and also the Lapu Lapu. Man, they're rising the win rate out of this hero. Being stuck in the 30, 29 an hour stats here, just Lapu Lapu showing once again in game number 2, up against the Terizla though.
Yeah, but remember, this is, like, if you look back on the history of it, from even the Asian Championships, like, this is a signature pick, if you will, for Kazakh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw him make, like, world-class level plays with the Lapu Lapu. And that's what he's looking to do here. So, very well-rounded lineup, great team composition. I can say the same across the board for Saudi Arabia. The fact that they picked in the carry here, it helps, right? It helps with some of the tankiness that Kazakhstan has, but the only downside of it, again, is your range. Like, anytime carry is locked in, you really have to be able to micro yourself in those moments, you know, staying alive, working around with that small range you have, especially against a Claude, whose sole job is to literally just enter the battle, blazing duet, and like get out of there.
Peek out, and this is, that's a great point to actually talked right now, because if you were carry and up against a Claude and you have 3 heroes from Kazakhstan that they actually push you away if you lose your target, this brings in pressure for the Franco to even get a good bloody hunt onto members of Kazakhstan.
Knowing that too, but I'm wondering, like, what battle spell do you take here for the carry? Like, you would assume you have the Purify, right? It's not. It's Flicker. So you're going for the defensive. You're going for the defensive Flicker as much as possible, because there's so much CC. And then, you know, as we talk about the Valir specifically, just that alone is enough to put pressure on a lot of these gold lanes in these early skirmishes and team fights later on.
Yeah, and we're seeing a bit of a way of starting up their early game. Meanwhile, Kazakh receives half of the damage. His HP's on half right now, up against Sanji on level 2. Terizla on early game is a good way of just pushing a pressure out of the turrets on the enemy side.
Yeah, right now too, you know, anytime it's an XP laner versus Terizla, it's, for the most part, it's just better to kind of be passive in that lane as much as possible, not letting, you know, him getting a huge lead, whether that's a kill or 2 early on. And just, especially in the sense of Lapu Lapu, like, your job later for those objectives is just to be able to find those stuns, utilize that bravest fighter the best you can.
Yeah, and a good point though, because if you are a Lapu Lapu, you would want to have the Dominance Ice right in your inventory, because if you're up against Terizla here, a lot of, again, if he gets his hand on the Bloodlust Axe, he gets so much life and he gets so much spell vamp, and having this a Brave Smite onto his emblem, he could actually have his way of holding his own lane and not give him again, a bit of a pressure on the other side of the lanes, because he can focus more on himself in the XP lane, which is a great factor as well to push down their macro game for Team Saudi Arabia.
And as this, like I was saying, early game, as passive as possible here, right? Especially for Saudi Arabia. If you can land the hooks, great. But so far, you want to just keep your entire team together for that first objective, which is going to be this turtle. You see both teams kind of lining up 4 versus 4, both gold laners waiting in the bottom lane. Not needed for this first one.
Kinesis eyeing on Sanji. Meanwhile, all 4 heroes are present on their ultimates. Kazakh takes the first objective. Now getting onto the team fight. Kinesis is trying to bounce out of that battle, but Tarzan is trying to hold it. Look at a regen. Torres Poison's being used Onward, says Red. Primal Wrath made it through the damage. Tarzan falls down and exchanges while Troll takes a kill. 2-1 from the first turtle of the game.
Solid start there, Kazakhstan, able to get the turtle as well as a couple kills, but the response as well from Saudi Arabia. But the kill went over to Troll, right? And that could work out for their favor as he is rolling that focusing mark. He is going to be a very big asset here to the success of Saudi Arabia in this game too, if they can pull it off, right? Like what we saw from the first series where Maro was really able to utilize the Franco with this same emblem set. That would be amazing. Obviously for Lark to get to the point where he is that huge threat on this carry. But right now, it's slow building, right? We're only 3 minutes in.
Yeah. We have Ferocian Scythe present on a Lark. We were talking about the marksman for the matchup from Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia. Now he has more ways of amplifying the damage of the basic hits that he can do in most of his lanes to farm up for those second and third item for damage penetration. As we are looking at the lineup of Kazakhstan right now, they have so much way of pulling and pushing out. Look at that Sanji and Kazakhstan with a showdown. Look at the recalls. Now on to this top lane. We're getting much attention. Sanji flickers out. Okay, we have Team Kazakhstan just pushing and giving pressure. Meanwhile, down bottom, two-man knock-up. Red goes down into protection and use the Primal Wrath for his defense. Now looking at the coverage. Wow, Saudi Arabia, meanwhile, top. He did let Sanji go. Still going with the regen. Look at this hell map now as Kazakh takes the kill. Sanji falls down. They did not let go. But meanwhile, here comes the pursuit. Oh, Iron Hook would not connect. Look at the pushback from the ultimate coming from that Vengeance Flame on Kashi. A lot of ways to push back members of Saudi Arabia, but now look at that reinforcement. Now there's more way of getting a comeback on those kinds of team fights.
Right now, all of that happening across the map. They're going to go ahead and just trade it over. Turtle going to be secured here by Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, still looking for a play in the mid.
Iron Hook still not connecting, though, for Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, the action here is happening right onto the mid lane. Look at the pokes coming in from Sanji, but Kazakhstan has secures the objective, so no casualty at first. Meanwhile, they're eyeing over the gold lane from Saudi Arabia.
So here's the great thing, right? With all this stuff happening, Lark is able to just farm up. Oh, Troll, though. All right, he's going to flicker out. Oh, hook not going to land either. Almost, closely. If he landed that hook, great. They probably could have resulted into a kill. But at least for Saudi Arabia, at this point in the game, Lark hasn't gone down. He's been able to mainly just farm up, but so has Aleem, right? And as we transition mid to late game, that's going to be crucial for them. What gold laner is really able to shine? Like we saw from game one, they were technically neck to neck in gold. They farmed up really well given the circumstances, and they're going to probably do the same thing this time. Now with Kashi, big item pickup, gets the Ice Queen wand here, going to help him land those fireballs even better. Still going though, Tarzan.
On half HP, he might not survive this. Kashi secures the kill, getting up the Ice Queen wand. The slow right now, he just keeps on going. Look at that.
Damage.
Oh, damage from Lark is now showing. Blazing Duet trying to damage through Lark right in his turret, but just a push away for Saudi Arabia, Kazakhstan, trying to feel some damage right out of that team.
Good pickup there for Lark. As I was saying, right, he needs time to go ahead and keep building up. You can see too, gold between the two gold laners, relatively even. They get the flicker out from Cuffin here, mid lane, still looking for plays. I think that's one of the biggest things about the lineup that Kazakhstan has, is they're able to get these resources out, even if it's just battle spells. Right?
Yeah.
They're gonna force Lark back to base here, he's gotta heal up. And that's what we kind of see Kazakhstan doing. This is, you know, that macro and even to the micro play that they're working around here, and it's kind of difficult when it keeps going in their favor little by little, even if it's not a kill. Like, they don't get a kill, but they get battle spells or ultimates down. And it leads to these just minor leads in gold. And at this point, they've managed to get that 3K ahead now.
Yeah, and they will manage to get Coffin for this one. Red with the onward Kashi now. Bounces out of the battle. Troll, meanwhile, receives damage from Aleem. Yeah, you were talking about forcing out resources out from Saudi Arabia. But right now, they need to hold on to that trigger to not being used right onto those way of having a gank or on the lane. Meanwhile, Kinesis, though, takes in another triple for his team. Meanwhile, Tarzan can't get even an inch of a peek to use his retribution. Now that's three members. Appraiser's Wrath won't connect to Sanji. Oh, he's just finding his way back to his own turret, but no, that's three members of Kazakhstan taking him down. not this time again.
That's the only feels bad when you're playing Turizla. Like he's so, like the animations are so slow and heavy, and then you get canceled, right? Feels bad now. The pressure in the mid lane here, still putting on it.
Yeah, Tarzan's trying to hold through. Torres Busan's not being used yet though, but still the taunt from that Fredrin gets them another point. 9 kills onto Kazakhstan. There's a push up top from Kazakh. Now, how will they address this? Will the damage right now be the answer? In 8 minutes, there's a 5K gold lead from Kazakhstan right now, Naisu.
You know, there's this saying, especially when Fredrins, right? Like they get to this point of the game. Oh, there's the hook. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. Disengage. When Fredrins get to this point of the game and they start having like this kind of KDA, you know what it's called, right? Yeah. Psycho Fredrin.
Yeah. Correct.
No, that's the thing. Like they call him Psycho Fredrin, right? And Kinesis, the guy that I was telling you before the series started, like keep an eye on him. Because even if he's playing a jungler like Fredrin, who's just supposed to be this, you know, tanky utility guy, and he starts getting this kind of KDA, gets this confident, has a 3-0-4, has the items he needs, it spells a disaster for the opposing team, right? And this is why, again, Fredrin is such a high priority hero pick for a lot of these teams.
He's number 1
around the world.
Even on this tournament right now in the World Esports Championships, he's ranking number 1 on the stats right now. I felt the conceal now being used.
Oh.
Look at the flicker. Will this be the answer of Team Kazakhstan to penetrate Saudi Arabia? Now Tarzan again being right in the middle of 4. Look at that with a bounce back of damage. The damage of Lark is not enough, but they take down another kill out of Tarzan. 4 kills onto the jungle of Saudi Arabia. And yeah, they have completely stolen that one thing out of the purple now. And another objective is being taken by Kazakhstan.
Tarzan not having a good day, right? He's not having a good jungle this game. And as we were talking about in the draft, man, Baksha, when he's locked in, you have a certain amount of utility, but if you are this far behind and you're now sitting at 0-4, you can't really get these objectives. You can't contest them. What can you do but take the brunt of this damage like we just saw from that replay? That's the downside. So Tarzan at this moment, 10 minutes in, he's kind of shut down. Yep. What can you do for the team, right? Honestly, it's hard. You can roll around as much as you want, but if you're not landing these objectives, oh my goodness.
Finally, a great iron hook flicker right in the turret, served onto Lark's kill. Slowly taking one member out of Kazakhstan. Yeah, this is the way for this team to actually have a -1 onto the prowess of this lineup.
But is it enough? Again, they're 6,000 gold behind. Yes, they got a pick off. It was a great hook from Troll, utilizing the flicker as well. As we see here, right? There's the combination. But they still have to deal with the Lord. It is the first Lord of the game. They should be able to make quick work of it, but these shields on the turrets will go down. They'll continue to take their part of the jungle. Now, Saudi Arabia, let's talk about how can they get back in this game? How can they turn the tide in this game? Because in essence, it's about, yeah, the 6K gold difference. Lark is actually in a good position, though. He is the saving grace for them, right?
Yeah.
For the most part.
No deaths yet, though.
No deaths. The damage department is there for Lark alone, but still a lot of this relies on Sanji to be able to find the penalty zone.
Another
like
flicker onto Troll. That's a bloody hunt.
There it is.
Connect right in the turret. That's damage of Lark that he wanted to give onto Kinesis. Now Saudi Arabia.
Good turnaround.
They want to turn around out of this fight. Now Lark as well secures a double. Red and Kinesis is down. Yeah, you mentioned, yeah, there's a gold deficit, but if Troll keeps on doing that flicker ultimate combo, yeah, that could actually work for Saudi Arabia. Conceal used, though, for Vision, but 3 members are still present in their Kazakhstan.
That's crazy how that just unfolded, right? Lark continuing to get a kill. You saw the hook, the penalty zone, as we take a look at this replay. Everything kind of fell into place, exactly what I was saying they had to do to turn the tide here. So if they can continue to do that, turn things in their favor, slow down this kind of momentum that has been built from Kazakhstan, that would put Saudi Arabia in a good position. Still working from quite a bit of a gold lead, though, right? Now, the main thing is if you can get yourselves in a position to actually contest those Lord takes, that will be massive. Whether that's a pickoff like this.
One more time, says Saudi Arabia, taking down Kazakh off guard, right up top in the bush.
It just keeps happening, man. But, you know, that's exactly what they have to do. one step at a time, 1 foot in front of another.
Another
Troll.
one for Troll with a plus the combo with a penalty zone. That's the damage from Saudi Arabia they want to give up against Kazakhstan. Will be enough though.
Lark.
Blazing Duet connecting onto 4 members, dropping down HP bars. Aleem going to go out and evade the possible way of taking the damage out. Look at that, right into the back line. Coffin.
Aleem.
Will he fall down? Aleem still safe. BMI out for Kazakhstan. The only 1 member left for this team and 4 members down in Saudi Arabia.
It came down to both those gold laners, right? Before Akaza came up, let's take a look here exactly how that unfolded. Another nice hook from Troll, but this time it initiates a full-on fight. The penalty zone was there. Aleem had to use the Blazing Duet, but he lost so much part of that damage because he had to kind of get out of that. It was basically a cluster there, right? Look at all those bodies in that choke point. Like, that is the least place you want to be, but still, it came down to it. They were able to at least keep their lead. Did someone? Yeah, someone grabbed the Lord there too. So as that replay was going on, we have to see exactly who grabbed it. But still, okay, I think it was Kazakhstan. They have the Lord. They're going to be able to march into this.
Yeah.
As it goes to the mid lane. So that's what I was wondering. As that fight unfolded, if Saudi Arabia would actually be able to contest that. So unfortunately, they weren't able to. And so now with this Lord, they're in that position again, defense. And if they want to turn it here on the defense, they need to land the hook. So it's up to Troll. If they can get that, great. Sanji, penalty zone, once again, big moment for them.
Yeah.
Those two.
Oh, he flickered. Red just used the flicker. Now Troll, will he get a hook? Yes, he will, right onto the base. They have one, they've taken down Red. No follow-up or counter for this one, but this time around it's Saudi Arabia looking to defend their turret from down and up right into the base. Another good pick-off though. Red is out of this picture, and also they've taken down the Lord, buying more time. Man, if this is the answer of Saudi Arabia, of Troll just strolling around from the early stages of the game and just wakes up right now for the 40-minute part of this game, that this could be the answer of Saudi Arabia.
The Troll is awake, right? And he's landed hook after hook where it counts, and that's what matters. The big thing for Kazakhstan, they can't continue to let this snowball happen for Lark alone, right? Lark is now, again, deathless. He's 6-0-2. He has all the items pretty much that he needs.
Yep.
And he's doing a great job at just defensively playing this carry with, technically one of the heroes that has a very low range, but able to still dish out the damage. And a lot of that, like I said, has been on the cups of Troll, landing these hooks where it counts.
Yeah.
And, at this point, it's up to Tarzan as well. As I was talking about a few minutes ago, how, Baksha, what can you do for your team? Well, what he can do is be that front line, be that kind of annoyance, that hindrance for the enemy team. And if he just beelines even for the back line, for Aleem, for Kashi, taking them out of those skirmishes and fights, that's probably the most impact he can have right now. Not to mention, the passive built into Baksha as well.
One thing to see from that item check, it's Lark right now is ahead by 500 gold up against Aleem. Now on the later stage of the game, this is where a carry shines in this lineup. With all the kills that he got, having no deaths at all could also mean business for Saudi Arabia. With the initiation of Troll, it keeps on happening with the focusing mark, landing as they all get in for a great team fight is a great answer. But for now, Kazakhstan needs to check the defense department with all the damage being present now for Saudi Arabia.
Well, once again, the Lord going to be up. Here's the conceal. They go in.
The flicker with the body hunt. They target on Kashi. No, he still managed to flee. He's alive right now. Kashi just now fall down hands of Sanji. Looking onto the skirmish, a trade of 1 to none. And he managed to just live there, even on my voice having on a high note, leaving that place safely.
You were as surprised as a lot of people were, but Kashi eventually went down, right? I thought he was going to be able to survive that, and it would have been great if he could have gotten that push back off, the torrent off, but unfortunately for him, he got taken out. So now with the numbers advantage, Saudi Arabia is in a great position here. Most likely will try to bait this out if they can land a hook as well. We'll see if Kazakhstan can live up to what they've been doing.
Oh, look at that penalty zone flicker, but there is an iron hook combo right into the Lord. Being able to damage, Red falls down, Sanji takes the kill. Who's going to be the answer here for? Will it be Kinesis though? Tarzan finally finally secures the objective. Lark takes down Kinesis. Saudi Arabia finally getting their objective into this game, tying on the deficit, on the lead. They've finally woken up.
Saudi Arabia is doing it. They have turned things around now. They've whittled down that 5 or 6K gold lead they've been working against for the majority of the game. And just like that, they're in control, right? As we take a look here at the replay, you can see it. It was a great just kind of execution from them. Look at that. Lark just unleashing on Red and then Kazakh. And the lockdown too on Kinesis was great from Troll to try to alleviate that potential that he takes the Lord.
The positioning of that carry, Lark having the right angles in a micro level, not being caught by either Daikashi or even Red. By that initiation from Sanji using the penalty zone and being another follow poke from Troll, there's no way a bravest fighter would escape that setup.
No matter how brave you are. Right?
Yeah.
So right now, space being gained here for Saudi Arabia. Eyes set now on these inhibitor turrets after losing that one mid lane of their own for a while. They have made their way to the base of Kazakhstan, taking a turret themselves. And as we see them kind of reset here, right? At this point, you have both teams with one turret down, and it comes up to that, most likely the next Lord, right? Which is a minute and a half away. Unless, again, one of these teams can find a pickoff. Now, who has a better chance of finding a pickoff? Saudi Arabia, right? As we've seen with the hosts.
You have rated armor present for Sanji as well for the magic damage of Kashi. Even though he will use that ultimate time over time again with the setups, it's a great way to even be a sponge in the front line. So they have more tools, they have more answers right now for the composition of Kazakhstan. This is the window of the composition of Saudi Arabia to be utilized up against this stage of the game.
Problem here with Kazakhstan's lineup is obviously if they lose Kashi, they lose a ton of not only just kind of magic damage to whittle these members down, especially with the way that he's building this Valir, but just also the utility of it, right? So both teams, ideally, they don't lose anybody before this next Lord fight comes up because right now it's just Saudi Arabia, they know they have that kind of space advantage, they're gonna go ahead and work around that, but still, as we get closer to that Lord, Kazakhstan has to find their way to that part of the side of the map, that jungle, get the space that they need to work with, and at the same time, not get cut off and keep Kashi alive. Going back to it again, Baksha, what is one great thing that he's good at doing? Cutting people off. Because
cutting people off, you have the slow, you have the
he drives by,
he
rolls around.
He rolls in the deep. And just by looking how he can go into the deep, he has Dominance Ice, he has Scourge and Helmet, he even have a Radiant Armor, a lot of answers.
He's tanky.
Yeah, tanky. 2 members actually tanky here, Nicio. You also have Franco, has more of the tools here to even have a great bite. But Kazakh here has the Blade Armor, needs something to deflect though, because mostly, right now, 2 marksmen of the opposing team has no deaths, still maintaining that record.
Okay, here it goes. There's the conceal play going to come through. They go in.
Oh, there is Red with the onward, but what is the call here for Kazakhstan? The answer, they're trying to take on Sanji, Kinesis, and Kashi, trying to look over a different angle. It's going to be one member using the ultimate out of this team fight. Tarzan still managing to secure a kill for Lark. Kazakh is down though, but Troll is trying to hold on Kinesis and Kashi. 2 immortalities being present. Now in to the way of securing their B-line right now. Saudi Arabia. Oh no, push back from that Kashi as well. Won't even have a chance here. Troll is still managing to secure another way of using another penalty zone on Sanji. Immortality is still present though. Kinesis, on the other hand, can't do much. 2 members present. Lark secures the Lord. Saudi Arabia now marching through the base of Kazakhstan with this Lord present in a few seconds from now.
That was clutch. The fact that they took Aleem so low to basically just get him out of that entire fight, they lost so much firing power that Saudi Arabia had no trouble there.
Look at that. 5 immortalities present from Saudi Arabia. Having a great bit of second chances in probably a bit of a percent of
half
losing
of them
a
didn't
team
even
fight.
pop.
Yeah.
It was still up because, again, Kazakhstan lacked so much damage for that fight. So now they find themselves in a situation, right? Lord marching down the bottom. You're going to have to deal with it. Kashi coming up in a few seconds here. They're going to lose that mid turret. Base is already at half health. Saudi Arabia looking to take us to a game 3.
Sanji used the penalty zone right onto Alim, targeting the marksman of Kazakhstan. Meanwhile, the damage right now is taken on Kinesis. Coffin secures the kill. Kazakh's falling down as well. Sanji with the mega kill. That is just the Bloodwings doing all the work right now. Damage reduction won't be an answer for now for Kazakhstan, but now into the base. Saudi Arabia, with the Lord on their side, takes down this game and finally getting a point out of Kazakhstan.
Great performance there. We've got a game 3 on our hands. And this is what, I should say this is expected, because what they did in the Asian Championship was exactly the same. These two teams going the distance in 3 games. Yes, whoever loses here still has a chance.
Yep.
But these are two teams that know each other very well, and it shows in the way that they play. Again, hats off to Saudi Arabia, because they were down 6-7K gold.
Yeah.
They were able to inch their way back, turn things around, and even when I said Tarzan, what can he do, man, on that box shot? He was able to hold on. Troll stepped up, landed hook after hook after hook, and Lark stayed alive and profited off of that. And then they were able to just win little by little, gain ground little by little, and able to do it.
Yep, they just saying hi and having a thumbs up right onto this match. And just by looking at Tarzan's performance on second game, yeah, he had 5 deaths on 6 minutes, but that wasn't the answer. That wasn't the real plan on how their composition was totally working. There was a window, there was a chance, but they just hold on and had the discipline. You've mentioned the Kazakhstan just can keep doing the resources being burned out on the side of Saudi Arabia, but the trigger and even the discipline on those kinds of team fights actually worked and brought them for a longer stage that made their own heroes flourish.
Yeah, I think that's the main point, you know, is even when you're down that far, again, a lot of these moments, they're not impossible for some of these teams. We've seen crazier things, OSX, where a team is down 10,000 gold, and somehow they're able to inch back into the game and turn things around. And yes, this wasn't a 10,000 gold difference here, but it was relatively large, right? 6,000, 7,000. And the fact, too, that you don't really have in comparison, again, Baksha as a jungler, it's not this super high impactful jungler hero, right? Like, he's very, in a way, it's kind of basic the way that he works.
Yep.
But if you look at the entire lineup, what worked out so well for Saudi Arabia is the durability of the lineup. Like, they were so tanky, and a lot of the times the job was just to force Alim out of the fight. Because once you take that quad out of the fight, the Blazing Duet doesn't hit all those targets it needs to. You know, how do you get through that tankiness? And that's kind of what we saw kind of unfold, especially towards that late game.
Amazing, amazing recovery for Saudi Arabia from game number 1. We have the first tiebreaker of the playoff stage right here in MLBB, in Yash. And looking at how these two teams adapted quickly, man, a lot of things are open on who's going to move forward in the playoffs. Started from Series 1 and then Series 2. Wow.
Upset Series 1, and then now you have this. Again, coming into this, I expected 3 games.
Yeah.
And I'm happy.
I am so happy. We've seen them back in Riyadh, completely a different team rising to the challenges. All the teams present right now in the playoffs could actually have a chance at getting through quickly. But we can't say what's done could be done as of the moment, because a lot of things could actually pop up in the next games to come.
Well, speaking of the next games to come, we can't wait, but we are going to be taking a short break before we head over to game number 3, so sit tight. We'll be back after this.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan Cuza, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condund, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
Once again, welcome back here to Yash, Romania. And we are now deep into Series 2. Again, I'm Nice, joined here with OSX, and it's Kazakhstan and Saudi Arabia, and they've taken us to a game number 3.
First tiebreaker match of the day, right into the playoffs, right here in the 15th World Esports Championships. Wow, Saudi Arabia. A different beast we're seeing here.
Turning around.
Today, turning around, clutch time. You can't say when it's done, done.
Yeah, that's true. You can't. That's all we were talking about before the break, right? The fact that, again, they were down, 6-7K gold. They held on. They turned things around. Tarzan didn't have, let's just say, a very pleasant early to mid game, but still able to provide some impact for the team. And turning things around, enabling them to take it to game 3. And just, for those that didn't catch the Asian Championship, these two teams went 3 games there as well.
Yeah.
Right? So this is, like I was saying earlier, this is kind of expected. You hope that it goes 3 games once again when they meet each other, and one of these teams will be sending the other to that lower bracket.
Well, right now, since we have 2 chances for these teams that we're talking about in the playoff stage, either one of them might fall in the lower bracket, but coming from their history back in Riyadh, man, in a way, it's a bit of like trying to show something new when they first met back in the Asian Oceania qualifiers. Even though Tarzan did get his hands onto that Ling, no problem.
And the fact that if he gets his hands on the Ling, but so far from what we've seen, OSX, it's just like it's target. It's a target ban.
Yeah.
And so if he's able to do it, maybe that's where, if it goes through, I don't know exactly how they would get their hands on it, but if it does go through and he's able to get the Ling, maybe they go with the Angela, right? That classic combination of Angela Ling might work in their favor, but still at this point, once again, you have to have an answer, so to speak, for that durability composition that they played with. They were so tanky. So I'm assuming that Kazakhstan doesn't give that up again, right? In a way, again, it was Franco, you just had all the durability in the world. Franco alone, stacked. Baksha, stacked. And you start talking, like, what I mean too is, even though Baksha was kind of, again, you had a very rough early to mid game, the fact that you're just kind of innately tanky, and then you manage to get to that late portion of the game, you get even tankier, it's really tough to deal with, right? So I just think overall, you have to either take one of those heroes away, play around that, or it might even just be the fact that don't rely solely on that Claude pick, if you're Kazakhstan. Because what we saw, what we saw in game 2 is Aleem got shut down, man. And a lot of times he was zoned out completely. And that's what really was hard for them, to win those later team fights. Because he was just pushed out, and then you lose so much damage. You had Kashi on the Valir. It's nice to see Valir, by the way. I'm glad we saw him, but the impact in terms of magic damage and burst just unfortunately wasn't there.
I told you, the only way to counter a Valir is a Valir, but there was a Valentina who actually can get the ultimate out of the Valir. But the problem is, since Baksha, we could still consider it as one of the out of a meta pick, right, for a jungler. But one thing that they were trying to look out from this composition is, hey, we just needed to survive until the late game. That's where we strike up against the composition of Kazakhstan. And with their discipline and in their favor of not committing on those team fights, or even the way of becoming greedy on getting on those objectives, it just worked. What time did they get that first objective? It was the Lord, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Really, depending on how these games go, we're at a point in just the current meta of MLBB that things can be turned around, even despite a gold deficit of 6 to 10K gold lead even. We've seen crazier things. And games even go past that 30-minute mark. Now,
we went from 40, 45 in our history, bro.
Yeah. I just feel like we're at this point where, things are a little bit faster on average, I would say. But ultimately, if you can take the game and drag it out to that, that late game, or like you like to say back at home, the ultra late game.
Yeah,
you're in good position.
Yeah, and if teams make their way through that window, a lot of opportunities could actually pop up. Either you pick off one against another team, you pick another jungle objective from that one, and that's where the comeback comes through. And it's not a bit of a hindrance for Saudi Arabia right now compared from the last time we've seen them. They still holding on for that glimmer of hope in their lineup, and that's what makes it so much amazing to see that how these teams actually make a comeback out of a loss from group stages till now, they're in a different form.
I think that's to be said about all these teams here. Like even before we got to the day one of the playoffs, I would say a majority of the teams obviously are improvements of themselves through the qualifiers, through their own championships, you know, and that's kind of what we've seen. Like I said, even before the series started, Kazakhstan alone was a team that a lot of eyes started paying attention to because of what happened, especially in the group stages, you know, and I think still people would say like Kazakhstan might be one of the dark horses here, if not the dark horse of the tournament, right? But now, with Saudi Arabia taking that game against them, this is setting it up for game number 3. Like, how do we make these adjustments from what we've seen and what we experienced from game 1 and 2?
Yeah, and to think, right, there's so much growth, there's so much recovery, and this opens up another one from what you've mentioned earlier. You said you don't want a team, or Kazakhstan specifically, to rely on just the Claude, right? So this might be a chance for game number 3 to open something up. So Irithel has been a great favored pick here in Yash, and it's not. It could be a no surprise for the next draft to even for her to show up. So with this kind of way of opening their opportunities, man, we could still can actually think a lot of ways to have a comeback. But it's a different way of balancing. Will you go for a comfort pick or will you go for your meta pick if you're up against this team?
At this point, it's either way. Again, you're not going to get knocked out of the tournament if you lose this one, right?
Yeah.
But so I just think, you know, with where we are and in this part of the tournament, the playoffs, you might as well just go with comfort if you can. If that's the case, go with the comfort picks. But so far from what we've seen too, teams going with comfortable picks or stuff that they're known for doesn't necessarily equate to wins.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just the case because again, even if you're comfortable on a certain hero, this is at the end of the day a 5v5. It's a MOBA. So even if you're there, right, you still, it comes down to the execution factor, and this is why we talk so much about micro and macro between these teams, between these countries, right? Because it does vary from, you know, in a way, country to country. But something too that you have to think about is how do we shut down Lark, man? Like Lark was at a point where what we saw from that first series where we saw a Fanny go deathless, right, in the hands of Huda.
Yeah,
and so similarly, Lark just had an amazing game despite them being down. And if you remember the previous game, early on, when both gold laners were pretty much just farming up, you know at that point when that is the course of the early game for the gold lane, at some point they're just going to pop off. Like one of them will. And it happened to be there, Lark playing very intelligently. And his pacing and his positioning was on point. Now, jumping right into the draft here for game number 3. It looks like they're all set up and already through that first phase of the draft here.
Okay, maintaining the Baksha pick for Saudi Arabia and also the carry. So in other way that they're seeing this game number 3, since they have, again, an additional recipe gain from game number 2, maybe this time around they could amp it up a bit. So with this first 3 picks that they have, comfort picks or strong meta picks, they ban out the Angela. One thing that they also utilize is you don't want that global, again, ultimate connecting onto you if you are either a Martis, a Lancelot, or even a Ling. Surprising though, Ling was present for this one. It wasn't banned. It wasn't even hovered. So, okay, it's still the Baksha. He still wants to roll it, bro.
Which is, I'm surprised he wants to because, again, I think it's one of those, like I said, it's one of those picks that even if you're down, that was proof from the previous game. Like, even if you're down, man, the pure tankiness and then your passive helps you in a way, right? Like we saw him just shut down completely and he's still able to pull through for the team, so why not go that way? Again, you asked me the question before this happened, you know, do you go with these comfort picks?
Yep.
And if you look at the previous game, that's kind of what they're doing right now.
Oh yeah. The Baksha, since there's a threat of a Faramis, you have that regen, you have that pull from the Shadow Stampede, you have 2 pulls actually if you're in the state of being in the middle of 3 for the side of Kazakhstan. So it has a Kaja, it has, well, 3 members actually could actually have a way of utilizing a lot of CCs if you want to penetrate the backline of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, they're taking out the Franco as well, respecting what Troll did in game number 2, and as well as the Florin. Yeah, man, Florin right now is just going right up in the bans on the group stages till now.
That's why I feel like, you know, if they learn something from the Asian Championships, it was like, we don't want to deal with these sustaining heroes, these, you know, this sustained kind of team composition and gameplay. They're kind of tired of it. So here's a surprise. Leslie coming out of the team composition.
You said it, you called it, not just rely on the clone. Well, hell, this is a Leslie. How do you even take a peek out of the composition? Well, Ultimate has a great way of, well, being utilized in most of the vision. You have that last hit. You have that way of taking a chance of not being in the front lines if you are a Leslie. Considering the fact that the Eve is banned here, it is a great pickup by Kazakhstan.
Not only that, but just the, like, Leslie is literally one of those heroes that just, at some point in the game, and usually that's 1 or 2 BODs or whatever build you decide to go, she just hurts, right? She's literally the epitome of big damage. And that's what she's looking to do here with that true damage. So, again, this is very reminiscent from what we saw the team composition from the previous game, man.
Okay.
Saudi Arabia still going for that durable lineup. This front line, this back line, whatever it's going to be, is tough to deal with, right? And so I think it is great that you have a Leslie there. You have the option to get a pick off with a Divine Judgment. But still, do you have the answer to deal with just this pure tankiness from this lineup and even the Terizla alone?
If the Terizla right now is just a strong comfort of Saudi Arabia, a bit of a way of dealing with that is forcing out. You have Divine Judgment, you have a way of using the Ashura Aura out of this Mortis, and as well as for this Lapu Lapu. They're not letting go of this. It has been great.
This is the comfort.
For their comfort and their composition. Don't change a thing, what's not broken. So this is just Kazakhstan using their own recipes and flavor. I think this is a good way of answering this lineup of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. And I think that that's crucial, right? Go ahead and roll with that. If it's comfort, that's the answer, then do it. This is a game number 3. It's now 1-1 for both of these teams, and one of them is going to be sent to that lower bracket, and you might as well. This, for Saudi Arabia, is like, let's go with the same game plan. And on the other side, Kazakhstan, this is very comfortable with a little bit of a variation, but the Leslie alone might be the answer for that durability.
Yeah, and the damage right now would be falling into carry once again for Saudi Arabia. And on the other hand, they might need again to cross the bridge. How will they amp it up this time? Because they decided to go in the same route again for this one.
Well, as we see them kind of get us situated here, getting things set up, we saw the team compositions. We know that in a way, too, OSX specifically, they need to set things up, right? Starting from the early game. So we did just get word they're going to go ahead and get something figured out here for the players before they get to game number 3. But that's the thing, man, is like talking about previous lineups, talking about previous game number 2. Is this enough? Do you think the Leslie is enough? Like, is that the solution to what we saw the end of game 2 be, which is just pure tankiness and not being able to have enough damage? Like we were saying, Claude was pushed out time and time again. Alim wasn't able to get in position. So do you think this is the solution for that?
Well, it could be. It answers to, well, they have the Franco band out, right? The Valentina is present in the side of Saudi Arabia, so that's one way of countering the Valentina out in the back line. And as well as the Lapu Lapu is on the side of Kazakhstan. So with this recipes being used for this type of game, I think this is a good way of answering or building a draft for Leslie. You have a way of answering the CC, you have a Mortis, and as well you have a Kaja. So what better way to have those funnel kills right onto your marksman is just completely having the pressure early. I mean, you have a Kaja. Kaja being utilized early game is a great factor, in, specifically for a team who shines in the late game.
I think either of these teams can shine in the late game with the compositions that they have, and just knowing how they've played too, you know, at that point. And like what we saw from Saudi Arabia the previous game, man, they shined in the late game despite being down so much. So this is the time for them to do that again, or even start off on a better foot. Get the lead this time if you're Saudi Arabia. Utilize those picks that you have and start it from there, right? Kazakhstan, on the other hand, they've got to play like they have from the group stages. But here we go. Now loading up into game number 3 here, second series of the day. Saudi Arabia versus Kazakhstan.
Okay.
Okay, hold on a little bit
By
longer.
just looking at the draft right now, we have Tarzan rocking out the concussive blast and well Stroll, so they have more way of sustaining those AoE team fights as well as recovering from those shields and HP. Meanwhile, we have Brave Smite as well present for the Kaja and as well as the bravest fighter. So early game gives a bit of a damage or even an advantage of just holding through those pokes that they could get in the XP lane.
The only thing that worries me here, you know, now that we've seen even the emblem setups, Aleem specifically, he's got the quantum charge, right? He's got flicker. He's going to be looking for those defensive plays because, you know, one thing that you can't deny about the Baksha is the fact that he can pop over from weird angles, you know?
Yeah, he just
whether he's
goes and
hopping
rolls.
over walls or just rolling around.
Not to mention, it's just his kind of way of trolling. He might jump or not.
Yeah, and
forces something out. It destroys your mental
let's see.
preparation. For
Exactly.
that.
You get rid of the flicker early on. You find entry points, whether that's with the Kufra once again or the Baksha. So I feel like the work is going to be cut out once again for Aleem here. So if you are Kazakhstan, you want to be able to just secure Aleem, positioning, farming as much as possible because you know he's going to be the focus from Saudi Arabia.
Yep, and mostly we see focusing marks. We see a different way of utilizing the Kaja. Look at that pull from the Shadow Stampede of Red, and just by talking about this Kaja, using the Brave Smite over the focusing mark that sometimes we usually see in the pro scene. So right now, it's just mostly utilizing that HP just by sustaining, because most of the times that the Kaja has been caught in one pickoff or gank, it just goes away quickly.
Which, you know, I get that it can work, but I like the focusing mark more.
Yeah.
You know, especially
a
lot of these roams are, you know, you're utilizing that plus the Divine Judgment. It's almost an automatic kill, you know, at that point.
At this standpoint, do you want more HP? Do you want more HP restore by 4%? And mostly, how do you want to cross the early game? So right now, we're receiving a bit of a pokes from Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan onto the mid lane. Coven as well, always about to hit level 4, but Kinesis though is on, he has his ready ultimate for this one.
The other crucial point here for Kazakhstan, if they want to secure themselves this early game, or at least this game even, is the timings from Red, right? That's exactly why he also took the Purify, because there's so much CC that's going to be thrown at him. And the timing on the Netherrealm, the ultimate, you know, the now new ultimate name.
Yeah,
for,
we have new ultimates right now, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it's not new, it's just a new name, right? Netherrealm, taking him to the Netherrealm.
Talk about Worldy.
No more Cult Altar. So, battling it out for that first turtle.
Okay, Brave Sparta has been used. Look at that knock up. Kashi receiving damage, being pulled. Good Cult Altar though, using that Shadow Stampede to pull in Coffin. But meanwhile, it's Kinesis and even Red sustaining the steam fight. Look at that Cult Oracle just being used right now. And the first blood goes to Tarzan.
Taking him to the realm there. But still, able to secure that turtle. Kazakhstan gets that. First blood though, going in the hands of Tarzan. Right, so now they work through it. Look at the replay here. It was a great setup, and this is what I'm talking about with Tarzan on the Baksha, man. He's gonna find weird angles. That's the great thing about him. He focuses on the turtle, gets it down, secures that, and then joins the fight. So, you know, as things kind of progress from there, that's already basically a trade, right? Objective for a kill.
Yep.
Win in the hands of Tarzan, he's already off to a better start than last game.
Yeah, a bit of a gold lead here right now for Saudi Arabia, getting in their hands on an objective that they had a way of using the retribution. But on the other hand, the early game, it's just Kinesis' toolkit that makes a great way of sustaining that team. But you have the retribution on hand, you have also using the ultimate of Leslie. The ultimate snipe is actually a great way for your tank or even for Kashi on where to put those ultimates, that divine judgments. So that's one way to look at it. Look at the jump coming here from Troll. One has been targeted here. Aleem falls on the hands of Lark. Looking like they're amplifying the stage right now of a carry, getting his hands on the corrosion site now.
So that's tough, right? Again, this is what I was talking about. Aleem has to have a good early game transition to that mid game. It's already going in the favor of Lark as he grabbed that kill. So it gets even harder from there, right? And this is something that they have to continuously watch out for. And as you see, plays are trying to be made cross-map. Kashi goes in though.
That's the flicker, that divine judgment follow-up, but there is also a shadow stampede. But will the damage make it through? Troll bouncing in and out. Now there are no damage. Oh, with that penalty zone fall from Sanji. That's the damage that they needed for Saudi Arabia. Now trying to reach it with the Cult Altar. the Kashi and Red as well needed to retreat back from that. They didn't expect Sandy to say, hey, I'm here. Looking for this. That's the penalty zone right in to the members of Kazakhstan.
Massive penalty zone. That's what you're looking for now. Troll, though.
Wow, just being proactive with his ultimates, catching Kashi and forcing him to retreat back. But Starzan onto the retribution battle secures this turtle.
Time after time. Looks like Red's still okay. He's not going to be able to get the pole there, looking for that stampede. Won't find it. But also, that was a great thing. As things kind of unfolded, Aleem able to get himself a kill. So building some of that momentum back up, that's going to be crucial as the game progresses. But still, right now, Saudi Arabia doing a great job here. Cuffin also picking up. The COD has the Clock of Destiny, going to be scaling really well into mid-game. It's crucial that he does. Not only that, but most likely he's going to be taking Kashi's ultimate, right? He wants to use the Divine Judgment for himself.
Yep.
And if he can bring those kills in their favor, that's going to be massive for Saudi Arabia.
It's the clutch, it's the turnaround. And I say now the carry has more ways of having the items right in and ready. You have the Dominance Ice present for the Terizla. They have more ways to sustain fights and give the penalty zone a bit of a kick. Whoa, Troll forced out something out of Kinesis, but the flicker has been used. No combo might be used in the few seconds from now, but that is just Kazakhstan forcing resources, as you've mentioned back in the game number 2.
Yeah, I think that's the crucial thing, right? Like, even if you're not getting kills, they're getting the resources down, whether that's battle spells, whether that's ultimates, that ultimately all leads to these minor wins that snowball into the team's favor that can capitalize on that, right? So now, at this point, you see them still looking for more.
Oh, no flicker, no problem. Aleem flickers out, but Kashi now receives the damage. Now Lark takes the kill, and another one. There was a follow-up right in the turret, a penalty zone. Sanj just marching through the defenses of Kazakhstan.
Sanji's just all over the place, man.
Yeah, man.
Like, he's exactly where he needs to be, it seems like, every single time. And, you know, it's troublesome. Look at this replay here. So a great setup there from Troll. There's Sanji with a flicker, penalty zone. And, you know, that's a downside. This is the weakness, I feel like, of not just Leslie, but a lot of gold lane picks. If you get crashed down on, if you get cut off or sandwiched into your turret,
yep,
and you're already down the flicker, you know, it's almost too late at this point. And this lineup, like I said, that Saudi Arabia has, is meant to do that. Like, that is one of the strengths of Baksha alone. So, you know, that is something, again, like I said, Kazakhstan has to be mindful of, has to be aware of. How can they allow this? How can they allow that Leslie pick to really shine late game? Because we've seen how that was handled previously with, you know, when Aleem was playing the Claude.
Yeah, and to think, why is it it's all of the EXP laners named Sanj just goes all over the place? Front line, back line, you say, hey, I'm just here. Just doing my work, getting him off guard, and just using the penalty zone right over and over again.
Sounds like a familiar name.
Yeah.
Right? Just a different lane.
Yeah.
So, you know, but no, jokes aside, he's doing an amazing job. That's now his, you know, second penalty zone that has found the marks. You know, previously in that he found 3. So, you know, as we get things situated here for the players, of course, this is a crucial game, as it is game number 3 in this best of 3. Whoever does lose this will be sent to the lower bracket ahead of them. So right now, it's just kind of a lot is on the line here, right? Especially in terms of going forward to tomorrow and then some. Right now, though, Kazakhstan, they kind of have to figure out how do we adjust from this. Early game is pretty much behind us, right? And as we transition from that mid to late game, you got to have an answer for everything that's being thrown at you from every angle, which is the lineup from Saudi Arabia. And that's exactly why I said when we were in the draft, those first 3 picks was like, all right, if it's not broken, we're not going to fix it. You know, we made it work in the previous game. Let's just do it again.
Yeah, and it's just about how they wanted to have this carry a good time early on, because in game number 2, it wasn't a perfect early game, and by figuring out the solutions or even the problems from game number 2, gave them actually the confidence to use it again. So with this, we have seen the Corrosion Scythe present. We have Warrior Boots for the carry. A bit of a basic build-up now from now on, but the damage, if we're looking about or talking about the damage, we also have the Berserker's Fury present from the Leslie, so you have critical chance. You have critical damage but actually be present. But you've mentioned that once the Kufra gets a good Tyrant's Rage and a good Tyrant's Revenge, that's all for Leslie. Because there's no way of escaping those teams. And it pushes Kazakhstan to respond on some points of the map that they wanted to have its own isolated lane to grow for.
And that's the crazy thing. It's like, how do you respond to like 3 different answers, you know, for that? Like, or 3 different problems, which is whether it's the Baksha, whether it's the Kufra, whether it's the Tarizla. Like, there's a lot here that you have to have, that you kind of have to counterplay around. You only have one ability that kind of like pushes you back a little bit, and you have 1 flicker. So you have to rely on your team. Like, but a lot of these times, like what we're seeing in the early game and how just kind of the game unfolds is the fact that, yeah, you're kind of left to your own accord to farm up, you know, and the team is trying to make plays across the map. And unfortunately, it's just a hard time, especially for these gold laners, if they are focused on early game.
You know, speaking of team fights, a bit of a way of having a shield right in the front lines. You have Kashi having the Kaja, that's double K. As we see the lineup right now of Team Kazakhstan, so how will you even utilize that? You have their way of, that's why they got the Faramis. You have the Cult Altar, could be a second answer for this one. So a lot of things to consider here, because if you are concerned more of the escape of this, Leslie, it's all about making all their synergy work for the skill set that they have in this composition.
That's the only thing that worries me though, man, is like, we're so focused, we're so hyper-focused on the Leslie, you know, that really when you have the Faramis and you have Netherrealm, that's pretty much what you're hoping for. That's what you're doing. Your damage in the magic department isn't that huge, right? So yes, you can whittle people down, you can poke a little bit, but ultimately you're looking for the Netherrealm setup.
Yeah, and back in the game, that is Stroll being stunned from the bravest fighter, and now we see more. Yeah, the Netherrealm, a great way of utilizing the ultimate of this, again, the Faramis. And 5-1, 19k goal lead, a bit of deficit. Slowly getting higher for Saudi Arabia, but now objectives being present. Kashi's trying to get an eye for this retribution, but Tarzan secures this second turtle. Penalty zone being used. Kashi now being taken by Tarzan, trying to get an eye for Vision or his team.
Not again.
Aleem using the ultimate, using the last point of escape. Flicker now has been used, and there's no way of escaping 2 members from Saudi Arabia. Now they're eyeing on the top turret in Kazakhstan's defenses.
So the tables have turned in game number 3, where Saudi Arabia is just rolling with the flow. Literally, that they have this Baksha. He's having an amazing game so far too, and at this point, you can see them building the lead that they need. They're finding targets every lane across the map, and even looking at the items here, you know, already Lark, very similar to the previous game, but last time he just got to farm up for the majority of it till he popped off eventually, and now that he's got the Corrosive Scythe, he's got the Golden Staff, he's working on his 3rd item, he's already there in the damage department for the most part, right? Aleem is scraping up as much as he can, gold, XP, and everything, but the problem is he has to pretty much be babysat by his team, right? You can't just park him in a lane and leave him there.
I get you. 3 deaths onto this Leslie is not a good answer for the late game, because right now the carry has its corrosion sight, has its own golden staff. That's amplified physical attack and attack speed, not to mention the movement speed that they can go across the backline of Kazakhstan at any point on team fights. So yeah, that's a good point. How will they bounce back? One of the damage deals that we're looking for is how will Aleem have a recovery from most of the early games that they have taken from this team? Just as that, Tarzan and Sanji is just right into the turret's defense of Kazakhstan, and Sanji was fleeing over against 4 members.
Okay, so it's kind of weird. They take the chance. Tarzan goes down. Lord's now up. But I don't think Kazakhstan actually wants to go ahead and commit to that Lord, because still, as we were talking, building up to that moment, there's too much to handle, right? The fact that, you know, Troll is quite tanky himself. Sanji obviously having a massive game on this Tarizla, holding on to that penalty zone in Lark too. The damage department is already there. You might as well grab as many turrets as you can, try to get some space to work with, And then if it comes down to this, honestly, for Kazakhstan, I don't even know if I would fight this unless you get a massive pick off with Divine Judgment. That might be what they go for.
Yeah, speaking of massive pick off, will this be the answer? Troll use the ultimate right onto Kinesis. Now that's the Lord being present for Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. What will be the answer here? Will it be the kills? No, it's still the Lord. Kashi secures the objective. Now being trapped in that ring of order. What is the answer of Saudi Arabia? Look at that. Kinesis on half HP. Still having a great regen. That's a double, taking down Sanji and Troll as well.
Wow. And they just turned that around. Somehow, some way, and Kashi able to get the Lord there, even though both junglers using their retributions there. They turn it around, they get the Lord, they get turrets, and also Aleem picks up a huge item, now has that BOD available to him. So, you know, despite everything, all the progress that Saudi Arabia made in the early game, it's gone like that.
Deteriorating.
It's now even across the board economy-wise, and Kazakhstan's in a great position, right? Yeah, it's only the first Lord. It's going to march down the bottom side. They might get another turret there, but just a great turnaround here for them. And I was expecting them to, you know, utilize the Divine Judgment early on, but things just got kind of out of hand here. Troll takes a couple shots. It was a great attempt from Sanji, but you saw the defensive flicker from Aleem, able to stay alive, and they comes back, pops off, utilizing the damage that he has here. And the rest of the team is able to shine. Also, the presence of the Netherrealm.
That's the flicker plus the combo. That is Kashi getting one that's in a concealed state for Kazakhstan.
Wow.
Now they're not wasting any more second here. Having an advantage with the push, waves just clearing all of the defenses slowly. And Kazakhstan right now completely having a grip here, just bouncing back in the late game. Yeah, even the score 8-5, it doesn't even show how they want to take the base. But just check on the items, Naisu. Is this the answer now for the defense of Saudi Arabia?
Well, the defense has to be there, right? Because Aleem is now getting to the point where he's evened out the gold between him and Lark, which was massive because, like I said in the early game, Lark had that lead, and they were so focused, so hyper-focused on shutting Aleem down, and they did for a while. But then, just in a matter of a few minutes, he's able to crawl back into this game, even out that gold, and they're still looking for more there.
Ultimate now being used onto Kazakh. Yeah, they had a misplay leader. Now that's a good take. That's the isolations you were talking about. Taking them one by one. The Lapu-Lapu was out of reach there, and Kazakh didn't even manage to have a forced way of responding to that kind of gank. So right now they're eyeing on the push that they can go up against Saudi Arabia.
Okay, right now we're back to that area of the game, the void of the game, where they're waiting for that Lord to come up. Both teams finding pickoffs where they can, but still, right now, in terms of space and...
Oh, Kashi didn't see Kashi coming for him, but conceal. Who will be the answer?
Oh, no.
This setup, no. And we have, again, another setup from here, from Saudi Arabia. Now completely no casualty, just sustaining that fight. For at some point, I was getting confused. Will they be going for that team fight or not? But Lark has now bounced out from that battle, but Tarzan as well is trying to hold and give more time for Saudi Arabia. Kinesis, though, dropping his HP down, but Aleem gets the endless battle from that kill.
That was crazy. They literally went back and forth, initiated, went back. They got a kill on Tarzan. Now they're going to be fighting here for the Lord. It's less than half health. Still down a member. Saudi Arabia might be in trouble here. Lark's though.
Oh, look at the damage.
Full health, actually. He's going to be going in.
Oh, look at that. 4-man penalty zone onto Sanji. And now looking at the advantage of who takes this Lord. It's started on Kinesis securing the objective. Yeah, they've taken down 2. And now there's still a Lord. There's a chance for them to push back.
That was costly, right? They got themselves to the Lord, but they're going to lose these turrets. They're going to lose some of the space to work with here. Taking a look at the replay. Once again, they were quite low because they, you know, like I was saying, building up to this, they initiated the fights, they retreated, they went back in, so they got whittled down quite a bit. Sanji goes in with a nice 3-man penalty zone once again, and Lark joining this fight full health, able to get some of the kills himself.
Look at that, throwing frisbees, damage onto Kazakh. Troll secures the kill though, but with that, Lark now in 6-1 and 2. This is just, again, the carry that we were looking for. It's just 14 minutes, 13-6. Saudi Arabia, with this kind of window and an opportunity they have, they might want to seal the deal from now, because in the later stage of the game, this is where Kazakhstan will shine.
I love this because for game 3 between these two teams, Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan, with history all the way even back from the Asian Championship, you wouldn't have it any other way. Sanji, the target.
Being chased by 4 with the pull of the Divine Judgment. Oh, still sustaining it though, but that won't be enough. Sanji falls down in the hands of Aleem. Now looking for pickoffs. Kazakhstan slowly is looking for a window up against Saudi Arabia.
And there we go. Time after time, both teams able to find these picks. Now down a member, Sanji, a crucial one for Saudi Arabia. You can see the fans for Kazakhstan holding that flag high. They're ready to cheer for their team. Still though, no objective for the taking. Lord is not up for a while, and it's almost too risky for Kazakhstan to commit to go and focus on one of these lanes, focus on one of those inhibitor turrets. All they can do for now is hold on, allow Aleem to get that next item. Like you mentioned, he had that endless battle built up last. He's going to be working on the next one here. And also, if he can get to the point where, again, he can just fire off from the back, utilizing his flicker for defensively, because you have to watch out for Sanji and Tarzan. That is crucial here. They're looking to make a play with the conceal.
A good combo with the ultimate snipe now from Kazakhstan, with will be answered. It's a pull from Kashi. Will they take down now? That's the Winter Truncheon being used now. Troll and Sanji are now falling back, but now it's still go time for Kazakhstan. What will be the answer here? It's Kazakh. Right in the middle of 4. Coffin secures the kill. Saudi Arabia is on a streak right now and taking one more member from Kazakhstan, but now from that point of initiation, they fall back. 1 casualty only from that team fight.
Oh, and the mid lane is pushing in, so they're going to lose a little bit of the health on that turret there. Might lose it completely as they do. Mid lane inhibitor going to go down. Lord now up. This is crucial for both of these teams to assert themselves around this Lord, get the space that they need, because right now this Lord could close out the game. But the favor for Kazakhstan is that turret is down in Saudi Arabia's base.
Wow. You were talking about resources being saved up. You were talking about flickers being saved at the right moment. And the discipline is just completely showing, macro and micro-wise. They're just trying to be cautious as well.
Caution is literally what both these teams need. As we know, we take a breather here while they get things situated. Looks like it has been with Kazakhstan, through this 3rd game, but they know how important it is. Right? They have to play on that level playing field, because this Lord, like I said, this can change the course. This can close the game, right? Now, biggest thing too, the fact that minion wave pushed down that mid lane inhibitor turret, it went down there, they can play around that. As we get prepped up for this, like what we like to call the Lord dance, if they put pressure in one of these lanes, may even be mid, they can force one of the members of Saudi Arabia to stay in the base to defend as much as possible, to keep someone there for that numbers advantage. Or the other option is obviously getting a pick off, using the Divine Judgment if they can. If not, and something that I would love to see OSX is just a full-on 5-on-5 brawl for the Lord. Like, that's what I would love to see.
We waited for the right moment of where will they actually shine, and then both of the teams right now is on a leveled scale in terms of goal, and even for the lead. It's just that who makes the first move and doesn't commit for a follow-up. That's where the things that they need to see if they wanted to have that opportunity to break out or force out on the opposing team.
And even then, like Saudi Arabia, they did a massive job in the early game. They really did shut down Aleem for the most part. And that was something that, like I was saying, even for Kazakhstan specifically, something they really had to kind of address going into game number 3. And I think they've done that. They've gotten to the point where now Aleem is in a good position. But as we saw that kind of last fight unfold before this Lord came up, you saw how fast he got cut off.
Yeah.
The threat alone from the basically speed of the lineup that Saudi Arabia has, and the fact that they penalty zoned just Aleem and they forced him to flicker and they forced all this, they cut him off. It's reminiscent of game 2.
Yeah.
Right? Because when he was playing the Claude, that's exactly what they did. So Aleem had, like, it's unfortunate that it is this way in a lot of these games, but your gold laner at this point in the game, your positioning is like absolutely crucial.
Yeah, positioning-wise, they need to secure that because at some points, a lot of things that we see and again be sure of is where will the Kufra will come from. Where will Sanji be coming from? Yeah, Baksha too. There's 3 members you need to worry about inside of Saudi Arabia. Right now they have the Antikyras, they have the Radiant Armor as well as the Guardian Helmet. A lot of items right now for Saudi Arabia to just answer the damage, the magic damage, or even the burst. So the more that they have this way of sustaining those team fights, because the presence of the Faramis is still present, that's where the thing that what will be the decision, where will they commit on those kinds of team fights? Because as of this point, the only damage dealer that they have is either the carry or even the Valentina, who now has a Divine Glaive as well as the Lightning Truncheon, and even the Clock of Destiny. So as of this point, they might have a way of like leveling it out on who's going to make the first one. Because even on the moments of action, just a few minutes ago, even me, I get the kind of like, wait, are they going for it? Are they going back and forth, just waiting for the mistake to happen? So it's just, they have so much reinforced or even security if one decision fails.
That's what I mean, like between both teams too, you know, talking about the back and forth, how they've been initiating fights, how they've been disengaging. It's apparent that both of them are, you know, have figured out each other as a team, right? And again, you know, as we're figuring things out here on the tech side, it looks like we're starting to see some thumbs up going up. So very shortly, we should be jumping back into the game here. And, you know, if you're just joining us, we're at a very crucial point of the game, game number 3. And it's this Lord now that can close out this game.
The first tiebreaker match of the playoff stage. Who will hold the flicker? Who will hold on to the ultimate? What will be the decision? We're just by looking at the lead, we have a similar, like a 1K gold lead from Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan. Now waiting for the right moment. You have rose gold meter present for Aleem though. A bit of advantage for defense once the HP gets low. So that's one way of securing the backline entry that can be initiated by the lineup of Saudi Arabia.
As you see both teams get lined up here. Also, Saudi Arabia, like we mentioned, has to maintain that mid lane. They will be pushing in a little bit here, and we might even see Kazakhstan try to cut it a little bit, but meanwhile,
Troll,
the Lord dance commencing. Crucial one. As both teams, both junglers just go ahead and slowly work on it. Here
Nobody
comes Kashi,
saw
though.
the Kashi, right? Right in the flicker countered for the setup, but Kashi now is dropping down his HP. That is the ultimate being used for the regen for Kazakhstan, but what is the answer now of Saudi Arabia? Opening up the doors right now, but Troll, though, gets the setup right from the back. Nobody's getting this, but Tarzan secures the objective, and that's a mega killer on to Lark. Continuing the pursuit, they're eyeing on red. 4-5 members still present, 2-man down for Kazakhstan. Now Team Saudi Arabia is going in for a push right in the second turret of Kazakhstan.
That was tough, right? Kashi not able to find the moment he was looking for with that concealed Divine Judgment, and also losing Aleem. Now trying to hold on a little bit longer, even without the Lord. Saudi Arabia pushing into the base here. They might just have to wait a little bit longer, though. Lord now on the top side.
There's no minions.
By the time the Lord makes its way there, the full force of Kazakhstan will be up. So can they defend it successfully? That's the big question. Previous fight for that Lord, again, Aleem just got cut off. He had nowhere to go. But now he's in the comfort of his base. Can he pop off here, providing that damage on this Leslie pick that he's built up to this point?
Now, who is going to make the first defense here for Kazakhstan? A lot of ways to defend this, but can they melt this Lord? 5 members present from Saudi Arabia, 2 immortalities, 3 immortalities present though. Meanwhile, Kashi and Kinesis is taking more damage with that 2-man penalty zone right onto the base of Kazakhstan. Now Saudi Arabia pushing through. Will they lock it onto the base? But now Kazakh rather, is right in the middle. Immortalities being used, 1, 2 bodies dropping down, but they still sustain that team fight. 4 members still present, but the bars of the base right now of Kazakhstan is now dropping low, and Saudi Arabia completely secures this tiebreaker match.
It looks so close there for Kazakhstan, but what a series, and Saudi Arabia able to capitalize on that Lord dance that was so crucial, finding the right mark. Aleem taking him out as well as Kashi, and they're able to win this game, win this series. Again, sending Kazakhstan down to the lower bracket here. And this was a revenge match, right? Like they said, we saw the 3-game series in Asian Championships. We saw it here, Saudi Arabia coming out on top.
Wow, this is a different team that we're seeing. Team Saudi Arabia on the first tiebreaker match that we saw in the playoffs completely transforms into something right now in the Yash 2023. No comfort picks, no problem. This is just the meta right now, and just adapting to it. Amazing recovery, amazing growth that we saw back then from the Asian Oceanic qualifiers.
There's a trend that we're seeing a lot of now, OSX, and that's this, like I said, this dynamic of these very durable, tanky heroes, 2 or 3 of them in different roles and lanes, really being a nuisance to deal with, especially later on in the game.
Yep.
Again, not only that, but just having the mobility of Baksha, having the mobility options of a Kufra, flying in from different angles. Like, you're looking left, right, front, forward, backward. That's forward, front twice, but that's how it feels, you know, especially when you're a gold laner.
I just gotta say, Tarzan right now doesn't need trees. He just rolls in, right in the deep, soaking up all the damage, just being in front of everybody, having all of the confidence, all the items that he needs in the late game. It's the complete answer. When we talk about Frederick being right on the top, on the charts of Yash right now, well, let's count Baksha in slowly, being another way of utilizing their own comfort picks. Because again, in the draft, will they go for comfort? Will they go for something that hasn't been used? A lot of options right into the table, but Saudi Arabia decided to just, okay, game number 2, so one more time, game number 3. This time much faster, much tankier, and there they go.
It's like it's turned over from, you know, that sustainability, that healing kind of composition that we saw so much of back in Riyadh. And now it's this kind of like tanky lineup that's working really well there. So, you know, I can't wait exactly to hear from our winner, Saudi Arabia, for this matchup. Again, it was 3 games. Great series, you know, really a back and forth, the way that kind of game 1, game 2 unfolded, and then game 3. So, you know, overall, I still feel like Kazakhstan should be proud of the way that they performed.
Oh yeah, of course.
Especially through the group stages and where they are now. You know, it's day 1 of playoffs. They can make these adjustments that they need to going forward, and I know that they'll be able to do that.
Yeah, and having a second life here right in the playoffs, it's not a bad way to even just bounce back. Because we have a lower bracket, we have stories back in different tournaments, different qualifiers who just completely climbing and crawling their way back in the semifinals or even in the grand finals. With now the strength of the teams showing from group stages to the playoffs, we could actually count a lot of ways of the bounce back of each team who just fallen right in the lower bracket.
And we see that. Saudi Arabia making their way to the stage here. We'll hear from them shortly, but yeah, again, performance very, very on point. So, you know, let's actually go ahead and throw it over to our boy over there, Waxen. They're on stage with Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Thank you so much, nice you OSX, great casting as always. But I'm now joined live on stage in front of the audience in Yash with our winners, top 6 now, Saudi Arabia. And this was your rematch versus Team Kazakhstan. Coming up.
Well, it actually feels really good because we were planning on our revenge from the moment we lost before. We were wanting the revenge because they eliminated us in the IESF qualifiers in our hometown. So to be able to defeat them in Romania, it's a really good feeling.
Well, it's such. Now. Well, we will be sending back quickly up to the casters and we'll return in a moment with the rest of the interview.
Okay, so we heard it, you know, from Saudi Arabia that it felt good to get that revenge. Again, we witnessed it unfold, you know, in Riyadh, and how and we heard right there that they were off looking for their revenge as soon as they got that loss against Kazakhstan back then. So, you know, I'm sure they feel great about it. Now also being top 6.
Yep.
They still have their work cut out for them. Obviously ahead of them in these days. Again, this is only day number 1 of the playoffs here for MLBB, but they got to feel proud of themselves.
Yeah, and to think, and even say how they went through again, acknowledging their loss back in Riyadh. In these kinds of tournaments, you actually don't lose something. You actually learn something, especially from this, the minds of Saudi Arabia. It's just amazing to even hear and to see. Now let's check on the MVP of this match. Let's see who is the MVP of this tiebreaker match.
It's a tough one here, right? But it's going to be none other than Lark. There's the handsome face, right? 7-1-4 on this carry. And like we said from, you know, game 2, the guy had a massive game. Lark had a massive game on the same hero, game 2. And then he has one on game 3, able to just pump out the damage. And like I said, early on, it was the team that could really secure that gold lane better, at least early. And that's not to discredit Aleem. Like yes, he got focused on hard early game. He had a hard time, but Aleem was even able to crawl his way back in. It's just inevitably at the end of the game 3, it was Saudi Arabia that performed better in those moments that really counted. And Lark himself, the positioning, the micro was just on point on this carry.
Yeah, and to think, used twice in a row for this game, 3 games, 7-1-4. Well, this is the first match that they had an actual death for the carry. But that's not even a bother. And then this is one way of congratulating Lark, completely having a streak on this carry, 7-1-4, being deathless on game number 2. Now game number 3, yeah, it's a small hiccup, but that is just completely the way of having a great mindset towards of perfecting what is not broken in their own lineup.
You know, that's what I love about where we are in the current meta. Well, a lot of these times, even from the MVPs, we see different roles being highlighted, right? So let's go ahead and hear from them now. Let's throw it back over to Waxen on stage with Saudi Arabia.
Thank you so much. You were just telling us and the next 24 hours to practice.
Well, yeah, it's really important to practice since next win means we secure top 3. So it's a really important job for us.
And obviously you bracket.
Well, it's a pleasure that both of us are Arab, of course, but we're opponents in the end, so we'll try our best to win in there.
So much pleasure to have you here live in Yash. Do you have any final words you'd like to say to your fans or people watching at home across the world?
Well, shout out to all our supporters, to our families, of course. They're supporting us from our hometown. Shout out to our coach. We wouldn't have reached this potential without our coach, so thank you.
Very kind words coming in from the Saudi Arabia team. We will be seeing them back on stage tomorrow fighting for that top 3 placement on the podium. As for us, we will be going on to a short break, but when we are back with a phenomenal one. It will be Indonesia and Team Brazil. Stay tuned. welcome back and greetings from Romania to all of the... let's try that once again. Welcome back and greetings from Romania to everybody else around the world watching the MLBB World Esports Championships live in Yash. We've already had 2 best-of-3 series played of these playoffs, but now, halfway through the day, and we've got a spicy one coming your way. First, making their way onto the stage, the 2022 World Esports Champions, the reigning, defending Team Indonesia! Horizo, Supercan, Moreno, Vin, and Seiken are taking onto the stage, wanting to defend their country's legacy and the title that they have won just a little over a year ago. But their opponents, someone here wanting to make a statement, representing their home country and wanting to take Team Indonesia down in the lower bracket, make some noise for Brazil! Luna Ombotak, Sindra, Black, Buzizio, and Upati will be taking on the stage tonight to see if they can defeat Team Indonesia. I would like to ask the team captains to step in the middle and shake each other's hand. And may the best team win. Good luck, and you can make your way to the booth. As we are waiting for the teams to make their way to the booth. Okay. Thank you so much, Team Brazil. Good luck, Team Indonesia. Both teams will make their way to the booths as we are awaiting to get into this phenomenal upcoming best-of-3 series. But to break down all the action, I want to take, again, an invitation onto the stage to our phenomenal, yet again, maybe fantastic MLBB casters, the duo of OSX and Naisu. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Waxen, a member of our breakfast club right here in Yash. Thank you so much for the introduction. Now we're back on the 3rd series of the day. It's Indonesia versus Brazil. I'm OSX and I'm with Naisu to give you more of the happenings right here on the playoff stage of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Wow, man, familiar faces we're seeing here right on the live stage of the World Esports Championships.
Yeah, I think there's so much, when you talk about these players specifically, as we take another look, we had the amazing introduction from Vlad there, Waxen, and there's so much here that for Indonesia and Brazil alone, how much history is built into these players, these teams, and Indonesia being out here to defend that IESF title.
Oh yeah,
they're on course for it, and I feel like a lot of people would say they are up there as a contender of the tournament favorite, right? I feel like we were talking about this before the first series, and specifically how a lot of people look to this team of Indonesia, of the Philippines, these powerhouse countries, to see what they bring to the table, for this IESF now in 2023. So, and the other thing is, Brazil, man, they have just grown so much as a region, I feel like, and there has been mainstays and names and players that have built their own version of history, and now they're looking to do it here in Romania, possibly out to dethrone, or at least, like Vlad said, send them to the lower bracket, send a power team like Indonesia to the lower bracket.
Oh yeah, a complete, rich history of Indonesia and Brazil. We've witnessed them all throughout in different parts of the tournament globally, and now in their own regions, considered also one of the giants in MLBB. We have Indonesia here present now on our screens. We have Team Brazil as well. We have Upatizi, Buzizio, Black, Super, Sindra, and Luna Botak. Familiar name for Team Brazil.
Yeah, familiar names here. And like I said, a lot of people watching around the world will, even without seeing the names, you just see the faces and you know who these guys, who these guys are for the most part. And that's why I'm saying, even aside from that, right, and how we've gone through the qualifiers, we've gone through that journey, we've gone through the different championships up to this point, there's a lot obviously on the line here, and I feel like, you know, we haven't even, honestly, when we started the day, we didn't even talk about the prize pool, because really I just think it's that pride of these countries really saying, like, we are these ISF WEC champions, you know, and Brazil being one of these teams that obviously have a ton of experience, have this synergy that works for themselves. And honestly, when you look at the competitive scene in Brazil, it's like one of the most vibrant, I would say, you know, in terms of like just how they play, the kind of meta that they like to bring to the table in these international stages, I think is something that brings a lot of excitement to competitive MLBB.
This actual tournament opened up different countries. Over 100 nations again present. Top 16 teams now from a group stage and playoffs. Again, going through all the challenges. But this time around, you're asking for the prize pool. Yeah, it's almost 100,000 USD.
It is 100,000.
For this one, yeah.
So I think first place gets 50.
Yeah.
Second gets 30. Third place gets 20. Yeah. And you heard earlier from Saudi Arabia, like, they, now that they've secured, you know, top 6, right, with their win over Kazakhstan, they want to get that top 3 spot, right? They want to work and prove themselves that they can hang there with teams such as these, you know, and I think they obviously can. And something that we've seen even from just the 2 series today, OSX, is how many surprises can happen, how many upsets can happen, even within a series, right? A best of 3 series, how the tables can turn so quickly in games with massive leads of 6,000, 7,000 gold. And again, Indonesia, like we saw, if you were watching online yesterday from the group stages, you know, shout out to all the amazing casters out there covering the group stage. We saw Indonesia lose a game, right, to Kazakhstan even. And that's why we were talking so much about Kazakhstan the previous series and how they kind of rose up through the ranks, if you will, right? So now Indonesia obviously looking to capitalize more so starting today on day number 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah, we all have those moments that they're a different form from group stages, and they take their learnings from yesterday to today. We've seen growth completely showing from each of the teams that we've met today. From the first 2 matches, a lot of a big of a difference that we've seen. So for Indonesia as well, you said there has been challenges from different countries as well. It's all about, you've mentioned, either the meta, either the comfort mix, different ways of actually transitioning on how this statistics on how the favorite heroes in Yash is mostly the key in answering of the problems we are in the next stages of the playoffs.
Well, again, speaking about metas and picks and everything like that, you know, things can still change. We saw some surprises, at least, you know, in the previous even series alone, or the group stages, if you will. And really, what it does come down to, too, is again, in terms of roam potential, in terms of jungle potential for both of these teams, how they step up, how they set the pace. But like what we've seen from the previous series, man, that gold lane, you know, and the gold lane matchup alone is something that everybody has to really watch unfold, because it's either going to be what I like to call that vacation mode, you know, where they just farm up as much as possible, or you see the pressure being put there in the gold lane, forcing them to be in uncomfortable positions here.
Not unless that vacation mode gets interrupted early.
Like what we saw previously.
Irithel, you have seen the different ways of holding the line, and you think that mostly the picks right now from Yash could make a difference. Well, we could have a handful of top 5. Marksman has been completely well used in their own favor. We have Beatrix, we have the Earth, we have the Carry, even the Brody. So a lot of ways to just not be disrupted, right? So it also gives pressure to the Roam or even the XP. Man, different choices, actually. Charizla is all even now number 1, completely being an effective tool in team fights, as we say.
My main question here is, in terms of gold lane anyway, is who prioritizes what? Like, even the previous series, the Leslie really didn't shine the way I feel like it should have. I don't know, because again, you pick up that hero because of the true damage potential, the burst, especially late game, and Aleem was just forced in position time after time where he didn't want to be in, you know. So I feel like, especially with the gold lanes, when we're talking about gold lanes here, and specifically even Brazil, their gold laner has multiple awards and has been on championship teams before. So like the accolades there, again, when we're talking about individual players, comes to play, and then the synergy of the teams. Indonesia, again, we've seen them even compete in other tournaments, right? And how well they have performed and some of the statements that they've made out there, you know. So Indonesia alone is a threat for any tournament that they participate in. Now, if you're Brazil, I'm talking about that vibrant kind of style of them. I think that's one of the, you know, we like to say lason in the Philippines, but it's
the
like
poison,
the poison. It's like you might have this capability because of your play style, because of that vibrancy, that flexibility, that this is to go against a team like Indonesia, a powerhouse team, and come out on top, come out winning.
Yeah, a lot of teams right now actually becoming the poison slowly as the matches goes by. We can count in one. We have Saudi Arabia also. We also have Team Egypt as well, rising through every challenge. And to answer more of your trying to state here is a bit of a challenge as well for these teams is actually when do they actually make a meta pick work? Because as you've mentioned, the Leslie, there's damage, there's true damage, there's abilities you can use with the ultimate, but not most of the time. You have that escape. You have that one chance of getting away, but not as well as an effective for you in case as you said, your vacation gets disturbed in the gold lane. So either way, you get pressured to answer more of the reinforcement rather than focusing on your own lane, and it just gives you another problem and after problem that you need to solve up against a rising team from the early game.
Well, as both these teams get situated here and get prepped up for this game number one, we have to really just kind of contemplate exactly what they would bring to the table here. Now, in terms of what we've seen so far, I know it is only day one of the playoffs, OSX, but we've seen a couple different team compositions come to play, even going back to the group stages where the composition's based on speed, you know, quantum charge, 4 of them, and rolling around with that kind of...
Imagine that an early game, man.
Yeah, no, we've seen it. Like, we've seen it in the group stages. It does work. It works great. But then you also see the other side of that. Like, you have one composition that's built on speed, momentum, agility, if you will. And then there's this whole other side where it's like, it's almost like a rock, right? They're durable. The 3 picks that I was talking about earlier, and what we see is the Kufra of Baksha can be interchangeable.
Yeah.
And then you have so many tanky options. Edith.
We saw Barrett's today.
That can work. And what we haven't seen yet, and what we saw so much of just months ago for the Asian Championship, was the sustainability lineup. You know, the sustained heroes, the Angelas, the Florence, who have constantly been banned out, but really hasn't been utilized. Now, they've come through a little bit through the group stages, but here in the playoffs, you know, and we haven't seen that because there's been so many focused bans towards that.
Well, if that is just the metas that you're trying to discuss, could actually show up in the draft there, because these two teams that can actually have a way of contesting their comfort picks, right? Fredrin was a hero that's still on the ranking 1.
Fredrin's number 1. He's always going to be. I feel like Fredrin's
I think for the next months to come, he's just number 1, being a great utility in the jungle, and even Turizla just being number 2. Yeah, in the first day it was like number 1 on Turizla. Sometimes it changes. Now Novaria as well, a bit of a 50-50 on results on each matches, but the one thing we're looking what's so effective is also having the Eve or even the Valentina on your side is just a great amount of AoE that you can set up for a team who's so strong in the front line.
Like, think about that. Think how much time we've had where the current meta included Valentina and Eve. And like, out of all the changes that have happened, at least like meta-wise, emblem-wise, at the end of the day, the top 2 mid lane picks that are still really showing up a lot are those 2, the Valentina and the Eve.
Yeah, and we can either expect the Novaria, but most of the time she's gone in the first phase of the banning. But it's a good point to see if, no matter how nerfed or the buff these 2 heroes are, they're just so effective in terms of building around your own meta pick or even your marksman nowadays. Because even Claude right now, you've mentioned Angela as well, right? So most of the times, even Ling doesn't show up if the Angela gets banned. So it's a great way to see where the championship, even the tournament, came from back in the qualifiers that they witnessed or even faced back then.
Yeah, I think so. As we get further into the playoffs is where we see more deviation from those, top picks. Even today alone, like the fact that we see a Valir, who it didn't get the win, right? At least here in the playoffs today. But still, those kind of changes, the Valiers, the Gourds that are popping up around the world, and some of the changes that happen in the mid lane is refreshing to see. But like you said, I think it's just too good. Even Valentina alone, the fact that you can take pretty much whatever ultimate you want, not only that, but in the draft, you force the enemy team to decide, like, okay, what ultimates are we willing to give up?
Yeah, see? Even Kufra right now, even Lapu Lapu, he was sitting at 33 in the first two matches. Now he's back on 22 just by being effective on the Kazakhstan match. And now we see Carry as well being used. And also, Joy haven't seen much though, because it's always about the Eve. It's always about the AoE. It's always about the setups that they can do. Even I'm also hoping that Farza can actually show up in the matches. You have the burst damage, but sometimes they don't consider much more of the burst damage rather than having the security, as we say, the B line or the borderline that they can establish in surprise ganks or even team fights.
I think that's one thing we saw so much of previous series was the choice of angles for a lot of these heroes, mobility coming in favor, right? And that's why the Bosch actually just works so well in certain lineups. The hero itself alone, the impact value there is, it's to a certain extent, but really just that paired with the Kufra. You mentioned the Kufra here on the statistics for this tournament alone. It's just that, it's just the option to like throw things at the enemy team from different angles.
Force.
Yeah, and
Force
I think
more resources, even for the marksman.
Yes, and when we're talking about a meta where your gold laners have to be so decisive and reactive, that's one of the best case scenarios, right? Like just throw things from different angles constantly.
Yeah, but not missing that ultimate combo that we saw in the past two matches. And yeah, I get what you mean there. It's more of like the coverage, more of like the setup of getting something out of the gold lane. And we can only talk so much. Even the Edith today is very effective by Rome or EXP. And also, we see the Melissa as well in the first series.
She popped up once.
Yeah,
but she got brought to Hook City.
It's hard. How can you even escape Hook City, bro?
In the hands of the right roamer. It's not much you can do to counterplay around that,
And also, Florin, I know where this is going. And to talk more about that, we're into the draft right now. And as we said, this guy, Chad, Fredrin is now the priority pick here of Indonesia. They banned out the Estes, and we all know how this is also a staple for Team Brazil back then, and also the Eve. It's just the Eve, man. The Eve and the Baksha. Now on to the XP. Right on the good picks here. We have the Valentina and as well as the Uranus. Especially now that how can you were questioning our discussion on how will they hold the lanes or be on the summer vacation. Uranus is one, but being in the EXP lane.
And you mentioned this like before we even started the day. Uranus alone, I would say old school pick that has risen again once again in popularity. Still works as a great, just kind of sponge, a damage sponge. So you have that. You can also cut lanes really well with it. The response so far from Indonesia, there's something that we've seen a lot of so far from them is just these three picks alone.
Yeah. And speaking of picks, well, now pickoffs will now be present for this Kaj and even Keto. On the EXP, it's a strong counter if you want damage and you want to go up against a Uranus. Yeah, it's a suffice way of targeting through this EXP lane hero, but it could just hold so much. But you might want to focus on the EXP lane on how to make your team fights work, because with the Eve not being present in this draft, you might rely mostly on your roles to have a secure pull from the back line.
I just think that's what we can expect from majority of teams, right? Is like and this is what we talked about, I think, after the first series was roams alone, the impact they have, the value that they provide for a lot of these teams, how they can turn the tides of a lot of these games is clearly what we've seen up to this point, right? Now, in terms of this, like I said, a Kaja is always crucial for a lot of these team setups just because of the fact that you have the divine judgment, able to get a pick off for the most part. But we've also seen it work against you when you're trying to get those initiations in, you use the conceal, and you're not able to find the target before that conceal is gone, or you just kind of flounder it, right? So, and he gets deleted quite quickly. So at this point, even with the Kaja here, Indonesia wants to round this out. big question is, what do they throw in the mid lane? They're already kind of holding on to that because they know they have a Valentina across from them.
Well, speaking of great mans here, take off the carry. If you have the Frederick, you have also the Paquito, you don't want that carry being present. Yes, it might be a late stage or mid game. You don't want to have that extra damage because if you look at two picks here of Team Brazil, you have Urias and you have Kufra, and that shredding power, you don't want that, especially the burst come from the Ocean Waves and the extra knockoff from Kadita from the Ocean Oddity. So they have a way of taking out their possible counters here. So it's a good decision from Brazil to just keep on, again, taking out the bans from the Roman as well as the marksman, since there's no present option yet for Indonesia.
Still wondering what's going to be parked in the mid lane here. Yeah, you mentioned the Kadita taken out, and I think that's just one of the safe bets because usually when we've seen Kaja and Kadita paired together, that's just so much stock and let's get one. Like that's the game plan. Let's get one, whether that's Kaja, whether that's Kadita or both. And so I think that's a good, good solid choice here for the last ban from Brazil. Meanwhile, the Martez is going to be taken out. A lot of jungle-focused picks here, right? Narrowing those options down. They don't want to have to deal with that with whatever is picked up in the gold lane here. So the response, we've been talking about Irithil for some time now. And finally, now in day one of the playoffs, she is going to be picked up.
Now, Irithil now being present, we have the Kulfra, a bit of a way of just evading how Paquito moves around in a micro scale, right? And you have that Kaja being present in ganks. In the passive of an Irithil, that's one way of saving with a sprint present as your emblem. A lot of ways for evade or evasion in the gold lane, because as you've mentioned, you want to have this gold lane meta picks to have a good start, especially when you're up against a team who is composedly based on sustain and even for pickoff. So now Beatrix paired with the Frederick is a good answer as well with the Paquito. So I guess this is more a standard one, and it added with the vision of Anovaria, this answers another way for Indonesia to spike through early game.
Can never go wrong with Beatrix, right? She has literally a gun for every situation. Yeah. And not only that, but Novaria providing, like you mentioned, vision for the team. Ton of poke alone, so not only do you have to worry about getting sniper shots, but you also got to dodge death orbs, for the most part, because that's obviously something that you have to watch out for, and you have to watch out for this surprise too. Remember I said vibrant, right?
You meant this.
I don't know, this wasn't off the top of my head, but it works.
A Guinevere jungle.
We've seen this before.
We've seen this in our own region. Wow, this time around in the World Esports Championships, Team Brazil using this up against Indonesia.
We do know that members of Brazil are fans of a certain team out there, right?
Yo.
Paying ode there, and we'll see if they make it work. Like you said, we've seen this before in other regions actually, but specifically one region, the Philippines. And if they can make this work, it'd be great. But I got to say, this lineup from Indonesia, very normal for them. In execution and pickup and comfort. Like, you could say this is comfort plus meta.
Yeah.
So you're kind of expecting a very specific type of gameplay from them. Now, this on the other side, Brazil, that's where things could get crazy with the setups that they have, especially now locking in this Guinevere.
Yep, 16 seconds right into the first game. We have Brazil versus Indonesia. Still a great start here, taking on to their objectives. Meanwhile, Super Ken doesn't need a leash from now on, but now in fourth time of Team Brazil here, securing their purple right away and getting onto their lane. So looking at by the emblems, we're seeing 3 emblems here that's so similar right now as the side of Brazil. So we have Quantum Charge, being present. You want that to sustain early game with the basic hits, with the free hits actually, to actually give you extra HP in case something goes wrong. Also, the side of Team Indonesia Press as well, 3 Quantum Charges as well, Naisu.
Playing around with the speed here for the most part. Again, a lot of this is going to be up to if they can land those combinations from utilizing this Guinevere. I think that's crucial, right? We've seen it work wonders. We've seen it also just be a disaster. Obviously, it does take a certain type of setup as well, but it could also be used like counter playing against the Divine Judgment or the setups coming from Indonesia.
Okay, speaking of composition here of Indonesia, just looking at this Uranus Black, on the other hand, trying to pull off members, forced the flicker out of Vin.
Yep, they got the flicker out. Still going to be poking a little bit here, but Super Ken should be fine. Still, once again, all this kind of back and forth is what we're used to seeing before that first turtle of the game comes up here.
Yep, no engagement yet, but they're eyeing on the EXP lane. They're eyeing on Chorizo. The playmaker also for Indonesia, Saken, almost low on HP. That was a close possibility of Upatisi taking that first blood right out of his hands.
Upa wanted it, you know, he even used that sprint there. Not going to be able to get the kill though, forcing Saken back, but Turtle's going to be up too. They'll work for it. Black now hitting that level 4, going to have that Consecrate available to him. Vin does not have the Divine Judgment just yet, so this should be a battle. There's the knockup coming through. Buzz able to find him, still looking for the kill. They grab it, first blood for Black. Still forcing him back here. Turtle's going to be secured though by Super Ken. Now going to be looking for a little bit more. Gets the knockups through here, forcing Syndra back, and a shot comes out from Moreno, but ultimately trades here across the board.
Yeah, good layering of skills there by Indonesia. Well, they forced out 4 ultimates. There was no follow-up. Meanwhile, Super Ken.
Super Ken just getting taken out. Chorizo now looking for the 1-2 punch. Gets Super Syndra down. Now going to be the focus here, but has Vin and Moreno there to back him up. So still, you know, across the board, it's pretty much even, OSX.
Yeah, speaking of being even now, looking at how they're managing to go through their early game, now we have steel leg plates present for Urias and for Black, and by just looking at these 2 marksmen here, you have an advantage. Saken has more of an advantage on building on his first item. With the aid of Novaria, Moreno, and as well as Vin, he has a better way of climbing through that first item speed as it may, and also gives so much damage potential for the sustain and also a tankier lineup that Team Brazil has.
So back to it, 3.5 minutes in. Both teams looking for picks at this point, right? Now the fact that everybody has what they need. Pushing in under the turret, they go. Luna gonna be in trouble here. Now Buzz trying to get out of there. Ken focusing him down, shots come out. Moreno will get the kill. They find 2 for Indonesia.
Yeah, and also cutting lanes up top, Chorizo as well, same as Black. 2 kills right onto this Guinevere Busizio. Now onto the 4 minutes of the game, he would want that damage, he would want to have that extra magic damage when getting into teamfight, especially when you're getting that objective. Now Moreno has the Clock of Destiny to have more advantage of his attributes to be a beneficial way into team fights. Now we're looking as an advantage of the gold lead of Indonesia. Look at that, look at the damage from Chorizo right there up top, but Black as well trying to cover for reinforced push for Team Brazil.
Crucial here once again. Turtle already going to be started up by Super Ken. Probably no contestation here. Would be better for Brazil just to go ahead and farm up. It looks like they're going to go ahead and do that. Giving up that turtle in the hands of Indonesia. Super Ken securing that now. Setting his eyes here on the resources of Brazil. Going to put some pressure out. Moreno there providing some of the vision. Buzz will get a hit here. Has to back off though. Still, this is what we see here, OSX, that Indonesia loves to do. They get the small lead, they start pressing the situation a lot of the times, and this is how they like to play. So we'll have to see if Brazil can respond to it. Bazillo with the Requiem, able to hold on a little bit longer, but all for that purple buff. Might lose it. There's the Divine Judgment. Super Ken will be just fine. And there you go. One again, Upa. Oh, the shot lines up and Moreno takes it. Flicker on the defensive as well. Vin could be in trouble here. Still going to be looking for it. Flickers out himself. Able to stay alive.
Now looking back on that lead, Indonesia, as you've mentioned, capitalizing on the small lead advantage, utilizing it in a macro scale. A lot of ways that they wanted to have a comeback and looking for an advantage up against Indonesia's way of crossing them in game. If you have a Novaria, this is one way of like sealing the deal. If you're Indonesia, you want to have extra magic damage. You want to build up on that Novaria. You have 202, you have Impurage to utilize with the pokes as well. So this is one thing that you want to consider. Right now, Brazil needs to have extra defense for this. Who's going to be the front line? Yes, that's going to be the Kufra, but what could be the actual follow-up for this one?
And not only the follow-up, but the problem here too is, like I said, Astral Recall already showing how much damage is available, right? Now they're going to get crunched in here under the turret. Super Ken pressing the situation. Vin comes in with the Divine Judgment, followed up with the kill for Moreno. Plus the turret. Indonesia is relentless.
Right now, Dominance Ice present onto Vin. More ways to deflect those damage as well as the heal and the regen. So more of the team fights that he does, plus the Brave Smite present on his emblem, a lot of better ways to have the pickoff. Right now, Turtle is up for the take. Indonesia has more advantage of securing this one. No member from Brazil taking a peek out and getting this Turtle.
Clean sweep on the Turtles. They take them all here. And that's the thing, right? In this situation, OSX, the best thing you can do is really just kind of stall out, buy time. If you can manage to get a setup and get a pick off, then great. But if you can't, you might as well put your focus on just farming up, especially for Upa, right? We've seen Airthel really shine later on in the game, but you've got to get to that point.
Yeah. And speaking of getting that point, so we have the Quantum Charge present here, but how will the items show in 7 minutes into this game? If you want to have an extra damage, you would want to rely on this, again, the Airthel. But now, Zizio trying to look on to spam Super Ken, but onto the damage, yeah, they need to have that extra little punch for this one, for the lineup of Indonesia.
Vin already going to use the conceal here. Might be looking for a target. Going to be able to find, but Zizio will go down under the turret there. Sakin cleaning up the kill. Turret going to be next here on the target. They get that down as well. Indonesia just furthering the goal lead that they have. They've got the 2 turrets now as well. They got the space advantage, and all this lined up before that first Lord comes up.
Look at that Clock of Destiny. We have Lightning Truncheon. We have the Blade of Despair now present for this Beatrix. A lot of answers to be given for the damage that they need to answer the strong and, again, lineup of Team Brazil. So being present right now, they have the Dominance Ice plus the Oracle, a great way for Uranus to sustain those team fights. But one thing that needs to be considered here is the defense items of a Kufra up against the bitch. How will you make that catch? How will you make that every setup count with this one? Because you need to have a consistent follow-up. Either you have a great set, or you might lose the chance of giving, again, a kill for Upa team.
That's what he needs, man. Upa needs a kill, right? And at this point in the game, as we lead into that first Lord, this could be where it happens. He did just finish that Berserker's Fury, so at least he's got that. But meanwhile, on the bottom side, they're going to get the Violent Requiem off. Zoriza, all going to be in trouble. Will fall here. So Brazil able to pick up a kill, but they're going to trade it for the Lord. Indonesia knows that. They got the information, and they press go on the Lord.
Okay, speaking of pressing go on the objectives, looks like they're eyeing also to take the turret down bottom, trying to get a small objective, a small window to just bounce back. Now revealing the location on where 2 members are present. Saka now has eyes on target.
It's in trouble here. Upa left alone here after his teammates go down, and he will fall as well. And you're seeing it, right? This is a little bit of a desperation what they have to do. They have to farm up. Upa needs to get this gold, get these items locked in here. But, you know, with things kind of unfolding like that, and they continue to happen like that, you're not going to see that late game of this game number 1.
Yeah, speaking of late game, that is the complete answer of the lineup right now for Brazil. How will the damage be enough for the defense of Super Ken or Vin has right now? Because being present on the advantage, they have so much vision, they have no way to poke out resources inside of Brazil, and also the wave clear. The amount of wave clear that Indonesia has right now can just be an easy access to the base of Brazil.
Not just a wave clear, but at this point, OSX, it's the itemization advantage that they have too. We've seen this before, right? 6K gold lead. You can't say that Brazil is out of it yet. We've seen that turnaround before. My biggest question still is, are they able to defend against this poke potential lineup that Indonesia has? And I think that's why so many times, we've seen this actually in so many competitive games, this combination between the Beatrix and the Novaria, and how annoying it is to deal with if you're opposing it, right? Because you can sit in your base as much as possible, but those 2 heroes alone will poke you down, whittle you down to the point where then next thing you know, it's Vin flickering in, Divine Judgment, someone who they want to, right? And having that advantage in terms of a team fight. So if you're Brazil, how do you deal with that, right? You have to be the one to most likely start one of the fights. And here it is, Vin actually picking off Luna, going for it with Divine Judgment. He's still going to survive, though. So Surviving he does, but at the cost of his flicker as well. So no amazing set's going to be set up with a flicker combination in the Rage.
Yeah, there's no deaths yet on this deadly combo. We call it Novea combo, the Novaria.
Novea.
Yeah, Novaria and the Bea. So as you said, either they make the first move or lose the chance. Now ultimate's being used by the Kufra as well as the Flicker. The vision right now of Vin and utilizing this Kaja right now is breaking the momentum that Team Brazil can do. By just looking at the items here, we have the Lightning Truncheon present as well as the Enchanted Talisman. Yeah, we have basic items here for the Valentina, but we're looking for the answers of the damage for the Marksman. We have Berserker's Fury. We also have a way of getting those crits ahead for this Beatrix, but how will the setup go, right? You have the Haskell's now present. Will that be the answer though? But as we're trying to look upon this game as to they want to unfold this match, they need to have a good amount of soak and also a great setup as we continue to see.
Well, again, the setup here is going to be very difficult for Brazil, and they know it. So they're just going to call it off. They're going to defend once again. Lord going to go in the hands of Indonesia here. Second one of the game. They know, too, Luna, without the flicker, not able to get the setup they're looking for. Oh, this is rough. They have to get out of dodge here. Vin, eyes set on anybody he can get with Divine Judgment. Pulls back, though. Good response from Brazil, but still, they have a lot cut out for them. They got to deal with this push into the base.
Yeah, they felt like coming, but they need to address the push right now with the Lord right down bottom. With the defense that they have right now, I think it could be enough, but they need to be wary about the angles on where Vin is coming. Most of the time, he has a great way of pulling out one member out from Brazil. And when that moment happens, with the fleeting time present, he can just completely do it over and over again.
Yeah, quite often, right? Fleeting time locked in, like you mentioned. Now Lord marching in the bottom side. You can go ahead and get that charge up here. Brazil on the defense, getting poked down as well. Astral Recall proving to be a menace. Vin getting a flicker in, gets the Divine Judgment, will find the target, Black falls. Lord still up here. Down a member, Brazil, it's looking grim. Indonesia will work on another inhibitor turret as they focus on the mid lane, still gonna press the situation. Finds two, there he goes, Bazizio trying to help out, hold on a little bit longer. They lose the turret in the mid lane and now the top, base exposed. Vin once again finding Divine Judgment on Bazizio. That fleeting time paying dividends. Now the 1-2 punch comes through. It's a double for Sakin, and the crystal's gonna be worked on. Game one for Indonesia.
A great start with their own comfort lineup. Completely taken on Brazil's defenses. On to that game, Indonesia completely getting a chance on securing their own way of winning against Brazil.
That was tough for Brazil, right? I talked about it before we even went into the draft OSX. I said, love their vibrancy. They picked the Guinevere. We've seen it before. It's either worked or it hasn't, and in this instance, this game, momentum started so quickly here for Indonesia that it was just kind of hard to get back into the game at really any point through that game number one. And this is what I was also saying earlier on where, this is very reminiscent of an Indonesian lineup in terms of hero composition. You know that they're going to execute in a certain way, and that's exactly what they did there. Brazil just kind of scrambling, trying to find answers where they could. Unfortunately, they just couldn't, right? This is basically what it is for Indonesia. That lineup specifically is a mastered lineup. Yeah. And the poke potential is unreal.
The Uranus actually easily melted down in the crosshairs of a Beatrix, aided with a Novaria. That combo from the Asian Oceanic qualifiers till now is still a deadly draft to go up against. And if you have answers, yes, with the Kufra and in the Uranus, you need to answer back also with fire with that.
And the Irithyll, technically isn't fire. She can be later on. You get to the late game, but early on, mid-game, Irithyll's not. I wouldn't say she's really fire,
How do you even counter fire with fire?
Water.
Yeah, water.
But Kadita
there's no Kadita present on that game, but yeah, that's a fair point to see. But it is also how would you even get close to even in the front line of Indonesia? They reveal you right away with the Astral Echo. They bombard you with again with the ultimates of a Beatrix, and that bombard you with again with the ultimates of a Beatrix, and that in that way, either 2 ultimates has been used or even committed. Now we look at the MVP of this game, none other than Saken of Team Indonesia, 5-0-6 KDA for this Beatrix.
Remember when I like to say, you know, gold laners going on vacation mode? In this instance, Saken was able to do that because a lot of the times the enemy team, Brazil here, is just whittled down to the point then you get to choose really whatever gun you want to approach the situation with and get a kill, right? And a lot of times too, early on it was Vin once again pulling people towards who he needed to, especially Saken, able to lay down the covering fire or even get the shots off with the Renner, right? So things worked out really well here. Once again, it's just a mastery of these heroes, of this team composition, and of course, this synergy, which we've seen from Indonesia before.
Yeah, completely. This is just experience translating through their success in game number 1. The Beatrix, an all-around hero, a perfect marksman. At any point that, again, a Ferid shows up, might as well pick the Beatrix right away, or you ban it from that point. So either the Irithel comes through, but if we see any chance for Irithel to even shine, you need to have a good way of sealing the gold, or aiding the gold lane, as you've mentioned. Either you have a good vacation, or you need to have someone with you in your vacation.
Yeah, take someone on vacation with you, right?
Yeah.
If you can. But the thing is, and what we've seen at least up to this point in the third series of the day, and even in when we were watching group stages yesterday and the day before, was that there's so much focus on the gold lane that even if you pick one of these great marksman choices that is top priority, it's still a tough time, right? So we'll have to see.
It's tough time now for Team Brazil. Let's see how will they bounce back in game number 2. For right now, we're coming in for a short break. Don't go anywhere.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
Welcome back to the third series of the day. This is still Brazil versus Indonesia in game number 2. We're back on to the English desk. This is the playoff stage of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and you're tuning in to Yash 2023 IESF World Esports Championships. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu to continue the action for today. Standing score is Indonesia has 1 point against Brazil.
Yep, and it was a pretty strong game for Indonesia specifically. Brazil, man, they have a lot to take from game 1, adjust their game plan and approach this, right, to hopefully take it to a game 3. And we also did get note that there is going to be a substitution for Brazil, so they will take, I believe it's a swap for Moreno for Key. So they're going to go for that, and we'll see how that changes the dynamic, right? Indonesia. Moreno for Key for Indonesia. So with that being said, the change up there, right, and how they do that, will that really change much for Indonesia? I don't think so, right? But specifically for Brazil, that's what I want to focus on here, OSX, and what you take from game 1, how can they adjust their game plan to hopefully take us to game 3?
I understand that was the Guinevere pick. We're looking for either a vibrancy pick, that as me and I will talk about here, because there are a lot of off-meta picks that are showing right into Yash's statistics on the heroes of the teams being used here. Now we're going back in for the lineup of Team Indonesia. We have Sagan for the gold lane. We have Super Ken for the jungle lane. We have Cereza for the EXP. We have Moreno for mid, and we have Vin for the roam. Only one has been a substitute for this game, and for Brazil, nothing changes.
Nothing changes. Game plan, though, should change, right? For the most part, because of the fact that, once again, if you look back at game number 1, if you guys didn't catch it, the stage was pretty much set from the get-go from Indonesia, right? They really started the pacing early on, and they didn't let go, and they really focused on especially the gold lane, right? And Brazil was kind of just really trying to catch up with that, get to the point where they needed to be, but unfortunately it just wasn't there. And it could be the fact that Kaja's so strong right now, that might be one of the cases, right? Maybe Brazil decides to take Kaja, utilize that because what we saw OSX was a lot of plays decisively being made just with a concealed play, the Divine Judgment.
Yeah, especially in the hands of Vin. One of the experienced, his players right here on Indonesia getting his hands on this Kaja. That -1 right onto your team is a very efficient way of sealing your deal in team fights. Now we're going in for the draft. Now we have Team Brazil on the blue side. This time around we have Team Indonesia on the red. There's a switch now, but still there's a respect over to the Estes again, and also the Eve. And looking back on the banter of Brazil, also they're eyeing on to this Fanny, which has been a strong hero pick from our recent matches. But for the Kaja, you were talking about it earlier, respecting this hero from Indonesia.
Yeah, might as well, right? If you're not going to take it yourself, that's what leaves me to question, what do you want the priority to be? You know, if you're Brazil, maybe that's the Fredrin. If it's not banned out, at least kind of secure yourself one of the safest jungle picks, which is also the top pick right now statistically for this tournament.
Yep.
You can go that route. It's not banned out yet. They took out the Joy here, right? So last ban for this first phase for Indonesia. We'll see what it ends up being. They might just be comfortable enough, like I said, giving up the Fredrin. You lock in something else. And what we've seen from Indonesia anyway is just the flexibility, you know, the type of drafts that they've brought to the table so far, even in other international tournaments that this team has competed in, has been quite diverse.
Yeah, they have a long history right on their sleeves. And to think that the possibility of their prio pick here will depend on what is the first hero choice of Brazil would actually be a complete answer on what their flavor is heading from group stages to now. So they've banned out the floor, and they still don't want that healing in a global level.
Yeah.
I think we won't see more of the Florin being picked up on the next series of matches. Now it's an open space again for Fredrin, for either for Brazil and for Indonesia, but also Valentina is present as well.
Yeah, so I think you're kind of playing, you know, really what do you want? Do you want to take the Fredrin for one of the safest picks that you could go, and not only that, but you can also flex it? But you kind of have to.
A punch for a
they
punch.
They take Paquito, man.
Okay.
So does that give up Fredrin Valentina across over to Indonesia? Like, we'll see. This is interesting though, because Paquito himself is also still. You can still flex this technically. We don't know 100% is going to be parked in the XP lane. Will it be parked in the jungle?
Yeah, it's still flex. And knowing that Brazil, they're not afraid to try something new, even on off-meta picks. But now, Paquito being on the meta, either in EXP or the jungler, it's a great way of securing that true damage right in the front of the early game. But now with the Valentina being present here, sometimes you go actually against the Valentina if you have a Fredrin, but no, the XP lane gets Rizzler right away if you paired it with a Valentina. First 2 cards on the table for Indonesia.
Terizla just time and time again performing in any of these teams that have played him so far, even throughout the group stages. A solid choice here. Even if this Paquito does go in the XP lane, which, I don't know, right now...
Will they force it though, right from this draft?
I don't know if they want to do that, right? It might just be better if they do park it in the jungle. We'll see exactly what the idea is here though, right? Because based on the next 2 picks that they have for this first phase, that'll paint the picture. But across from you, like you mentioned, you know, you already have the Valentina. The Eve was also banned out. Okay, there it is. Right, Fredrin Brody's going to be locked in here. But still, technically, it's still up in the air, OSX.
Yeah, still a good pick, though, for the Fred. Either Indonesia takes it for themselves, because it checks 3 strong meta heroes right now being present. Terizla, Valentina, and if you get Fredrin right onto your bus, it is a completely having a majority in the early game. So this is Brazil like trying to arrange most of their comfort picks. So we still don't know on where this either Paquito or this Fredrin going, because in the past,
it's interchangeable.
Yeah, Asian Oceania qualifiers, we've seen Fred on the mid lane, we've seen Fred on the jungle. Well,
we've seen him in the XP lane.
The XP lane, even the roam.
Yeah,
he's a lot of things.
So it's Paquito.
Yeah, it's always Paquito. So a bit of a good change, but yeah. Oh, finally, Melissa. We see her once again. But will this be a great game though?
I was gonna say she's getting another shot, right? Because when she was picked up earlier in the day, yeah, that didn't go so well, right? So at this point, we've got both first phases locked in here. And they're still, you know, technically for Brazil, the one advantage they have with this first phase is it's still, like we mentioned, it's a little bit up in the air in terms of exactly who is going to be parked in the jungle specifically. So we'll see, right? Biggest thing is, what are they going to have in the mid lane? Unless it's a huge curveball, where, like you mentioned, Fredrin goes mid.
Yeah, speaking of curveball, Melissa hoping she could have a great chance now. If this 2 strong picks of Indonesia is now present, Brazil might want to ban out the Kadita now, because you were talking about mid lane, and Kadita is not banned yet, but they ban out the Farsa instead from Indonesia. So I was kind of expect them to take the Beatrix on for themselves with the presence of Terizla, even for the Valentina, and still they don't have an option yet for the jungle picks. Lancelot is present, well, let's see more. Well, they banned out the Farsa, which is a great counter for the Valentina. You don't want a feather airstrike showering onto you on team fight, so that's a great way to cover their own tracks for their own strategy. So this is the chance of Brazil now to either the ban out or they take the Kadita for themselves.
I was going to say, Angela was at the top of my head because I was thinking Angeling. For Indonesia. Like, if they went that route, that could have worked. So, you know, you had to really choose, like, yeah, do we still pick up the Kadita, right? We did have to ban out the Angela because we don't want to deal with that combination. We've seen it just kind of wreck teams, even in the group stages, so it's better that they use the ban here. Now, for the rest of it, right, really, how do you secure yourself this mid lane advantage going against Valentina? It's your work's cut out for you. Martez is locked in for the jungle option. So instead of opting for possibly an assassin jungler looking for those kills, you're going for utility, right? And you're kind of assuming, yeah, against me is going to be that Fredrin, because typically that's where it's parked, right?
Yeah, with this. Oh, good pickup though.
This is, by the way, we heard it. We heard the audio. This happened earlier.
Yeah.
This is what threw us off. I believe this is Novaria that's locked in.
I will protect you.
Not the Arlott.
Not the Arlott. Yeah, that's Novaria. So it's a mid lane.
This should be Novaria, because I heard the voice.
The sound effects,
yeah.
Good call there, yeah.
This popped up in the previous day. We'll see if it is. It makes sense. It should be a Novaria. They rounded up with this Lolita as well. So, you know, CC-wise and durability-wise, the same thing is happening here, OSX, right? You have quite the front line. You have also a lot of CC utility available to you for your Brazil. And you have poke. You have great poke because, yeah, like I said, that should be the Novaria.
Yeah, good poke, good vision. You have a way of utilizing your Numenon Blast more. If you have a Novaria reveal something, make the hitbox more. Yes, they showed up the Atlas. I'm happy now. If you're wishing Gorg show up, I am wishing Atlas to even show up.
I saw it in your talent reveal.
Yeah.
It's great though. Atlas, solid choice, and I think it's going to work really well with this lineup. Now, the one thing is, as I just mentioned before that Atlas was locked in, durability. This is more or less the same thing. You have an Atlas that's quite tanky. He's going to be able to find the setups with the Fatal Links, but also Martis being slippery and kind of hard to catch himself. And then you've got a Terizla to deal with. So again, if you're Brazil, you have to hope that you get that damage locked in early on and you're able to control the momentum of the game here, because as the game progresses, that's where we find it a little bit more difficult to find those kills.
Yeah, momentum for the Astral Echo. Once that ultimate has been used, you might want to get that follow-up with the Numenon Blast. And with that, that is kind of like the threat right now for the CC coming from Brazil. On the other hand, as we see the side of Team Indonesia, you also have ways to protect yourself from that Novaria, if ever, if that is a Novaria. And also the Fredrin as well. That's a way of like dealing or deflecting more of the damages that you can get up against a Fredrin as well as a Brody. Well, we have this open window from the early game that makes, again, Indonesia stand strong for their momentum, for their gold lane.
Not only that, but like I was saying, you know, here, we're going to find out too, okay? It wasn't Novaria, so I was going to say, right?
Okay.
I didn't want to go like too much into it just in case it wasn't Arlot, but yeah, Novaria locked in. And as you were saying, you know, poke-wise, the potential is really massive here. Anytime you have a Novaria, not only that, but just the vision potential that you can provide for your team, which actually works out really well, especially when you have this Lolita here. And in the fact that it's in the hands of Luna, who, you know, loves these types of picks, loves to find these setups, it should work out well for them. You know, even though he's taken this early punishment in the mid lane, you can usually count on Luna to find the setups on these types of heroes.
Yeah, and speaking of pokes here, we have the Impure Rage present as well for Moreno and Super Ken. In the early stages, this might where they can actually shine with the Ashura aura. But force the flicker out of Luna though.
Yeah, so that's tough, right? But they already got that resource out this early on. Should it be available, he'll have at least the Numenon Blast leading into that turtle. That will be crucial, but the fact that he doesn't have the flicker, you know, unfortunately won't be able to find those setups that we're used to seeing. So right now, in this early phase of the game, this is what we can expect. Both teams just trying to find any win they can. That doesn't necessarily mean, you know, an early kill, but if they can get some of these battle spells down before that first turtle comes up in about 30 seconds, that's great, right? Same thing can be said if they can find early kills like that. There you go.
Another
they get one here.
resource from Cerezo. That is their Appraser's Wrath. Almost onto nothing HP for Cerezo. Still saved by the Altar's Earth Energy Shields. Nice. And just by looking at this situation, and it's just 2 minutes. The first turtle is up, and now they're looking for a better way to secure this. We have, again, Buzizo and Super Ken on the area, as well as Vin. No ultimate yet present for the Atlas, but for Buzizo, he has the ultimate still present. Look at almost half HP on to Vin. But meanwhile, on the other hand, we have a great space here for Indonesia to take this turtle.
Okay, he's going to get whittled down here. Turtle's still going to be worked on. It is secured by Buzizo. Able to secure that there. Still looking for more here. Couple knockups found here. Cerezo not level 4 yet. Will go down. I think he was hoping to utilize the penalty zone even defensively if he could, but not able to. Brazil getting 2 kills plus the turtle there as we take a look at the replay.
Going back on how this went through, Luna was trying to find a setup here, but once they've heard that Luna Blast was already used, this was the commitment that the Valentino could actually give for the side of Brazil. So this was a missed chance for actually getting that good setup, but getting that first turtle, it's just completely Brazil taking the chance by having just a retribution.
Well, right now, again, we're at this point, Brazil doing what they had to do. We talked about this in the draft. They have to start early. They have to get the momentum building. That's exactly what they've done at 3 minutes in the game, right? How can they profit off of that? How can they build on this, if you will? And really, it's utilizing the Paquito. You were talking about how much, hold on, Super Ken can be in trouble. He will fall in the jungle, so they're still pressing the momentum here. And once again, I was saying, you know, Black on this Paquito, he has this advantage already. The damage is great on Paquito when he gets early lead, and hopefully they can continue to utilize that. Same thing can be said with a Novaria who gets these early kills. The poke potential is devastating.
Yeah, speaking of poke potential, right now Moreno has his Enchanted Talisman present. Well, speaking of amplifying more of the pokes of Valentina, well, having an extra mana goes a lot of way on forcing things out of Brazil. You were talking about resources. 3 flickers are now present, and if you want to have a better way to make actually them react on those kinds of team fights, it's just what Moreno does since game number 1. Force something out, and just by looking at the items here, we have Steel-like crates present for the Terizla, as well 2 Blade of Heptaseason as well. No, 2 Steel-like crates present and 1 Blade of Heptaseason for Upatizi, as well as this is one way of having an essential damage if you're up against Saken and you want to have that extra, well, a bit of a punch with that torn apart memory at this point in the game. It might go a long way, but it actually holds something in specifically objective takes.
Vin looking for the Fatal Links. Turtle going to be secured once again by Brazil, but now here comes the punishment. Vin was looking for the setup, but he will go down here. Brazil in full control. Happy with the objective, happy with a kill. They're off to a great start.
Yes. 14K gold lead. Now the difference of having 3K, 2K in, and again counting for Team Brazil. Looking for avenues such as this, Cerezo, and even Blacks having this one-on-one right on the bottom side of the map just controls a complete team fight, and just by going at this replay, having a great way or a chance for this objective take. Vin was trying to find an avenue with the ultimate that he can get up against Brazil, but most of the time, once that ultimate has been used, that's the way of looking for a comeback for Brazil, because if ultimate or CC is concerned, that could be Luna's way of securing that set for Brazil.
Not only that too, but just Vin he didn't get the angle he was looking for, you know, with that Fatal Links, and it just kind of collapsed right at that point. So we'll see if he's still able to pull it off. Top lane though, there's a whole lot of action happening here. Upa will fall. Now Luna gonna go down as well. That's a nice double decimate coming through from Super Ken. Now the focus, Saken getting him away. Bazizio now going to be focusing on Vin. Will force him back. Moreno here to help him out too. They might still give it a go. A couple shots coming through from Saken. Bazizio quite tanky though. Should be able to just back off. All this leading into that next turtle, third one of the game.
No casualties. Right on to 2 teams right now heading for the next objective. 17 seconds for this turtle to show up. Saken into position though. Looking for an angle on where could Vin actually might show up. Ejected state's now been used. Now target on to 1.
Bazizio going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Quite tanky himself though. Holding on for now. Just trying to hold his ground. Turtle now going to spawn up. He's going to start it up. We have Brazil getting in position, but Indonesia knows what's up here. You can see even the XP laners trying to make their way. They're in a clash themselves on the bottom side. Meanwhile, Turtle's going to be worked out here. Half health now. Vision being provided. Vin still going to be looking for that Fatal Links. Going to find the target. Turtle going to be secured by Super Ken. Now they collapse down. There's a huge penalty zone as they follow up as Luna falls. Zupa able to grab a kill. Still going to be unleashing here on the top side. The 1-2 punch comes through from Black. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Turtle secured by Indonesia.
Cerezo for the entry. Penalty zone, boxing out 2 members out of Brazil. And going back on this replay, Vin actually wanted to have a great target, but they didn't see where the penalty zone might come in. Vin was already half HP here, but one thing that changed here is the penalty zone. Almost half HP was dropping down the side of Brazil, and that was one avenue they didn't see coming. The knock-up, the CC from Indonesia was just a complete damage from Brazil to even take, even for that objective to be taken, even stolen by Retribution.
So once again, we find ourselves at a nearly even point. Brazil, with the great lead they had in the early game, whittled down a little bit. They still hold on to a lead here. So they got to continue doing what they've been doing for the most part. That last fight didn't go their way. put Black still in a good position. Also just picking up a key item here, has the dominance ice, now going to be working on it. They get a turret down in the bottom lane. This is all setting up for that Lord once it does spawn, but cross-map plays are going to happen. They're trading objectives here for the space advantage for both teams until they ultimately meet in the mid lane. You see both of them getting a position.
Yeah, and TKRS now being taken by Super Ken. It's just that how they wanted to deflect the damage from Brazil. Also, 4 members were trying to get him out of the turret completely right away. So at some point, they're looking for these pickoffs that they could actually use up against Indonesia. But at this way of seeing their items right now being present, a lot of ways to counter. You have the Antikyras, you also have the Dominance Ice, and 2 Antikyras actually are present. And to deal with the penetration that the Brody has, you have the Blade of Hephaestus, and also you have the Malefic Roar. So I say they have more tools now to answer the defenses of Brazil, especially now in the First Lord. They would really want to have this advantage, have a push for the base of Brazil.
Once again, we find ourselves at this Lord Dance, first one in the game. Keep an eye on Vin. It's going to be up to him to find a Fatal Link setup if he can. Same thing can be said about Luna as they wait patiently. Lord half health being worked on. Both XP laners also joining. Vin going to spot out Luna, forcing him back here. Who's going to pull the trigger first? Vin flickers, but he whiffs it, and they have to call it back here. That was a mistake, but they can still salvage it. But Brazil knows that. He doesn't have the flicker available, but they still have to watch out for the Fatal Links. The Lord going to be worked on quite low here. Will be secured by Brazil. Can they win the fight? Zarizo going to go ahead and jump in. Still going to be focused down. Black does get taken out. Now the Appraiser's Wrath comes down on Vin. They follow up with the kill. Upa grabs it. So they trade 1 for 1, but the Lord secured for Brazil.
A bit of a misplay there with the flicker, but still a salvaged way of answering that team fight by just looking at this replay, looking at the Numenum that's being cancelled. And this point in time, even the penalty zone was key to even counter for the CC on what Indonesia wanted to take back against this objective. Flowing through the damages, yes, they were deflecting most of the time, but Brazil there, if they had the perfect opening, when that Numenum blast was in the perfect set, it could go their way in winning that team fight. But as of now, Indonesia will be pushed on a defense with the Lord marching in their base.
The thing about this lineup for Indonesia, though, they do have a relatively good defense, right? They should be able to clear things out pretty well. They have clear potential. But at this point, you know, as you get further into the game here, OSX, this is really where that Novaria pick starts to shine. You can poke people down, at least to get that favorable position to fight these situations, these skirmishes, right? And what we're seeing too is a much better game for Upatizi here. Much better than the Irithyll we saw in the last game, right? You can see it. Even in his positioning, in a lot of these fights, it does look more in his favor. He's more comfortable on this Brody pick, right? But still, a lot of this can come down to these setups. Vin whiffing the flicker earlier on, if he had that available, that could have been a different fight, right? But at least Brazil was able to secure that Lord. They made a little bit of movement across the map, but still, ultimately, even with this lead that they have in terms of gold, they still have to choose their fights wisely, right? They can't just nonchalantly walk up and fight Indonesia just yet.
Well, speaking of Navarra now being in the position, especially on the mid-game, this is where Navarra shines in terms of vision, also poke. And if you're up against an Atlas, you might want to see, speaking of which, Astral Echo, or Recall rather, just totally hit them, just revealing a lot of, well, positions out of Indonesia, so that you don't want that, especially if you want to have a good setup for your team. So with this, they would be more eager to take in vision, get in for the reconnaissance, especially have good setup and have a good way of just clearing through the defense of Brazil. That's one way of securing their win. Right now, Buzizio has the immortality present. He has more ways of soaking up damage as well as just being in the front line. Just this, taunting Super Ken, just reviving and just letting him use the Ashura aura. But Vin, on the other hand, though, receiving damage such as that, almost half HP, revealing again the vision in the positioning of Indonesia. Again, if you have this kind of hesitation, and if you're up against that Novaria, you need to have a clear stand if you want to commit or not.
Got to respect the damage from Black as well on this Paquito. He did, with a couple shots, take Vin down, and Vin is one of the tankier members here of Indonesia. And you can see it, right? Even this, the torn apart memory's not going to kill Ken there, but you have to start respecting that damage coming out from Brazil, right? And now that this leads into this next Lord take, we'll see if Indonesia, if they want to go ahead and press the situation here. They have all the tools they need.
Look at that poke.
But Brazil can respond very quickly to this. Biggest things you got to watch out for if you're Brazil is the initiation with the penalty zone or the fatal links, regardless of flickers or not.
Ooh, look at Black on full stack. Full stack damage alert right there on the bush. Nobody's checking it now, though. Okay,
for a play.
On the conceal, nobody's here in the back line.
Fatal Link's gonna come through. Still, Sakin could be in trouble too. Had to use the ultimate. Meanwhile, still working here in the mid lane. Upa up. Luna gonna charge up. Noodle Blast goes in with a flicker. Still looking for the kill. Will they get it? One hit away. Chorizo falls. And there you go. They get the number advantage. Still gonna be looking for more though. No one giving the call for the Lord just yet. Vin takes a couple shots. Torn apart memory.
Vin.
Stacks are there, but not able to get it. They give the go signal on the Lord though. Indonesia might not just give this one up though.
Yeah, so much pumpkin has been popped. They're almost, well, a lot of smiley pumpkins on the ultimate from that Luminum Blast, but the takedown on Chorizo, now Brazil has more advantage to freely get this Lord for themselves, because for the most part, it's the battle, it's just the ambush, it's just the mechanical prowess of this team to just be, you just need to respect for it. So now they have secured the Lord, and also they have a way of pushing the defenses now of Indonesia. So approaching late game, they might need to have more damage now if you're up against the Taquito and as well as the Brody. Now the window, now Brazil is completely, could actually shine in this one.
I think they are. You know, at this point, you can say they're shining, man. Like, they've got the lead they need. They just got that Lord. They had a great team fight there, execution-wise and everything else. Now, what's left to question is how do they play around this Lord, right? It's going to be marching down the bottom side. It will most likely charge in, and they have to make the decision. You know, do we push into this mid side? Do we keep the pressure on the top? Again, Indonesia has a great lineup to make some clears here. As you see, they're going to make quick work on this Lord.
Oh, look at the taunt on Super Ken.
Still going to be working on Super Ken. Should be just fine. They hold the Lord there. They take it out very quickly, holding on to that inhibitor turret. They do lose one, though, that tier 2. Now possibly this tier 2 in the top side. So Brazil still able to get something out of that Lord, despite it going down rather quickly from the clear from Indonesia.
Now, if you're talking about the lineup or the wonders of the composition of Indonesia, well, Atlas could actually have clutch games and actually win or get comebacks. You just need to have the perfect flicker ult combo. I had it once, even in my games.
Yeah.
Completely having the great advantage in positioning. That just wanted to address it. But if you want to be in a state where you can get a lot of players in, even in your ultimate, you need to have a great way of items to even sustain that fight. You have Dominance Ice, you have the Athena Shield, probably building for an extra immortality rather, or probably a great way of sustaining those team fights, because if he is more concerned with the damage, he might go either for the immortality next for this one and actually be in the zone to get a good setup for his team.
It's just crazy that Black has so much gold, you know, like compared to even his team, right? He's just massive on this Paquito right now, and I think that's really what is paying dividends for this and this matchup against Indonesia, you know, in game 2. And it's proving to be a thorn in the side of Indonesia. And as the game progresses, that kind of transitions, right? Where Upa can shine. Super Syndra now picking up the Winter Truncheon as well, able to get a little bit more survivability here on the initiations coming through, especially from Vin. So, you know, those minor decisions, those minor interactions can really change the course of these team fights now at this point, right? Almost 18 minutes in, by the time this Lord dance starts, we're going to be at a crucial point, right, for both these teams. And that gold lead that Brazil does have, they've held on to.
Imagine how deadly this combo is.
Yeah.
Oh,
no.
Spotted.
Black. Immortality going to be popped here, but will go down. That is very unfortunate as the Lord comes up.
Yeah, and if you would want to have a counter for damage or even a knockup from the back line, oh, they're not stopping yet. Super Ken. Taunted.
Torn apart memory going to come through. Not able to pick up the kill just yet. They force the jungler back, though. Still going to be working on some more. Uba has to flicker around. He will go down, though. Moreno able to pick up the kill. Look at the unleashing damage from Zakin. Able to force them back. That is the power of a fully itemized Melissa here. Now they give the go signal on the Lord. Indonesia looking to punish Brazil. Zizio forced out of here. Still has the immortality. There's the Fatal Links. Should be a kill for them. Team not sure if they want to back him up. Luna gonna charge up. Gets the stun with the Numeron Blast. But ultimately for nothing. Members will fall for Brazil. Lord secured for Indonesia.
A major objective and 2 people out of Brazil. Now we're looking at attack and just trying to get through that needles and flowers. Basic hits right onto the members of Brazil. How could it even go even up front with that? Either if you might want to take a step closer, either Vin takes you, either Chorizo takes you. There's a lot of problems that need to adjust. So with this kind of looking at a way of having a bounce back up against Indonesia, either have a good amount of defense or even items by just sustaining team fights with Indonesia. By looking at the Atlas right now, or even Lolita, he has the again the Athena shield. I think he has immortality though, but you don't want to keep using that, or you don't want to have that mistake of like losing the immortality when you get the chance to have a perfect set. Either you get a good follow-up, you get good reinforcement, or lose it.
Well, that's what happened to Black, minutes ago. He had the immortality, but it went down. They found him on the part of the map that you just don't want to be before that Lord comes up by herself. So now they find themselves on the defense, right? Lord still making its way on the top side. The assault coming through in the bottom lane. This will be an inhibitor turret going down. Meanwhile, they're probably going to lose both of these because right now Indonesia just holding on, right? Again, expect a flicker Fatal Links or a flicker penalty zone, one or the other. Turret will fall on the top side. Eyes still set on the back line here. Vin gonna go through. There's the Fatal Links, able to find 2. Bazizio will fall. That was an immortality popped as well. Upa in trouble. Goes in with the Wind of Nature, but they don't get the kill. It's a double though on Black. And now gonna be working on the Crystal, and Indonesia turns the game 2 around as they clean up and take the series.
A 2-0. Right in our 3rd match of the playoffs day. A great start for Indonesia today, and even in their own lineup, late game, they answer correctly the problems they're up against Brazil's early game power.
Similar to what we saw earlier, OSX. Gold lead for one or the other team, and able to turn things around with just great gameplay, great decision making. And that's what we saw there, right? Indonesia is a team, one of the tournament favorites that people are looking towards, again, defending that title for IESF as well. But I loved what I saw from Brazil too. I know that they're gonna be sent there to the lower bracket, but what we saw from them and how they adjusted from game 1 to game 2, you can't deny the fact that there was some improvement there, right? And now we gotta see how they adjust. How they adjust tomorrow ahead of them. But right now, again, Indonesia just executing very well, even when they're down, is something that the best teams in the world do. And so they've done it here in the series. They 2-0'd, they sweep it, and it was solid gameplay, all around, but especially for Indonesia.
It's about answering or even finishing the game for Brazil. That was the composition they were trying to bounce back from game number 2. We're looking at a promise from even in their own lineup. You have the sustain, you have a great way to counter, you have ways to even answer each of the CCs, but it's just about having the right angle for having the perfect setup. You're up against Atlas, you're up against a Valentina as well, who can have a counter for your ultimate setup, so who would you go for? But looking at the screens right now, this is the spirit of sportsmanship of Team Brazil as well as Indonesia after winning this match.
Again, this team from Brazil, a lot of experience here. Very decorated players as well. And like I said, there's been improvements globally for all these teams, even competing here in IESF, WEC. And you see it, across the board. And at the same time, like you were mentioning, especially with Indonesia, it takes a certain type of strategy and execution to really topple giants like this, right? I know, later on we're going to see even the Philippines play later in the next series, but these are the teams that you really look for to learn from, and that's what happened here with Brazil. This MVP for the game is Sakin on this Melissa. And we were talking about it when it was locked in, OSX. We wanted to see a better performance from Melissa, right?
Yeah.
Because earlier today, didn't turn out so well. So this one, great job here from Sakin.
Yeah, completely giving this hero a bit of an advantage for the power picks that we might see from the days to come.
Yep.
In the playoffs, 307 on this Melissa, they inspire even being present. So with all the items he built, it's just completely a great way of having, as you said, a vacation in the gold lane. Does that answer your thing? For that, having a good marksman or a good laning stage from early to mid, and just the threat of Melissa having a great composition around it.
Not only that, but you saw the damage, right? You see the damage per minute there.
Basic
but still,
attacks.
Just through the basic attacks, and like you were mentioning with the Inspire, that's typically what we see from Melissas at the highest level. But at the same time, it always takes a certain amount of effort to get there, right? Like that's what I'm saying earlier. We saw Melissa just completely shut down. So again, great performance here from Sakin. His team really allows him, and this could be said for any gold laners for any teams. Really, it's usually the teams that just allow their gold laners to really shine, and that's why it's so important to allow them to have as easy of an early game as possible, and that's why you see so many teams focus on the gold lanes early on, right? So great job there.
Once again, let's throw it over to our Breakfast Club member Waxen together with Indonesia right on stage for their winning interview.
Thank you so much, OSX and Nice. So I'm joined here by none other than the defending champions of the title, Team Indonesia. Give them a round of applause. Congratulations, great performance, and you are now one step closer to retaining your title. How do you feel?
Good.
Very nice. Top 6. You will now have to wait for your opponents tomorrow. Who would you like to face in tomorrow's matchup between the two upcoming teams?
There, Philippines.
Oh. Fighting words coming from Indonesia. How has the tournament been so far, and have you been enjoying your time here in Yash for the World Esports Championships?
What?
Are you having a good time?
Yes, I think we have good time.
Amazing. Well, if you have any final words or things you'd like to tell to your fans, the camera right there, and you can say whatever you want.
Indonesia.
Terima kasih atas dukungannya buat seluruh masyarakat Indonesia, dan kita tetap butuh doa dan dukungan kalian supaya kita tetap dapat pialanya lagi.
Thank you very much. And once again, round of applause for Team Indonesia! They will be advancing on to tomorrow's uppers bracket semifinals. But for us, we will now be going on a short break, but we will return with the 4th and final best of 3 series of the day.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condund, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better. makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Iași, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Iași offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Iași is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Iași is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan Cuza, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Iași are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Iași is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Iași Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Iași municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Iași. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condent, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Iași, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Iași. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Iași. Come here and get to know us better. What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condund, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
Greetings from the World Esports Championships live here in Iași, Romania, the 15th edition. We have had 3 phenomenal MLBB best of threes of this playoff. 3 of the teams have fallen down in the lower bracket, but we have one more in store for you. Who will crack that top 6 or who will face elimination tomorrow? First, making their way to the stage, one of the favorites, undefeated in the group stage. Make some noise for Philippines! And their opponents, second place in the group stage, wanting to make a statement while representing their country and crack into the top 6. Yash, Romania, everybody at home, make some noise for the UAE! Philippines, could I have team captain step forward for a picture, for a handshake? UAE team captain. You can shake each other's hand and may the best team win. As the teams can now slowly start making their way towards the booths, we will patiently await for this phenomenal battle, the main event of the first MLBB playoff day. But to break down the upcoming action, we will have to give a warm welcome, and once again, let's hear it for the extraordinary duo of OSX and Naisu.
Thank you so much, Waxon. Amazing job on stage there introducing the teams. We love to have you here joining us for MLBB. And yes, it's me, Naisu, with OSX to bring you the last series of day number 1 for MLBB playoffs. And it's with Philippines and UAE. And, you know, so far from what we've seen, OSX, what are you expecting from this series here?
Well, straight up best of 3. Well, 3 games right away.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. They've met in the Asian Oceanic qualifiers. We have on screens the lineup of Team Philippines Cebol, PHI Recutiano, PHI Saison, PHI Cannon, PHI Arcangel, and PHI Unigo.
Tongue twisters.
Yep.
You know, for a lot of people out there, but amazing lineup.
Returned.
They have returned. We saw them in the Asian Championships, right? And how they performed there. If it's anything like that, this might be, in a way, some people might be saying smooth sailing, and some people might be saying that these other teams now have caught up, at least gained ground against the Philippines. And I think it's true, right? As so far from what we've seen, a lot of teams have improved, and I think now, if you're looking at it, the Philippines will have their work cut out for them if they can get through, of course, through day number 1 first.
Yep.
Right? Now, in a little bit, we'll be looking at that roster for UAE here. Familiar faces as well, right? We have Ruiz, Jed, Travis, Drago, and 7M Dan. And these guys, you know, we had the opportunity to talk to some of them over back in Riyadh, right?
Yeah.
And
amazing.
we know that.
Yeah, amazing meeting them right there in the Middle East.
Yeah, and they are, if I remember right, there's like 2 or 3 brothers here.
Yeah.
Like the whole family also. We did learn that even the family plays MLBB. But the other ones are just too young to join the team, right? So
not yet, though.
Not yet. They're not there yet. But you have to consider the fact that they've got the secret. It's the brother synergy, right? At least for 2 of them. Yeah.
A family playing Mobile Legends together. That's even a dream come true for me if that happens. But wow, UAE, we're seeing them back again, right here on the last series of the playoff stage in day number 1. A lot of things actually happened from the first series to the third. Power picks, meta picks, or even off-meta picks are just showing. But one of which that Philippines is actually known for back in the Asian Oceanic qualifiers is that Florin being used back again, and also the most banned hero today. And even the Estes is out, even a lot of sustain heroes are out.
People just don't want to deal
game.
with it. Like
no.
They're like, I don't want to deal with sustained lineups. Because in a way, and especially what we saw, again, what was that, 2-3 months ago when the new emblem system came out, that update that introduced that?
A month ago, yeah.
Was it a month ago, or it's like it feels like 2 months? Feels like a while.
It was July.
That's crazy. Time flies.
Wow, so quick, bro.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is my point is this sustained lineup, those picks, those hero picks, especially with the way that the emblems kind of changed, it worked out so well, but almost too well to the point where a lot of teams just don't want to deal with it. So they'd rather just go the ban route, right? Use one of the bans for the Florin or maybe the Angela if you don't want to deal with Angela and Ling. And we know that this Philippine team loves to opt for that. But I would say, OSX, the thing we've been seeing, kind of the trend here right now, even throughout the group stages, even today, is again, more opting towards that durability lineup.
Speaking of durability, well, we can count more of the percentage of a Fredrin who might show up. So most of the times, we've seen assassin picks. We've seen him paired with either a great sustained hero. We've seen Baksha today. Yep. Mostly not on the offensive state, but mostly in a utility state on team fights. So most of the times that we see this kinds of heroes show up, especially for these two teams right now that we're going to see, it's mostly on the draft that they will have their hands with this power pick as we see. Either you choose a cheese strat or you use a pocket pick up against one another. But if you're up against the Philippines right now, if you are UAE, you might want to have that homework. Because if you're not, by just being here in the playoffs, you made it through the challenges of group stages. And you have the second chance now to just continue or just be dropped down in the lower bracket.
Well, like I've been saying throughout today, man, is, specifically whether you're going with any variation of these lineups, these team compositions, right? For the most part, if you can secure yourself the gold lane, I always feel like that's one of the most crucial things, especially, let's talk about UAE, because again, in a similar fashion as what we saw for the previous series, Indonesia, a lot of people already have the idea, right, about teams like that, Indonesia, Philippines. I want to know UAE, though, and exactly how we kind of established this meta so far in IESF is, what do they have to do to actually topple a team like the Philippines? Because in a lot of ways, there's multiple routes you can go, right? And one of those, like I said, is that gold lane matchup, securing it, going and letting it farm up as much as possible and get to the point where you're just online popping off, So that might be the case here as we jump into the draft for game number 1. First bans, nothing out of the ordinary. The fact that they did decide to take out the Fanny, great choice, because if you saw the performance from Philippines during the group stage with the Fanny, it's devastating. So you take that out, you take the next one, the Ling out, and you follow up from there.
Wow, we finally see Canada show up. Paired with the Claude. Not wasting any second. We were talking about the respect ban here for the Fanny against the Philippines. Well, paired up with the Fredrin, they have been playing Canada all night long back in the day that we had the chance to rank up in this season.
I'm also just wondering, because, we've had this thing today so far, is this an Ovari or is this an R-Lock? Because it's twice now that we have seen Arlot show his face, but it's Navaria locked in. So let's see exactly how that unfolds as we get through this rest of the draft. They pick up the Beatrix. I think this is a solid choice. Beatrix is kind of, in terms of picks, she's kind of fallen off a little bit, but I still think she's very appropriate for any situation. When I was talking about the gold lane, the great thing about Beatrix is you can play her in a couple different ways, right? And for the most part, you have a gun for every situation that works out for you. And you just have to survive the onslaught of what's across from you, which is Kadita, for the most part. Those pick-off situations are going to be crucial if the Philippines is able to build up the momentum from that.
Yeah, speaking of momentum, now they take out the Martis rather, and also Terizla. A lot of heroes present right now for a Fredrin. Also, in the side of Team Philippines, they don't have a tank yet, but this could either be a Rome Kadita for this, either a mid Kadita.
Oh, well, we have seen the Philippines play mid Fredrin.
Yeah, in hands of Arcangel, yeah. We've seen him back in the Riyadh, so now there's a lot of options in the table, and also the Baksha. The Baksha here also, eyeing on this hero specifically. Back in the series of the day, a great way to utilize those Tortoise Puissance in team fights paired with the Eve, but without the threat of the RWM being present with the prio ban of the Philippines. Well, this is a great way for them to actually seal some good team fights without being, again, deteriorated down with their own HP.
Okay, so as we wait for this second phase to commence here, already locked in, like I said, the Fredrin, we don't necessarily know just yet where it's going. But Kadita as well, like you mentioned, roam or mid. We'll see. Bowman. Wow. Okay.
Bowman.
Not a pick we typically see right now in the current meta, but still a solid choice. You know, I feel like statistically, he doesn't have a huge pick rate, but he still serves the same purpose, right? You're just spending a majority of your time in the jungle, and in a way, you kind of have like a version of Appraiser's Wrath yourself, right? So,
Yeah.
you're looking to answer this Fredrin here that way,
Just keeps
whittle
on
people
spinning.
down, spin to win, and get those kills.
Yeah, speaking of getting those skills also, with this, we might get a chance to see where this Kadita might even be placed, either what lane will be the choice of Philippines, because with the Balmond now being present in the threat of the jungle, you might want to have that extra defense up front. You don't want that. Yeah, speaking of which, yeah, we have the Franco back again. Whoa, one of the favorite, again, of a team of Philippines is back in the qualifiers is also the glue.
Yeah. Glue, solid choice. Now we know, right? Now we know where things are going. Fredrin's in the jungle. Kadita's going to be in the mid lane. We've got the roam for the Franco, who has been, honestly, Franco's been really devastating in any teams that decide to play him, especially if they go with that focusing mark emblem. Works out really well, helps with the burst potential on top of it. So still, let's see what the answer here is from UAE, what they want to round this out with. I'm still assuming that you know, we're gonna find out exactly what the mid lane choice is here, but some stuff is left on the table, and mainly you want to be able to play around the burst potential from the Philippines just with this lineup, and you're gonna have to dodge a lot of hooks for the majority of this early game. Okay. And there we go. We were just talking about it before we entered the series. Florin finally picked up.
Okay, there's a lot of there's a lot of CC in the Philippines right now for their own composition. So, depending on the ultimate of this Florin, we still don't know if this is again an Arlot or a Novaria,
Yeah,
right?
we'll find out.
So we might find out anytime soon. But the Florin choice though,
I mean, it makes more sense, right? Florin, let's say Florin, Rome, Bavaria mid, Paquito in the XP lane, you got Ballman in the jungle, and then of course the Beatrix in the gold, right? Like, that's kind of what I'm expecting, but still we'll see once we get loaded up. Now, in terms of the Florin pick, this is what we were talking about leading into this. I think that sustainability, it might have been something that they picked up back in Riyadh, right? Like, let's go with that. We saw Philippines utilize that. We saw other teams utilize that. Why don't we perfect that strategy? So it was a Novaria. So
every time you see an Arlot, it's a Novaria.
Well, then what happens when Arlot is actually picked? Is it Novaria's?
I don't know what will Arlot feel at this point.
Well, I'm surprised, honestly, it hasn't been picked up more, right? Arlot for a time was literally like in the upper echelon of Fredrin stats.
Well, one change though, he was actually nerfed.
Yeah, I know he
Because
was nerfed.
The ultimate, you know when will the final flash will happen. So maybe that's one thing. But it was a different time back then in the qualifier. So now maybe they're eyeing more of the surprise factor that they can do with a different EXP lane. Well, Bauman and a Paquito, you have more damage. You have more true damage in spell vamp. So one more to sustain up against a Fredrin, well, that's one way to answer the composition of Philippines right now.
Not only that, but now that you have the sustain, you have quite a bit of damage too, like you were talking about. But just the blooms as well. We've seen how crazy those heals can come from the Floridan, especially with the emblems and everything. So, you know, with that, I would say you're kind of playing with a double-edged sword, though, if you're UAE here, because remember, Florian was utilized by the Philippines back then, and obviously they know how to play around that. They're going to try their best to counter some of that early sustain advantage that is present with the Florian pick. So that's something. Now, on the other side, if you're UAE, man, if you can get the lead going for you early on, that's great. But you still also cover your base for the mid to late game because, again, what we've seen from Novaria specifically is how much poke potential she has, right? And as the game goes on further, those astral recalls really start to hurt. The vision is there, obviously, as well. And then you're just hoping that you're able to follow up. Paquito is someone, too, that you've talked about extensively, OSX, for any of these lanes that he's parked in. But even from the previous series, we saw how Black played that Paquito and how he had more gold than his entire team, right? So that could also be a crucial pinpoint here for UAE if they want to take this game one.
You have knock-up, you have burst, you have a way to evade a lot of team fights if you are a Paquito. Now being utilized in Yash statistics now, and when looking at the hero pools being, well, picked from red and blue side, I think a Paquito is just a good way to go if you're up against a team who's tanky early game, and it's kind of, you have a way of sustaining that with your own true damage. So by just looking at this, you have in the side of the Philippines, you have a Franco, you have a Navarra, and you have a Kadita rather. Just imagine the burst there. You have the burst, you have the catch, and you just serve it up quickly.
I think that's all you have to do. That's kind of been the story, man. Is like, whether it's the Kadita, whether it's the Kanja, they serve the same purpose, right? Look for one of those targets, burst them down, get the numbers advantage, right? And that's why I feel like a lot of these different compositions, and we've kind of seen the emergence of that durable lineup, you know, and that's why you even saw in the bans there, a lot of it was focused for some of those durable heroes, right? And that's something that you can go along with is, as long as you can avoid, and I feel like it's easier said than done for the most part. Because most people will be like, hey, just avoid the Kadita. Avoid the rough waves. It's that easy, man.
Either you avoid it or you force something out of the Kadita.
Yeah, but more often than not, at this level of play, right, you might be able to avoid it for a little bit, burning your flicker, using a purifier.
You don't want to use that early.
Yeah, but then you're going to get punished, right? And that's why I feel like, for the most part, those burst kind of compositions that are happening, these burst heroes that are being prioritized, you've got to kind of have a plan A, plan B for most of these situations.
Yeah, if you want to get a catch onto Philippines' lineup, so we either check if the Bauman, the Paquito, it's much more of like an invade composition that we see. Because there is a Novaria. Again, you reveal a position right onto the map. But if that layer or that resource has been used, either you commit to a setup or either you commit to a pickoff. So that's what we see the lineup of UAE has. So either they can have a chance to go up against Philippines as well.
Well, as the teams get situated here, it looks like they're just about ready to jump into this game number 1, last series of the day once again. It is the Philippines versus the UAE. As we get loaded up, we see everything is situated for both of these team compositions. Jumping into the land of Dawn, game number 1 here. Already a hook being landed. And this is I feel like step number 1, right, for the most part for UAE. You got to watch out for these hooks. They're going to be happening all day, all game. And sometimes if that's putting Travis in the front and taking those hooks, then that might be the best case scenario because, yeah, you have to rely on literally your tankiest guy, which is this Ballman, and then the sustain, right? That is kind of what you have here. Whereas on the flip side, Philippines has quite a few tanky heroes, right? They got the Fredrin, they got the Franco, they've got Glue as well.
Yeah, speaking of which, now by just having the vision from where is Travis coming from right now, so we're going for a pause once again. And just by speculating onto the early game, we have 2 quantum charges present for Buez, for the Beatrix, and also for Jed. So this gives them an amount of time to sustain with the basic hits to regen some HP. But if that point that wasn't blocked, that if Travis didn't block the hook, it could have been a reset from that purple. But as we see here, they're getting more and more focused on getting objectives right away in the first minute here, and even on the first turtle of the game.
First turtle of the game is always crucial, right, for a lot of these teams to build up here for the most part. And as the early game kind of goes forward, you're not expecting, at least with this lineup, for any early kills, right? There might be some poking back and forth. Nice flicker,
That's the flicker and the hook combo forced out a resource from this Novaria. Drago might want to get his hands back on this flicker if, again, he might get taken down or being chased down by Philippines. Meanwhile, up top, we have Buez on level 3. Ricotiano, on the other hand, is level 2. So sustaining more of this laning stage, I think they're trying to disturb more of the gold lane of Philippines right now.
Well, right now, no one going down this early on is a great start, at least for UAE. Keep things in mind, right? For the most part, they have to be able to farm up. That's going to be really reliant on Buez, especially with the Beatrix. Novaria needs time to scale up really well here. And if anyone, Jed will be a source of that early damage potential, right? The burst potential from Paquito early on is a threat. So all this leading into that first turtle of the game, UAE getting in position, might be looking for their own kind of advantage in terms of not so much a kill, right? But if they can whittle down the Philippines a little bit, but it looks like they won't even be able to find a moment here just yet.
Petrify now has been used. Ocean Audio as well. Knock up onto Travis. Will the burst be enough? That's the rough waves connecting to Team UAE. Arcangel secures the kill. Cannon as well. Takes 2 points out of UAE. Now Unigo is eyeing on one. Suppressed one member. Used a bloody hunt. Right onto Drago, forcing him back to the turret. As 7M Dan tries to poke in for reinforcement. Meanwhile, Saison has eyes on this purple, stealing another objective out from the jungle of UAE.
This is what I was talking about. Like, the Philippines is one of those teams, just like even Indonesia, where they just, their routine in the early game is almost mirrored every single time, right? They're able to just kind of poke things down, whittle their enemy teams down the best they can. Nice little dodge there. But the same thing, right? When it comes to that first objective, the turtle take, they usually know that dance so well. We like to call it that turtle dance, that lord dance, because that's what it ends up being. And usually they're looking for a bait, right? They're trying to get the other team to engage, and they know their positioning is crucial. So at this point too, even with that whole thing unfolding OSX, the fact that you get that early kill already on Archangel here, it's tough to do it, because Kadita, the more kills you get, the more burst.
Speaking of which, that is the rough waves connecting. Blazing Duet. Recodiano is trying to pierce through the damage, but still sustaining that team fight, or the poke rather, from the Claude, still pushing through. Forced a flicker out of 7M Dam though. Saison, on the other hand, is eyeing on the top lane turret. Meanwhile, the EXP of Saison is up by 2 levels ahead against Travis.
Okay. Gold lead already starting to favor the Philippines here. You can see that, right? The turtle timer, 20 seconds away. Positioning already crucial, and they're going to be doing that. This time around, though, if they can find this hook in any part of the map, they're going to go for that. They're looking for the numbers advantage. And it's just time and time again here, OSX, they're taking the purple buff away from UAE.
I gotta hand it over to Cannon and even just Saison just being present. Look at the control over the camp of UAE. Having that great amount of vision as well as coverage, and having a right beeline on where is the objective coming from, that's one way of securing a recon for your team, that you can actually have an advantage. Where you're talking about numbers, you're talking about burst advantage. Now Philippines freely securing this turtle once again by Saison.
And at this point, UAE furthering this gold deficit they got to work with, right? And sometimes this is a strategy in itself, right? When you know that the early game is not going to go in your favor, you might as well give up some of these early objectives. Just farm up. Just get as much gold and experience as you can. Bloom, though, hold on. Travis going to go down here. Even with the Bloom, the sustain, not enough already.
Yeah, speaking of sustain, the burst right now coming from Arcangel is just completely, slowly being devastating for the side of UAE. Meanwhile, Jed onto the sacks of true damage. He's just being poked by Cannon over and over again. Meanwhile, up top here, Unigo as well as Recodiano trying to chase down the floor, and 7M Dan is down. Saison takes the kill, and meanwhile up top, Buez is left alone, and 3 members of Philippines are present.
And right now, just like I'm saying, you know, the lead continues to build, and you're looking for any moment that UAE can save this.
Woo! Oh. And that is just Saison securing the kill. 3 members from Team Philippines who are present on off-camp kills were added to the list. Arcangel takes another one. 6 points in for Philippines.
There's just too much action across the map is basically what's happening, right? Left and right, top and bottom lanes, kills happening here, juggling turret aggro and everything else. And it's just, they're not stopping here.
Yeah, he is not stopping. Taunt on Travis. Saison is just by himself. 7M Dam, look at that, stickers showing through from Team Philippines. Meanwhile, up top, Wes trying to get on for the advantage. You were talking about how will this window for UAE could be beneficial. Either they sacrifice something out, because as we can see, we're looking at Travis trying to take on possible leftovers of the objective right in the map from Philippines.
They're trying to hold on to anything they can, right? Another turtle's going to spawn here. Look at the positioning, though, for UAE. They could turn this thing into something beneficial for them, right? Travis securing that orange buff. Jed has information here that they need, but even if they commit to this, do they have enough to turn it around? They're going to go for it.
Oh, Jed is right in. The middle of two from Team Philippines. Jet as well as now using the dash to have a safe passage back in his team now. Rough waves connecting on to Travis. Ricriano secures the kill. Philippines another one for this game. 7-0. The goal lead right now rising onto 4K.
So as we take a look at the replay here, you're seeing the struggles of Ballman and why he's kind of, struggled in the current meta. You slide in there, you've got the spin to win, but then after that, it's pretty much over, and especially with all the CC being laid upon you, it's tough to deal with. I mean, even having lethal counter isn't enough to really deal with these kind of the pressure that's being put on, right? Not only that, but the fact is, I don't know at this point how many buffs have been stolen, right? So you're getting further and further away. You're 2 levels behind Saysun here on the Fredrin. And so at this point, and what we saw before, even when the Boxer was having a hard time in the previous series, you have to find a way to give value to the team. This is tough.
Wow, with a follow-up with a blazing duet onto Ricriano, piercing through the health on HG bar 7M down. Now Jed is forced to attack, but the damage of Buez is not enough. Arcangel is on a killing spree, evading by just going and diving on deep with that rough waves and a breath of the ocean, just completely giving him an avenue to burst down one member after the other for UAE.
At this point, again, it's just getting more and more difficult for UAE to find something in this game 1. And we talk about the snowballing effect a lot, and how there is always moments where teams can actually find ways to turn things around. But if you're looking at this all across the board, everybody is struggling for UAE. Usually in those situations, you have one lane or maybe at least 1 or 2 of those members who at least have been able to farm up relatively well. But this way, the gold gap now at about 7,000 gold, and it's spread pretty evenly. I mean, this is just a Malefic Roar being picked up for Buez here at the 9-minute mark. And so it's getting increasingly difficult. Look, they're looking for a play here. Travis trying to help out.
Will the ambush be the answer for Team Philippines? Travis surviving through that lethal counter, but Arcangel is just on a spree, taking one member after the other. Now Unigo sustaining that damage. Now Saysun completely secures the Lord. Diversion all over the map and kills translating into success, heading towards the mid-game.
Now the Lord's been secured. All the turtles across the board. This defense will be tough, just out of the fact that they're outscaled. I mean, at this point, right, it's getting even worse at the 10-minute mark. So even if you try to defend this first Lord push, really what can you do? You're saving graces once again, hoping that Buez has some damage. He only has a couple of these items here. Just picking up the Malefic Roar recently, and look at this, they're just gonna go for it.
Yeah, speaking of pick up, now he's being taunted. Travis now trying to fall back in the defense of his own turret. Now there's Lord up top trying to break down defenses more from UAE. Now, probably what they can do right now is make this Novaria work from 10 minutes. Will this be even enough though? There's no deaths yet from Philippines right now, and it's completely destroying one turret. Again, 10-0.
Not just 10-0, but almost 10,000 gold lead ahead now. You can see it. Saysun full confidence going in.
Look at the taunt forced out. They flicker out from UAE. Still surviving that setup now. Revealing all of the location now from Philippines where they're going through now. They probably just can't even go out of the base right now. Just completely taking down turrets. One and completely continuing their march through the defense of UAE.
This is getting even tougher for Travis, right? We saw, it was nice to see the Ballman be picked in here, but you see how fast it gets shut down too. Now 3 levels behind. I think really OSX, the only thing you can do is exactly what Jed is trying to do. Push a side lane, put some pressure somewhere, but the risk there is obviously getting cut off, getting locked down, especially that you have a Franco across from you. Bloody Hunt is just the perfect combination to stop someone from doing this. And you can even see, right? Buez is trying to make his way as well, trying to put anything they can on the map for the most part, right? Travis finally able to get a buff, even if it's on the other side. Look at this though. Look at the placement from Philippines. So I would say, given how that all unfolded, yes, they're still behind 10K. UAE though, that's all they can do, man. It's a scrappy life for them. They have to find just whatever they can to get themselves back into this game in some form or another. What is that going to be? Well, it's probably going to be in the hands of Buez and Drago as the game goes on. If they can get to, let's say, we get to the 20-minute mark. They buy another 9 minutes. They farm up what they can despite this gold deficit. They hold on to their base. They might be able to turn something around. But the biggest obstacle in front of them, obviously, is the fact that then you start getting into immortality territory. That was just a wind of nature being picked up.
Locked in.
By Recreano, he's already locked in. Almost 11,000 gold on this plot alone. He's massive in the gold department, and it's showing. And that is something that UAE is really, it's just one out of many things they have to deal with.
Even on the defense items, I only see one from Jed, and this is way of like building through the Athena shield up against the damage right now. Philippines need to answer more of that. You have attack damage, you have burst damage coming from Archangel's Kadita. So how would you even fathom to have that defense? So there's just only one that's coming from Paquito. Yes, they have a way to regenerating back themselves once the team fight is initiated, but that is just from the mercy of the Bloom. And Saison, just by himself, activating his own shield, lethal counter won't be enough. Taunting Travis to just pull and be onto him, but evading that ultimate from Beatrix, a big way of depleting out resources from UAE. Meanwhile, up top, two members just pushing through. On a macro scale, this is just Philippines doing their own way. Just completely have great coverage on the map.
You can see what they're doing. They're going with the split formation here. Lord getting ahead and charge in the top side. Gets that damage in. There's the flicker.
That's the flicker. That's the bloody HUD connected on to Buez. He is the casualty of UAE now on Recreano having the mega kill for Philippines. Travis being trapped with the grab, and the split. That's a triple. Right onto the marksman of the Philippines. Another hook with a follow from Jed. Now there's no way that they can defend that initiation from a Philippines style. They're just taking down defenses. Again, one after the other. Draco being caught again with a grab, and Jed as well trying to send its team fight, but no, Philippines is just marching right into the tower of UAE and taking the first point with a 15-0 for this match.
That was rough for UAE there. 15-0 and a massive gold lead. I think it was 12,000 or something at that point. There is a clear disparity between at least this game, these two teams, right? And honestly, going back to Riyadh, something that we saw there too was just the difference. Now, what can they do? What can UAE do here? In this situation, even if you're just looking at game one OSX, there wasn't really a moment, obviously, in that match where UAE was in any form of the driver's seat, right? They were just at the whims of the Philippines. And so you're starting to think, was it just the draft? Was it the Ballman and Florin pick? Like, was that too much?
How do you answer, again, the Franco, the Kadita? Had a great snowball, by the way, by Arcangel. So how do you manage to even deflect that lethal ignition, completely bursting through your defenses? And that's just problem, just goes to show that they're having more of the, well, they keep on answering the solutions rather than holding their lanes throughout the early game.
Again, at this point, you can see, hopefully they're able to salvage this series, because game one was it was too one-sided, And if you really break down even the draft, then yeah, maybe you just went with the Florin, but you went with the more traditional jungle option. There was still a lot on the table. Ballman himself just isn't, I feel like there are situations, there are team compositions where it could work, right? Like, it could work, but for the most part, like you said, with what they had across from them, so much CC, so much burst potential, how can you play around that when you're on a hero like Ballman?
That was a good question, and to think that the Paquito was the priority of UAE, Philippines banned out right away the Baksha. Having the draft rotate around Paquito and you pair up with the Beatrix or even a Faramis was completely denied by Philippines just from the second phase of the banning.
That's why, again, I think it's just this one, like this game one here, not even down to just how the game unfolded at the macro and micro level, but even the draft. I think it was a little bit too much you know, to take the moments, to take the floor in there. The other picks should have worked great, but unfortunately this one was a little bit too much not in your favor for the draft, right? Whereas what we saw across the board was something that we've seen similar for the Philippines before. So we'll see who the MVP here was for game number 1 again from the Philippines. A massive win here. Requitiano on this Claude, 8-0-4. Just, again, similar situation. We're seeing so many MVPs, gold laners, and it's usually the case, right? They're just able to farm up, get to the point where they need to be, and they just unleash at that point. So this is kind of the trend we're going to, OSX, where, like we've seen in the past, gold lane is so important, but really, can you execute it? That's what's happening with a lot of these teams that are winning games like this.
And to think that he had his endless battle in Golden Staff right away in just completely 8 minutes or even 7, lesser time for the Claude to even pop up and give so much damage. With that point, well, looking at he has the sprint, he has the quantum charge. This Claude could even go in for a marathon for straight 2 days. But just being in the front line or even the back line of UAE, so that's one problem to address, and the BMI as well. So how do you even catch that? With a Florin, yes, you can just go in extended team fights, but not really catch one from the lineup of Philippines.
I think, you know, they're going to get a chance here to kind of reset before they get ready for that game number 2, because they clearly need it. And the fact that also when we do get to game number 2, you know, they will be most likely the switching sides, so maybe they'll come up with a different priority for them to take onto the series. But still, you know, there's so many things that you really have to consider for UAE here.
And now as we wait for the next game, and we're heading for a short break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
And welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, the last series of day number 1 for the playoffs for MLBB at the IESF WEC 2023. Again, I'm Naisu, joined here with OSX on the desk, and it is the Philippines versus UAE to round out this day number 1.
A dominating start for Philippines, having a 15-0 up against UAE for their first match of the day. Now we're on the last series. How will they come back from this? We're talking about the power picks right onto the draft in game number 1. Now we're seeing more of the draft that could be changed from now on from UAE. We were questioning the Bellman, we were questioning the Florin, but a lot of options were in the table for UAE to take. And with that, it was just a dominating start for the Philippines for their playoffs day.
Yeah, again, I think, hopefully that 10-minute break was enough here for UAE to kind of recalibrate, right? Reset, recalibrate, because game number 1 was very tough. That's an understatement for them. And, we're talking about, even, again, draft-wise, there's probably a lot better things they can do here. And I think with this game number 2 and them having that priority pick, it should set themselves up for a better draft, I would say, right? Again, I don't want to say that Ballman wasn't a great choice for the most part. You could probably make him fit in some type of team composition if you're really able to pull it off, right? But you still need things to fall in proper place for that pick to work. So again, we have UAE this time on the blue side, Philippines on the red. Bans already coming out, not too different from the previous bans. Now we're really up to the question, like, what do they want to prioritize, right? Do they actually decide to take Fredrin first pick?
Or Valentina?
Valentina as well. Go ahead and secure yourself that. This is really where, again, I feel like they have to reset and come up with a game plan to take them to a game 3.
Well, speaking of game 3, though, they have a respect ban now.
There it is.
From Arcangel. They ban out the Canada, and the Fredrin is their priority now instead of, again, from game number 1. It was a different round. It was either the EXP, but now they want to eye on their jungler to actually make things work in the early game. They want that extra, coverage, mostly in their own camps, because right now, how do you even seal, or how do you even counter the macro strategy of Philippines from game number 1? They were all over the place, creating so much coverage from the river and in camps, and now they're back with Terizla. Cannon gets his hands on his Terizla for this game number 2.
And that's Novaria, right?
That's Novaria. By the way, that's Novaria.
That'll probably get fixed tomorrow, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Novaria again, locked in. Every time we see Arlot's frame pop up, that's pretty much Novaria, at least for today, right? Maybe that changes tomorrow. But still, one of those heroes, solid choices all around, providing you the vision that you need, the poke that you need as well. And then Terizla, just a top priority pick for a lot of teams because of just not even the penalty zone, man. It's just like how tanky he can be, how much of a obstacle he can be for a lot of teams to deal with.
Yeah,
so
lifesteal, spell vamp, just not being touched in the XP lane. It's a great way to have, okay, this is my time to just completely farm through the waves. And you have the Valentina, good eye though, but they've taken the Yuzong for this. Okay, so they have a way to steal something out of the Novaria and for the Terizla. But they didn't prioritize this time around for their marksman compared to game number 1.
It might be better that way, OSX, for the most part, because, again, as we talked about how games unfold, lane, especially lane priority and everything else, a lot of this, these first picks, these priority picks, you want to be able to secure yourself the best gold lane experience as possible. And if that means holding on to that
gold lane experience.
Yeah, the gold laners out there will understand, right?
Yeah.
Now, in that case, it's like, well, we can hold on to that pick, right? We trade it, though. You give up that Brody, and now most likely what we can kind of expect from the Philippines, if they want to do this, is take out a couple, if not one, of the marksman picks, forcing one of the not so popular picks over here for UAE. If that ends up happening, then you really have to pay attention to that lane. Like what we saw from previous series, where they have a not so mobile gold lane pick, right? And they get crashed down on constantly. That spells disaster for a lot of teams here.
Well, with the Fredrin being present for UAE, they could either might as well pick the Beatrix for this one. Yeah, but a good ban though for the Atlas. You don't want their Brody to be caught in the ultimate of this hero and as well as the Terizla. So if we're talking about gold lane, well, the gold lane experience, as you say, well, either the Beatrix is open, the carry is open, but also respecting out from Unigo's Franco, they're eyeing more on having a great advantage in their team fights. They're not getting picked off, even on the early game.
Good ban here from UAE. We'll see what their second one for the second phase is going to be. Franco has been a thorn for a lot of teams out here. Interesting that Philippines decides to take out the Valier. I guess it is a great answer for the Terizla for the most part, right? If you're especially able to land a lot of those fireballs, get the stun off for the most part. But even what we saw previously, right? Valier did not perform very well, at least today, in day one. You know, it didn't work out. So Philippines still doesn't want to play against that, though, knowing that they have a Terizla. And they might even have another option up their sleeve for those last two picks.
Yeah, a good ban though. They don't want that all penalty zone being wasted as they initiate. And as they ban out the Baksha, okay, something tells me that they don't also want to have the depletion right on their HPs if the Tourist Frisson is mostly used in team fights. So eyeing onto their setups up against Philippines, this is a good ban from UAE. Now they might want to secure their marksman as well. Beatrix open, paired with a Frederick or either a Claude, actually. It's open for UAE.
I'm trying to think, too, of what they want to throw in the gold lane here, but it might just be a Beatrix because, you know, it's Buez, and it might just be the best route to go would be Comfort. You know, we've seen him play the Beatrix so many times, even previously in his other matches, so they might go that route. They might even go with something with a little more mobility, but we'll find out because Philippines is also going to go ahead and lock themselves into Martiz. We've seen this combination so much too. You know, Martiz paired with the Terizla. You have that. Not only that, but, you know, like I said, Novaria here, who is showing for this Arlot pick, but it is Novaria. The fact that you can...
Too much bite.
Yeah, the fact that you can lay down vision, allowing yourself to find the perfect way to get the penalty zone off of the multiple members here is crucial. But not only that, but when you pair it up with a Martiz who's able to just kind of maneuver in and out, you know, bob and weave, if you will, and be tanky, quite tanky himself in like this elusive manner, it works out really well. So the answer for UAE, the last two picks, here's someone who has been popping up quite frequently, at least today, Melissa, paired with Angela. So hero that's been constantly banned out now finally gets picked up for UAE.
Yeah, we kind of missed that part. The Angela and the Fredrin. Yeah, it's a perfect combo from the camps and taking all of the objective, just being or sustaining up against a Martiz. It's a good way to go. But the Melissa as well is a good answer for the Terizla. And also, wow, we see Farsa. Yeah, one of my favorite heroes here to show. Finally, I saw Atlas, I saw Farsa.
So this is actually an Arlot?
This is
throwing me off, man.
You think so? I think this is finally an Arlen.
No, I'm joking. It's definitely a Novaria because it's probably Novaria Rome, right? So I want to throw you off too. I know it's been a long day, but you know that's what we're seeing, right? A lot of
we're seeing things
Arlet popping up, but it's Novaria once we get in the game, and so yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Novaria Rome, right? She actually works really well in that role, and then you pair it up with a burst mid mage like this Farsa, works out great. So. Once again, we'll see if they're able to make it work. UAE, in a way, though, locking in the Angela. How do we feel about it?
It's good. With the Frederick, it's paired so good. In game number one, they were shut down most of the times early game. With the Farsa present, a lot of things could be bursted out, even drained from the resources of UAE. So if you might want to either use it against UAE or use it against Philippines. So it's just a race on who gets the first, who gets the first level 4 right ahead in this game too.
And as we jump into it, again, game number 2 here, UAE fighting to take it to a game 3 after a brutal game 1. Looking to slow down the momentum from the Philippines here. Solid choices, though, in terms of picks, especially with the Fredrin. It's a great option, right? So now, already getting this early flicker out from Drago. He had the right idea, though, right? Put the pressure where he needs to, especially in the mid lane.
Yeah, good game sense there by Drago. So he felt it coming. The response time of Philippines right now is so fast, considering there's 2 quantum charges present for Saison and Ricatiano. Look at that, Saison is looking to take down Jed. Meanwhile, trapped on Zoom. Here comes Cannon for the reinforcement. Saison doesn't escape that one. Jed secures the first blood. Well, Cannon's trying to get this grab point out. 7 and down receives the poke route onto Unigo. Look at that, HP bars dropping, but still sustaining that. UAE gets the first point against Philippines this time around, game number 2.
That's great for Jed, right? He needs, if it's someone to get that first blood, Jed is a great person to have that. Not only that, but he's going to be able to utilize this. Oh, that's tough.
That was close. That was close.
Okay, I was waiting, man. I thought there was a most scary. Okay, there's been a lot of those moments today, right? With a sliver of health. And as I was leading into that, Jed, he needs to take this little bit of a lead. He had that first blood to hopefully be that front man for his team, right? For the most part. Yes, you have the hard guard from Angela from 7M, but having this small lead right now, you can actually do quite a bit with it, especially leading into this first turtle. We'll see how they play it out.
Philippines has good position onto this turtle. Who gets the first objective? It's Saison. Cannon might want to secure this kill onto Travis using the penalty zone. Trapping 1, but he's now dropping onto his life. Jed secures the kill. Saison takes a trade. Oh, one more or another. Jed uses the Black Dragon form, trying to chase on Unigo. Will he use the Petrified Dough? No, he won't. But still, it's just UAE fighting and getting those objectives right on their hands.
Hey, it's another kill for him. You know, Jed, unfortunately, as a turtle, as we look at this replay, he didn't have the Black Dragon yet, right? He wasn't level 4 because he got forced back to base. If he had it here, this might have been a little bit of a different fight, right? But still able to pick up a kill. But you can see, Philippines knowing what they have to do, they get the objective, and they're going to continue to do this. They're slowly, even with how things unfolded early game, they're building that gold lead. This is what we saw them do in game number 1. Albeit it's better here for UAE this time around because Jed has some of that lead. But still, if he can provide that coverage for his team, especially these early skirmishes, it'll be crucial. But right now, Cannon's just keeping him there on the top side, right? He does not want him to roam to help with these early skirmishes.
Cannon. And there you go. Jed secures the kill on the killing spree. 3 kills just right off camera.
So Jed now 3-0. This is the man that we've been talking about even back in Riyadh for the Asian Championships. He is someone that UAE can rely on. And like I said, with this pick alone with the Yuzhong, it's impactful throughout the majority of the game, especially if you get an early lead. But hopefully it's enough to allow Buez just to farm up. This is what he has to do.
Despite that lead, now they're translating it into kill. Saison, and also while they're being trapped by the taunt there, Travis would want to secure that kill, but Maleficor present now for Catriano. He could dive deep with a penalty zone as well, Cannon as well with a reinforcement right into Jed, forced to use that Black Dragon form to escape the possible takedown of Philippines right in mid.
It looked so good for UAE until it wasn't, right? And they were poking Philippines down. They were able to get a little bit of an advantage, and then the flip back came from the Philippines, and now they're going to grab themselves a turtle here. Second one of the game. So objectively, they're still securing these neutral objectives. You can see the focus, though, on Jed.
Wow, he's just evading onto 3, dancing onto 3, but Jed won't survive that one. Cannon secures the kill, and Philippines slowly, despite all the kills happening, they're still on the lead, Naisu.
That's what I'm saying. Building it slowly but surely, despite that early lead that just Jed built up, right? He has those 3 kills, and even looking at the itemization here, things kind of fallen into place. The fact that Recrutiano already has that Malefic Roar, he's working on that second item. He's pretty much doing the same thing Buez is, right? But Buez is going to get taken down. That was with the torn apart memory in the bottom side off camera. And so that helps him even more. So really, if you're UAE, where do we put the pressure? We had a little bit of this momentum. We don't want to lose it because that's what's happening here.
Also, Draco got the ultimate a few seconds ago from Arcangel. Now not having, again, a point, but mostly on the assist. We're waiting for that burst from the Forza to complement the lineup right now of Philippines. So as looking at the map, even the advantage, Philippines not letting go of the lead as of now. Completely maintaining that objective, but no turret's been taken yet.
No turret taken by either team. it's just been scrappy. Like, that's the early game, right? It's been, for the most part, yes, it's been the Jed show early on for UAE, but Philippines have kind of stopped that from happening, you know, any further. And you can see it. Look, they got to respect the damage.
Wow, Shah Essence connecting to Arcangel. That's just one person. It's Jed again.
Still the Jed show.
The Jed show, 4-1-0. Astral Recall, and Astral Echo connecting onto 3. Just revealing the positions of UAE right now. Torn apart memory, will it be enough? No, it won't. Still saved by the Heart Guard.
That's what Heart Guard's for. That's why you lock in the Angela now. And this is the thing, as they most likely have to give up this turtle, it's going to be the third one going in the hands of the Philippines. Oh, a shot. Jed's in trouble.
Poke. Now that's 3 members from the Philippines. Just right in the turret, they take down Jed, giving him his second death. Now an avenue for Philippines to take this last turtle of the game.
Wow, they already, okay, so top side, they got the flicker out from Rectiano, but still, members going down here for UAE. There's just, it's happening all across the map, OSX, right? There's objectives being taken, there's kills being taken, and still, at the end of the day, what's happening here is it's building up, right? The lead from Philippines continuing to snowball, and so you got to slow it down. Right now, getting another kill.
Just up top by himself, yeah. Revealing location, and Saison also taking the orange out of UAE. Now resources being stolen up against Travis, and up top, Ricardiano doing his own work, pushing and just took down a turret up top from Jed.
I find a very similar situation to what happened in Game 1, man. And yes, it might have happened slower, but it's still happening for the Philippines. It's getting out of control with the gold lead here. Recutiano's getting solo kills by himself. Unigo's popping off with the Astral Recalls, whittling people down, allowing the rest of the team to profit off of that. So at this point for UAE, with that lead that Jed had, how do you deal with it, right? You got to rely on the rest of the team here to help out as they press the mid.
Feather airstrike being used against the turret of UAE. Now they take one. First tier turret right in the mid has now been destroyed. Now Philippines eyes on one. Look at that, 3-man knockup with a follow-up of Ricardiano having a mega kill. But Travis, on the other hand, trying to taunt one. Will Cannon be the answer here? But no, he's still sustaining the damage. Drago is down, Jed is down as well, but Ricardiano is still sustaining that fight. Heart Guard trying to poke him down, but he still remains strong. Philippines, no casualties, and they've taken a purple out of UAE.
The Philippines is not the one with the Angela, but somehow they're the ones sustaining these fights and staying alive here. UAE still, I mean, at this, you know, it's been minutes now where Jet had these kills all in his hands. You're hoping that Buez is able to get some on this Melissa, right? The damage is starting to be there, but is it going to be too late? Even looking at the replay here, Jed takes quite a bit of damage. That was a nice flicker, too, that we saw with the setup with the penalty zone. But look at that. That's what I'm talking about. Buez just does not have the damage just yet. Maybe another 3-4 minutes, he'll be where he needs to be. But is it going to be too late by that time, right? Now that this Lord is up, it's most likely just better off if UAE doesn't contest it, they defend. Because it's just going to be taken in the hands of the Philippines here, just like all the turtles early on.
Yeah, 3-level gap. Saison against Travis. The lead right now is just on the charts of Philippines, and they've taken an objective once again. Still maintaining their defenses, though. Nothing taken from all of the parts of the map for this team, and completely pushing UAE to a defensive state. How can it be aggressive? How can it be offensive with the lineup of the Philippines? Who do you catch? Is it Unigo? Is it Cannon? Or even Arcangel? They have ways to escape, but if they commit to a team fight, that's one thing that they need to have a defense for.
It's tough because, like I was saying, it happened a little bit slower, but inevitably it turned out to be a 10K gold lead anyway for Game 2. Philippines now marching down the mid lane with this first Lord of the game. They should be able to make quick work of it, right? They're still able to do that. Look at Jed's placement as well. He's trying to find his own entry point, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and go for it.
Look at the back line, coming from the back. Jed using that stun, catching one. Will this be the answer of UAE to bounce back? But Saison takes down the Yuzong of UAE. There's no Black Dragon form that could save him back to his base. Now Philippines is knocking slowly right into the defenses of UAE, melting another last tier turret in mid. Look at that, Buez with a burst from Arcangel is completely devastating right now for UAE. Now they take another turret up top, and as well as one defense down bottom.
The poke potential is massive here for the Philippines with this lead. And just Ice Queen Juan just now being picked up, by the way, by Unigo. Right, he only had the talisman. He has the necklace of Durance here as well to help with some of that sustain. And you're seeing it, right? The combination of Astral Recall with the Feathered Airstrike is deadly, especially when you have this much of a lead at this point. And I kind of expect to see this more, right? Especially with Novaria, how popular of a hero pick she is. And so when you're dealing with that across from you with this much of a disparity in terms of your items and everything else, UAE finds themselves once again with their backs through the wall. It's not pressed, it's literally through the wall. And they have to find some saving grace within the next defense. Now, does Philippines wait 50 seconds for the next Lord? Most likely, because still they don't want to basically blunder initiation in the base unless somehow they're able to whittle down multiple members like this.
Yeah, they just keep on forcing UAE to commit, even clear lanes right now. 30 seconds for the Lord. And to think the strength right now of Philippines mostly rely on true damage of this Brody. He has 3 of strong items right now, even has the physical damage immunity, which is the Wind of Nature. With the confidence that he has right now and the lead, it's almost half of gold up against Buez. Like, that you might want to secure most of the items since you're a Melissa and most of the team fights that you need extra damage up against the Philippines defenses. How do you even go through that? So as nice being, again, reiterating the fact that how will UAE bounce back from this? Either they get the objective, not commit at all, or just have a isolated pickoff. But as you can see, Philippines completely taking another objective out of UAE's hands.
Okay, they get a turret plus a kill, utilizing Jed with the Heart Guard. They trade the Lord though, right? So inevitably they were at least able to get something. And now, is that actually enough to turn the tide of this game? It's a step in the right direction, but the biggest thing they have to get through is this next Lord March that was secured by the Philippines. And still, the big elephant in the room is the fact that itemization-wise, it's going to be a tough time because the Philippines will just go ahead and brute force their way into the base here, most likely, whether that's Canon going in with that. He's got the Flicker available, he's got Penalty Zone available, and the Lord marching in the mid lane is going to make it even more of a tough job for UAE to withstand.
Oh no, no more purple for UAE to take, and the Lord marching through the mid, even waves of minions now just going into the base. Saison, on the other hand, receives damage though, but they are ready to respond more. Look at the flicker onto Cannon with the penalty zone, the trapping too. Look at the burst from Mercodiana securing that kill. Buez is down, there's no damage to respond for Philippines. Eyeing onto the base, there's no one left to even eye on defend. Who do they target? Will it be the base or will it be the members of Team Philippines? And they secure the point of this match, 2-0. Philippines remains undefeated coming from the group stages of Yash 2023.
In a similar fashion from game 1 of the series, dominant is the Philippines. And it makes you wonder too, right? What can UAE do as they prepare for tomorrow, facing off in the lower bracket? And what's in store for us even tomorrow as we see the other games unfold, right? There's so much here. Games that were upsets today, games that were dominant today, and games that were close. I'm glad we got some series that were 3, right? That went the distance, went 3 games. It was great. But, you know, in terms of this matchup, again, Philippines looking like they've even improved from the Asian Championships, man. I know they've, you know, played in other tournaments, whatnot around the world, but everything just looks refined and ready.
Ironed, neat, dominating win for Philippines once again. Wow. Amazing. Amazing times ahead. Nice. Tomorrow, we see more of the lower bracket. Playoffs completely being heated up from day number 1.
It's kind of crazy that we are already done with day number 1, right? Yes, we had 4 series today. I believe tomorrow we have 5. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a jam-packed day. But, you know, with this, again, MVP, just like the previous one, right? The fact that the gold laner, Sean, this time 8-0-2. We saw him in the previous game, how dominant he was, and it was here too. This man, Recutiano, I don't know how many solo kills he got, by the way. And some of them were off camera, and also some of them were on I would say, like, from a distance, you know, the astral recall probably did play an effect to whittle these members down, where he was just able to get the marks off, pop off the torn apart memory. But still, the fact is, solid performance, MVP all the way for Rectiano here on this Brody pick, and definitely someone amongst this power roster from the Philippines that you have to keep tabs on.
Deathless Brody from game number 1. Wow, Philippines on a great start here for their playoffs day. Wow, but just looking from the draft and how they changed, you said they are refined. They are more just having the advantage on day number 1 and having this kind of performance from stats. They can go a long way heading to the playoff stage, even for the championship stage. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, I think it's, again, one of the big questions is who will be able to deal with this kind of powerhouse team. You saw it too earlier from Indonesia, so you know I don't want to naturally say like, oh, Indonesia and Philippines going head to head, who's going to come out on top of that one? Because from what we saw today from both of their performances, OSX was they're both primed and ready. But not only that too, but some of the surprises we saw earlier on today unfolded as well, right? And yes, I cannot wait to see how tomorrow unfolds and the days ahead of us.
Exciting times ahead, brother. Exciting times ahead, brother. So just completely looking at the performances went today from each of the teams, a lot of countries has a lot of chance in learning through their losses of today. So just by looking at the bracket now, yeah, those are the scores right there. And just dropping for the lower bracket. Yeah, this is the upper bracket right now, and Egypt and Saudi Arabia now waiting, as well as Indonesia and Philippines, which we heard back in the interview with Waxen right on stage. They're also looking forward for their matches tomorrow.
Indonesia can't wait to play the Philippines again. I feel like that's always the story, right? Indonesia and Philippines. And also, too, I feel like, again, the surprise that started off the day was Egypt 2-0ing Mongolia. And I think that was a massive just kind of showing, and, you know, that whole story alone that we talked about, where Egypt had to kind of prove themselves in a way because of so many people rooting for Mongolia on their journey here, calling them the dark horse, getting to the point where they were dominating in other tournaments around the world before leading up to this. And, you know, so you had this expectation, but Egypt coming on through in a sweep was amazing to see. And like I said, too, with our second series of the day that we saw earlier, man, that revenge match from Saudi Arabia
and Kazakhstan. Yeah. The only tiebreaker match that we've witnessed and casted was just by today. Saudi Arabia is now really showing the promise that they went through, how they prepared for this one. And tomorrow they go up against Egypt. Wow.
I think Saudi Arabia is one of the, I would say, like, even after watching them today, they're one of the most improved. Kazakhstan, I'm still going to say, is one of my dark horse with the tournament. Like, I want to see how they perform, you know, in the lower bracket that they've been sent there, of course.
I have my eyes on Egypt, bro.
You have your eyes on Egypt?
Yeah.
That's who you're choosing?
Egypt now. Well, we're looking at the poison of this tournament, because
they're calling Egypt a lasso.
Yeah, a lot of teams actually really had an answer to each of the problems they faced from the group stage. So opportunities and mostly threats, or even edge of each team fighting capability of each team right now, is just a way of like seeing the possible threat moving forward from the semis starting tomorrow.
Tomorrow's going to be jam-packed.
I know, right?
5 series.
Amazing day.
And if anything that today told us is that there's a ton of flexibility in terms of team compositions. I would say almost every series we at least saw some form of a surprise hero pick, some form of a different composition, altered a little bit, you know, for the most part. And I still think that there needs to be an answer, obviously, for durability compositions, right, and something like that. So, again, can't wait to see how tomorrow unfolds. We are going to be throwing it over once again to the lovely Waxen on stage there. Take it away.
Thank you so much, OSX and Nice. Round of applause for our amazing MLBB casters. And now, making their way onto the stage, the winners and the 4th addition to our top 6 for the MLBB Championship the winners of this best of 3, Team Philippines! Congratulations. It's okay. The microphone doesn't bite. Undefeated still this tournament. And the first question I have, do you believe you can go all the way to claim the trophy?
I think maybe.
Maybe. Humble even in victory despite being undefeated. Obviously a great performance against UAE. How well do you feel prepared for the upcoming upper bracket semi-final tomorrow?
We are very well prepared.
Very well prepared. So shall we expect another 2-0? Yeah? Another 2-0?
I don't think so. Maybe 2-1.
Maybe a 2-1, where we will love to see that performance. An amazing best of 3 against Team Indonesia tomorrow. Have you prepared to play against them, or are you going to start preparing today to get ready for tomorrow?
We'll just start to prepare today. Tonight.
Preparing tonight. Well, congratulations once again. Extraordinary performance. Round of applause for Team Philippines! And that will be all here live on Twitch for MLBB IESF World Esports Championship 2023. But tomorrow we will be back with more action, 5 best of 3 series, so stay tuned. And just a huge shout out to our international broadcast team. Throughout today, they've done an amazing job, and we cannot see more of you tuning in tomorrow at the same time. Stay tuned.